Welcome to the long-awaited Who Knew that it would seem this long, yet so quickly that we are back for another live stream general election between Kamala Harris, who will ultimately be the victor, of course, and the sad, depressed Donald Trump. I, if you don't know, am Jesse Dollemore. I'm joined today by the lovely, talented, and scholarly Brittany Page.
That is right. I am the co-host of I Doubt It podcast that we do together and have done together for 10 years. And I also have my own YouTube channel. So if you don't know who I am, I have my own YouTube channel. Go over there and subscribe. And I think we're feeling good. I'm feeling good. I'll speak for myself. I wouldn't say that I'm feeling confident. Let's not, get excited. I'm trying to stay optimistic. I'm trying to stay hopeful. I'm trying to focus on the positives and trying not to let my mind wander and think about what could happen if Donald Trump wins this election. We don't want to go there.
You don't want to let the intrusive thoughts win.
I don't. We'll see if they do. I mean, it's going to be a long night, so we're probably going to be on an emotional roller coaster together.
We decided a few months ago when we ultimately decided to do the stream that we wanted to bear down on what is important for this election, both policy-wise, but then also the larger narrative of preserving democracy and protecting democracy. It seems to me pretty shocking that we are 4 whole years removed from the bloody attempted coup, the failed coup attempt, the attempted overthrow of the United States government by way of overturning a free and fair settled American election right here in Washington, D.C., just blocks from where we sit and broadcast right now at the United States Capitol. I understand if you are nervous. I am too for the outcome of this election. Win or lose for Donald Trump, there very likely will be, we hope not, but we want to deal with reality on reality's terms. We understand the very real threat of violence and even the threats of violence that are taking place at polling stations all across the country right now. And we want to spend the evening with you. This is going to be pretty casual. We are amongst friends here. I'm sure the trolls will show up. That's inevitable.
We love the trolls. They drive the algorithm. They help the views go up. We appreciate it. Stick around, mix it up in the comments.
Yeah. Bear 'em no mind. You are amongst friends tonight. I guess ultimately what I want to talk about, the very first thing.
What we're wearing?
Well, of course.
Why we're wearing white?
Yes. Let's do that. On Thursday evening at in Chicago at the Democratic National Convention, everyone was wearing white in solidarity for women's reproductive rights.
Yes.
And we wanted to send the same message because abortion rights, as everyone knows, is a pivotal, important issue this election. And it might ultimately be the thing that seals the deal for Democrats against Republicans because of their recalcitrance and working against the interests of women all across the country.
Yeah, and we're definitely going to get to that. And oh, look, we got Diva Journey saying, "I'm loving the white suits, guys. Thank you." We won't show what we're wearing on the bottom. It's just, business on the top, and we won't say what's on the bottom. No, we are wearing pants. It's just not always the case. You're showing knee. There's people that are in the chat saying they want to see feet.
They're talking about my feet. Clearly, they're talking about my feet.
All right. Well, we'll see how it goes.
So let's start with this. I want to play. Thank you, Leonard. $5 super chat. That is an amazing, humbling way to start this live stream that absolutely is going to go all night, certainly past midnight. I've been a member for 4 years, and I just want to tell you how much I value both your efforts and support your work. Thanks for all you do. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
We are honored and feel very humbled and lucky to do what we do. If you have questions, let me just get this out of the way. If you have questions, you can type them below. We've got our dutiful and expert producer, Chris, at the ready. He will be starring comments that we will be addressing later, questions that you may have. Just know you're not being ignored. We're putting those in a lockbox, in a safety box to address later. But first, let's talk about this. The media, as I've been calling out on a daily basis almost for several months now, is missing the moment, has missed the moment. And in the last few days, it seems they've maybe tried to play catch up that, oh, it is important. Trump is a fascist. Democracy is at stake. But the problem with that is for months and months and months, they have attempted to paint this race as far closer than I believe it is, and many experts believe that it is. Here's just a sampling over the course of the past month or two of them creating the narrative of the closeness of this race.
NBC's poll finds that the race remains deadlocked and unchanged, with both candidates tied at 49% each.
The latest CNN poll of polls shows things completely tied.
National polls have Harris and Trump locked in a dead heat.
The final NBC News national poll also finds the presidential race neck and neck.
If you just go through, the average of the poll shows dead heat. So either candidate could win all of these states.
The presidential race, a dead heat. And in those battleground states, as mentioned, the same. It's neck and neck, well within the poll's margin of error.
Every single battleground state is a coin toss.
No clear leader.
No clear leader. This is basically a tie, folks.
Yeah.
This is a toss-up election.
This election remains a toss-up.
Basically, this is a tied race.
Tied race, they say. So look, that could be true. I could be wrong. Many experts could be wrong. And the people who are doing polls could be correct that this is a tied race. My problem, and I think the problem with many of you, or that you have with this, lies in the fact that if it is so damn close, then why try to create some kind of a narrative between the balancing act of creating level ground between Kamala Harris as a candidate and Donald Trump? If it truly is this tight and our nation rests on a precipice of disaster, then why do the false equivalence thing? It's perplexing and it's dangerous for what actually is at stake, which is our very democracy.
Yeah, I think it's been a long time frustration, something certainly that we've talked about for a long time on I Doubt It podcast, where we do a lot of media criticism. And I think, when you have a media infrastructure that relies on ratings and eyeballs and views, that they are going to lean into some of the drama of the election rather than focusing on what's most important. And we saw that in the election with Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton, where there was that false equivalence, trying to focus on what was wrong with Hillary Clinton when it, pales in comparison to what's wrong with Donald Trump. I think that we've seen less of that, but still, I mean, take, for example, the ProPublica reporting, the amazing ProPublica reporting that we've seen come out over the past couple of weeks about deaths from Donald Trump's abortion bans, including in Georgia and in Texas. And a lot of these deaths we're not going to know about for a long time because the maternal mortality review committees in the states across the country are delayed in releasing this information. And also they, don't release the information. ProPublica got a hold of some of these reports. And I don't think that was headline news. I turn on CNN and I'll watch like Smirkanish on the weekend, Michael Smirkanish, and he'll be dedicating almost his entire show to how men feel left out of the electorate. And yet here are, actual consequences of banning abortion in this country, that women are dying. And it's not leading the news. So they certainly make choices. And I think oftentimes they make, terrible choices in terms of what they choose to focus on. And I think this is another disappointment where they could be juxtaposing the threat that Donald Trump poses to the country and what Kamala Harris has to offer and how she's, not a threat to the country. Instead, they're leading with, look at this drama. Look at how tight the race is. Look at this.
Not to, but this is why independent media is so critically important, especially in moments like this, because, there's many people who do this job and work within this framework on social media, whether it be YouTube or at some other platforms. So it's not like we're alone, shiny stars on a hill or whatever. I muddle my metaphors. If you watch my show, I'm not good at the metaphors. There's all kinds of people who do this work. And in moments like this, it's very important to support. And this is not a call to action to support, but just in general, to subscribe to channels like ours and, Pac-Man or Farron Cousins or the myriad other individuals out there, because we are not beholden to corporate interest or some corporation who's in bed or doing business with another company and, you can't report on that, or you get it. This is why this is important. Moments like this is why we're so thankful that you chose here. I realize people are going to be jumping around. That's fantastic. That's great. But spending time supporting efforts like this is important. And it's not lost on us. We're just a couple of poor kids, grew up very poor. This is beyond the scope of anything we could have dreamed or expected for ourselves. And it's only because of your support and your passion for making the world and this country a better place that we are able to do at all what we do. So let's bring it down a little bit. take a couple questions, put some comments on the board, and then I want to play a little video about what exactly is at stake here from a funny perspective and why it is so consequential that the media is missing the moment. Here, the 80s kid, Jesse, my question is, if Trump goes to prison, do you see MAGA crumble, and what will happen if a new Republican is elected in 2028? If Trump does go to prison, listen, I don't think we're going to see MAGA go away right away. There's going to be someone who's going to try to be a figurehead, but I don't believe...
And it will not be J.D. Vance.
Yeah, it's not going to be J.D. Vance. He doesn't got, what's the kids say, the riz. He ain't got the riz like he wishes he did.
Rizless.
Donald is rizless. Donald Trump has some kind of a special Svengali-like hold over, by the way, it's not 250 million. It's not 50% of the country. It's roughly 30% of the country. And nobody else has that. Nobody else has the pedigree that he has of being a flamboyant, know-it-all idiot who has really accomplished nothing, who's been given everything. It's only because of Americans' obsession with celebrity and billionaires and money and the opulence of all of these superficialities that he is who he is. And that's why he is where he is. MAGA's it's going to take a while. Something else will take its place. They will find a figurehead, but don't expect a loss from Donald Trump tonight to moderate the party. If anything, it's going to get a little worse before it gets any better.
Yeah. And I am nervous about some of the responses because Donald Trump has already started to post on Truth Social. I was going to call it a tweet because I still use that vernacular because I refuse to talk about it in Elon Musk's terms.
I think it was Hank Green made a pretty good case that we should just call that a tweet for everything because that's what it is. It's a tweet. You tweet on Threads, you tweet on anyway.
Yeah. But we'll get to some of that. We have another question here. Christopher Hawley, can you please address why it's so hard to abolish the Electoral College as we head into what might, though I don't believe it, be an Electoral College win, please?
Well, it's a wide-ranging question with several answers. One is a tradition thing. Too often Americans think about these kinds of problems and they think, well, that's the way it's always been. It just has to be that way to go forward. That's one of the problems. The other one is just how much effort has to take place and go into how many keys have to turn at the exact same time to get something like that changed on a national level. You would have states like Idaho, like Oklahoma, like Texas, like Arkansas, like Louisiana, like Kentucky, like Tennessee, like Florida, like Mississippi. Like all of these states are going to be absolutely opposed to it because the Electoral College really only benefits one party, and it's the party who over the course of the last 30 or so years has lost election after election in the popular vote and then ended up winning the Electoral College. So it's just there's got to be a sea change about what democracy is and what we prize and cherish in this country. So,
and I think opening up the conversation about the Electoral College being a problem, we need to focus on that. But also, I think what you said, Jesse, about tradition, we cling to this tradition. And even with DC, there's an initiative that was on my ballot here in DC to implement ranked choice voting. And I even felt myself going, do I want to vote for this? I don't know. Ranked choice voting. What about that? I did end up voting for it, but I kind of had that response that you're describing, Jesse, where it's like this adherence to tradition and this is the way we do things. And should we change it? But no, I think we should lean into that, especially when it's a good thing.
Well, we on our podcast, and I talk about it a little bit on the Dollemore Daily, that we prize changing our minds. One of the last questions, or if not the last question we ask when we interview people is, what's the most recent thing you changed your mind about? We should all be more willing to change our minds when the facts change or when our understanding of those facts change. For instance, felons voting. I used to be no. And then when I really thought about why is it that I'm so opposed to the idea of someone who's done their time and served their sentence and gone through all of the motions that were asked of them of our society, why are they not allowed? It's like continuous punishment.
Right.
And it's ultimately boiled down to, because that's just the way it's always been, and I wouldn't challenge myself to think through it. So we should really challenge all of ourselves to be willing to open up our minds and change when our understanding of facts change.
Totally.
So let's do this.
Wasn't there a question app that disappeared? I think yes.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Brittany, it's to you.
Oh, Dirt Racer 9. Brittany, if you and Jesse ran against each other in a presidential election, who would win? Jesse. Were you going to say the same thing?
I was going to say you.
Yeah, I mean, well, Jesse has way more subscribers than me on YouTube, guys. We got to remedy that tonight. Am I right?
Yeah. Like if we're voting just based on subscribers, it would be both popular vote and electoral vote crushing Jesse Dollemore against Brittany Page. But we could change that tonight. Everybody could click over right now and go subscribe to Brittany Page's channel, which I'm sure some moderator in the chat is throwing down right now for you to click over to.
So yeah, I think Jesse would win. I think he's also, he has the ability to go out there and talk to people, and not that I don't.
You don't have the ability.
It's just that I don't know that I have it in me. In fact, I got into it a little bit with an Uber driver the other day, and
you should tell the story.
He was being a creeper, and if he's watching this, hello, creeper. And he
just give the whole rundown.
Okay, so I got in the Uber, and he asked me if I live where he picked me up, and I did.
Red flag,
and
right away.
And so I was like, I live here.
Is this where you live?
And then he's like, oh, are you going to work? And I'm like, no, I'm actually going to a hair appointment. And so he's like, oh, you'd look really hot with black hair. And I, what? I didn't invite your opinion on my appearance. I don't really give, I don't care about that. I think we're trying not to cuss. So, and
trying.
Then he was going to be driving me for 30 minutes. So he kept talking to me. And at one point he asked me about Donald Trump and how I felt about him. And I said, obviously I don't like him. He's a reprehensible person. And he was like, oh, why? Can you tell me why? Like challenging me as though I wouldn't be able to describe why Donald Trump is in fact a terrible person. So I spoke for like 5 minutes, just kind of like listing the whole, life story. And then he proceeded to tell me that he didn't mind the sexual assault stuff about Donald Trump because as a man, he also wants to have as many women as he can. And that's seriously what he said to me. So yeah, I was getting into it with this Uber driver and he told me, would you ever run for office? And I said no, because I think that as an elected official, you need to be able to take in all kinds of different types of information, which I do. But I believe there's a right way and a wrong way. And, if you're representing Republicans, for example, you need to also do things that they want you to do. And I don't know that I could be as, fair-handed as I think maybe you need to be when you're an elected official.
Absolutely.
I think I'm a little too staunch. There's a right way and a wrong way. But Jesse, I don't know. He's not very staunch, right, guys?
Yeah.
He's pretty open and flexible. And he's like, hey, Republicans might be right about stuff, right?
So let's do this. This is also going to give me a chance to turn down the air conditioning in this studio because I
already did that.
Way overheated. It needs to be turned down to about 65 degrees. I want to really paint everybody a funny picture about why this election is so important. And here is a video. We're going to go to clip number 2, Chris. And it is about Donald Trump, about just how dedicated to the prospect of what a genius and brilliant man that he is.
It's a little strange. I'm a pretty smart guy.
Like a memory question. It's like you'll go person, woman, man, camera, TV. So they say, could you repeat that? So I said, yeah. So it's person, woman, man, camera, TV. It's actually not that easy, but for me it was easy.
Like I'm smart. He took showers with the other pros. They came out of there, they said, oh my God. That's unbelievable. How the hell do you people, is anybody, okay. No, under that. And then I see the disinfectant where it knocks it out in 1 minute. And is there a way we can do something like that by injection inside or almost a cleaning? And we did with Obama. We won an election that everyone said couldn't be won. The Mueller report, I wish, covered the oranges, how it started. In the failing New York Times by an anonymous, gutless coward. They sacrifice every day for the furniture and future of their children. Tim Apple, Mike Pounds. I know words. I have the best words. Yosemites, Nambia. Thailand. You have voter ID to buy a loaf of bread. The Democrats, there was a mosquito. I don't want mosquitoes around me. I'm a very stable genius. I tested positively toward negative, right? Thank you, everybody.
Yes, I am.
People are flushing toilets 10 times, 15 times, as opposed to once. Sinks, right? Showers. And what goes with a sink and a shower? 10 times, right? 10 times. Wow, Bob, not me, of course, not me. You want to wash your hands, you turn on the sink, the water comes up.
No, get those lights off! Off!
You have a shower. It's no good for me. Remember the dishwasher, you'd press it, boom, there'd be like an explosion.
One of the wettest we've ever seen from the standpoint of water. God bless the United States. You know, it's a little strange. I'm a pretty smart guy.
It is pretty strange that he thinks he's a pretty smart guy.
Oh my God.
Look,
remarkable.
The reason I wanted to play that is to just put in perspective what's at stake here, and who nearly 75 million people are pledging their devotion and vote to be president of the United States again. I mean, we're in, what's the turn of phrase on Oh Brother, We're Out There? We're in a tight spot. We are in a tight spot as a democracy, that expertise is no longer valued. Education is no longer valued. Science is no longer valued.
That people believe billionaires have their best interests in mind.
Yeah, it's like a vibes-based economy of information, and people are they've been swindled and bamboozled by someone who has no respect and no ability to care for what their current situation is in life, and it's a bummer. It's an uphill battle for the rest of us. So, Diva Journey, $5 super chat. Thank you very much. Jesse, are we gonna need the bat phone to Jesus tonight? Huh? I actually, shit, I dropped my glasses. We don't have the effects, but I do have it indeed here, and we may have an impromptu bit. I don't have one planned or anything, but we never know. There are certain states that they're not gonna have the information for us when we need it. I may need to tap in and place a call to Jesus on the bat phone. So thank you for the super chat and for the question. Give me an opportunity to talk about the bat phone.
This is a good question. Shaking my head. Thank you very much for the super chat. If Trump is given the White House, what will the two of you do next? I have struggled with this question. In fact, I was recently on the Letter Hacks channel. If you aren't subscribed to him, another great creator in the leftist space, and he asked me what I would do if Donald Trump won the election. And that was about a month ago, and I still don't have an answer to the question. I think because I am so afraid of that happening, because there's so many things that Donald Trump plans to do that are going to be damaging to the country. And that is instituting a national abortion ban, which a lot of people will say, well, he has said that he wouldn't do that. He has said that, he wouldn't do that. But then he has said, I'm looking at a lot of different things. We're looking into that specifically with Comstock, the Comstock Act, an old anti-obscenity law from 1873. Donald Trump can just have his Justice Department interpret the law and ban abortion nationwide, specifically mailing abortion pills, mailing abortion equipment. It would be a national abortion ban. Also, you have the mass deportations. Having a racist in charge comes with him implementing racist policies and doing racist things.
Also a racist who has learned from the mistakes of the previous administration, knowing who and who not to put in power around him. It's extra dangerous for sure.
Yeah. So, I mean, what will we do next? We will continue to do the type of advocacy that we have been doing and trying to push and educate and get people involved in the process. I can't tell you how many people I heard from today that are working as poll workers, that are doing phone banking, that are knocking doors. I mean, so many people got involved in this election, and that's really what it takes, right, in order for us to move the needle. So I will be very unhappy if Donald Trump wins, but we can't lose hope, especially because we need to keep pushing and be there for a lot of the marginalized groups that are going to be hit the hardest by Donald Trump winning this election.
Yeah. We are getting ready to see polls close, and I am realizing right now that our little feed here of the TV on the iPad that you can't see, that's just below the screen, is hours and hours out of date. It is 2:59 p.m. Eastern time, according to CNN, on what we're watching. So we'll have to update that in a minute. But tonight is going to be a great time. We're going to be taking your questions. We're going to be taking your comments. We are going to be having guests. We've got Steve Shives, who will be coming on. Garrison Hayes will be joining us later. And a friend of ours who is an absolute dynamo of a political organizer and campaign manager. He is the man responsible for defeating Dana Rohrabacher in
Putin's favorite congressman.
That's right. In our previous congressional district in Orange County. I would ask you that you stick around with us. And if you could do me just a very quick favor and bear with us as I get my TV screen worked up. What could we play for just a couple of minutes so I can get this figured out, Chris?
We can do our first commercial break. Let's do that.
Let's do that.
Let's take a brief commercial break, and we will be right back to fix some technical issues.
One more time for the people in the back of the room. Got the phone? Follow me on social media if you like misery.
Statement by Donald J. Trump.
Yeah. God. Yeah. Oh, you got some news on the case? Okay. Yeah, great. Come on. Fat, hard, violent air quotes.
45th President of the United States.
It's real. It's plugged in the way that it needs to contact the Almighty.
Of America.
Blah, blah, blah. I will shut my mouth. We are back, and we fixed it.
It didn't take long.
So here, let's address this. I've got the iPad fixed. Let's talk about. I want to go in here. I want to talk about what polls just closed, where we are related to that. So I have to do that on my end. Bear with me here. What time do the polls close?
All right.
So
7 p.m. Eastern. That's what we're looking at.
This is Eastern time here. The polls that are closed now are Indiana, Kentucky, Virginia, Georgia, South Carolina. That looks like Vermont and New Hampshire. So we're bearing down on some actual election results. The real brunt of it is not going to hit until 8 o'clock, then 8:30, and then 9 o'clock is going to be the real haul, because of the fact of, America is a massive country of land. You've got Pacific time and Mountain time and Central time and East Coast time, plus, Alaska and Hawaii have their own things going on. So I want to share with you exactly where we are right now. I need to go
related to the vote count.
Related, to the electoral vote count. There has been movement. And I want to really warn everybody against getting
Discouraged.
Yeah, thank you. I'm usually the one doing that for you. So about getting bummed out, because I want to just, this isn't a prediction. This is just the way things work. As we go through the night, the Republican results are going to weigh heavy, and it's going to look like it's a runaway train for Donald Trump. Don't worry about that. There are several states that if the election is close, they're not going to be called tonight. They might take a couple of days. Those states are Pennsylvania, Arizona, Michigan, Nevada, critical states. But there are certain states that they're not even allowed to open mail-in ballots until the polls close. The election day, it doesn't matter. So you just need to brace yourself against feeling depressed or despondent or that all is lost, especially when I'm looking at 19 for Donald Trump and 3 for Kamala Harris, because Vermont, tiny state, it's what's called an at-large state. They have 1 member of Congress, 2 senators. That's what totals the electoral votes. So,
well, and none of this is unexpected. We knew that Kentucky was going to go to Donald Trump. We knew that Indiana was going to go to Donald Trump.
Right.
We know that there are states that as soon as the polls close, it is automatically called for one person or the other. Idaho is going to be one where there's no question. It's not even going to be close. So,
only 4 electoral votes there. So
yeah. And it's going to happen for both parties. So this is not unexpected. This is not something to panic about. We are not yet panicked.
Not at all. In fact, let's talk a little bit about predictions.
Yeah.
I haven't made any outright predictions about exactly what the electoral count would be, the electoral college count will be.
You've been telling me your predictions. You haven't revealed them publicly.
It's not really on the record. It's a private time.
Yeah.
So I do want to say the thing that I've been talking about for months, and that is I believe that it's going to be an overwhelming win for Kamala Harris. I believe that it's going to be a greater margin of victory in the Electoral College than it was for Joe Biden in 2020. It could be as high as, 363. I mean, it's going to be up there. That's good news. But the other thing that you need to know, and this is, again, not psychic, don't need to have the bat phone to Jesus when I'm talking about this. Donald Trump, this is my prediction. If I'm a betting man and if I'm given the over-under on this, Donald Trump is going to call that he won the election. He's going to call it, declare victory at right around 11 o'clock. It might be 11:30, but he's not going to do the thing he did last time, which was wait until in the middle of the night, like 2:30 in the morning, and give a press conference from the White House. Thank God he doesn't have access to the White House anymore, and call victory then. That's not something that's going to happen.
And how do we know that Donald Trump is going to say that he won the election regardless of whether he has won the election?
Yeah.
That is because he's been telling us that he is going to do that. They keep giving us this caveat that they will accept the election results if it is free, fair, and safe. And that gives them the wiggle room, right, to not accept the election results when they lie and say that it was not free, fair, and safe. And that, in fact, there was illegal voting and the machines were scammed. And whatever lies that they want to tell. Donald Trump has already been tweeting on Truth.
That's where I'm going right now.
Posting on Truth Social, not tweeting, dear God, about, I think it was about Philadelphia. He was making claims that there was illegal voting happening there. He's already putting this out there. So it's dangerous. We knew he was going to do it. He's going to continue to do it. And here we go. This was 7 minutes ago. Okay. Pennsylvania, 1 more hour. Polls are open until 8 p.m. local, open until 10 p.m. Oh. If you are in line by the cutoff, they must let you vote. Go now and stay in line. Okay, that's fine.
Here's the post that I most wanted to talk about.
Wow, he's on here constantly, huh?
Yeah. Philadelphia and Detroit, heavy law enforcement is there. And just prior to that, this tweet, a lot of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia. Law enforcement coming, he says. There is a lot of talk about a lot of cheating or massive cheating in Philadelphia. because Donald Trump is the one talking about massive cheating in Philadelphia. There is absolutely, without doubt or equivocation, not massive cheating or fraud in Philadelphia. You'll notice two things. One, he's setting this up so his followers can start saying this too. And two, he's automatically, the first thing out of his fat, sloppy mouth, attacking a community with a large Black population. This is predicated upon racism and fear of other and demonizing outgroups. It's the playbook of Donald Trump.
Well, Donald Trump did vote today. He voted in Florida, and he stopped afterward to take questions after voting. And
what clip are we going to go to?
We're going to play clip 3. This is him talking about who he believes should vote.
No, I don't have to do that. You know, I'm not a Democrat. I'm able to make a speech on pretty quick notice. If I win, I know what I'm going to say, and I don't even want to think about the losing part. I would like to tell all of the people that are online to stay online. We have tremendous Republican lines, and I've been asked actually to say it. It takes a while. I'd like to just make the statement that I'd like the Republicans to stay online. Democrats, if they'd like, they can leave. But I'd like the Republicans to stay online.
And this is pretty typical, right? I mean, the Republicans do not want everyone to vote. They make that pretty clear. They want obstacles in the way of voting. They want to make voting harder because when more people participate in this process, they are at a disadvantage and they know that. And so, of course, Donald Trump would stand there and say, if you're a Republican, I want you to vote. If you're a Democrat, I don't want you to vote.
Yeah, that's not dedicated to the prospect of democracy. Also, can I make this comment? Anybody else feeling like he's a real low energy Jeb? I mean, he is just at the end of his rope emotionally and mentally and spiritually. I'm sad. I'm just everything's doom and gloom.
Yeah, and I also think that this represents another aspect where oftentimes presidential candidates, they're asked, how are you going to be a president for all Americans? And I think that we all know, most of us watching, if there's any trolls, I don't know if there's any haters yet in the comments, but most of us here in this chat know that, you know, the Republican president, Donald Trump, I completely lost my train of thought when I thought about the haters. So there we go.
Well, let's piggyback off the theme of being low energy. And I think it was in the same interview while they're talking to him having voted.
It's back to me, president for all of Americans. So Donald Trump, there's no way that he wants to be president for all Americans. And when he's saying that, you know, Democrats, I don't want you to vote. Republicans, I want you to vote. He's not only made his contempt clear for Democrats in the Democratic Party by calling, you know, Nancy Pelosi evil and, I mean,
feigning like he's calling her a bitch today.
Yeah, signaling to QAnon constantly that believe Democrats are pedophiles, satanic pedophiles that drink the blood of children, literally. You know,
Bananas. There's
no way that you are going to be a president for everyone when those are your views. But you're right, Jesse, and this is clip number 4. This is again Donald Trump taking questions after he voted in Florida today, and someone asked him, you know, what happens for you basically if you lose? Are you going to be done here? Are you going to move forward? What does it look like when you lose? And this was his response.
For nine years, regardless of what happens tonight, is this your last campaign? Are you done after this?
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, I would think so.
How do you feel about it?
Sad and very fulfilled. I think we're going to have a very big victory today.
Mr. How are you feeling?
Very good, thank you. Thank you.
You win, sir, if you win, do you have a plan in place to start naming staff and
Yeah, officers? We're already a transition team, but I don't like talking about that until I find out how we do. I mean,
do you think Melania had a rough night last night, or what do you think's going on with the sunglasses?
I think she's
hungover.
I think is hungover from celebrating Donald Trump's loss today in advance.
Right.
Also, A lot of conspiracy out there today about this being a fake Melania, since she's been wearing sunglasses indoors all day long.
Well, why is she wearing sunglasses indoors?
She's super cool, Brittany.
Yeah.
Come on.
I love the this is classic Trump. The
Who
sad,
gives a fuck about the Christmas?
sad exclamation point. Classic Donald Trump. Love to see it.
Georgiana gifted 20 memberships to the channel.
Wow.
That's crazy.
That is amazing. Thank you so much.
Again, a $50 super chat.
Oh my God.
Getting sneak attacked here. Hello from a purple area of Michigan, excuse me. I can read.
Different states on the brain.
I can read. I lost my train of thought between the word of and Michigan, apparently. My whole family went to vote for Harris today together.
Oh,
that's unity right there.
That's really great. And also, I heard reporting earlier today from Jamie Gangel on CNN, and she was reporting that according to the Harris campaign and internal polling that they have, that they feel really good about their chances of winning Michigan and Wisconsin. So very good. Thank you for contributing to that.
I hope everybody is having a good night. I hope everybody is their anxiety when you join together. Look, I know you're probably not physically with a bunch of people. You're watching a live stream on YouTube. You probably got some family members around you. Maybe you're comforted by your dog or your cat. But joining together like this in a community is important. If you are feeling down or despondent, I don't want to go as far as like depression, but that's clinical and you need some help. But lean on somebody. What was that bad? You're the therapist.
Did I do something?
Oh, you twitched your head like.
No,
So what I'm saying is, I think moments like this, in stressful times like this, with events like this, gathering together, like even if it's online, it's become more reality to do things online than it used to be.
Totally.
And we appreciate you joining us. And I'm a little overwhelmed with the super chat and the gifting of the channel memberships. It's
beautiful,
meaningful, very meaningful.
We really, really appreciate it.
Glenda Law V. She's probably wearing the sunglasses to hide her eye rolls. Listen, I vacillate between. Ultimately, I come down on Melania that she's a racist and she's terrible.
Well, she defended birtherism.
She defended the birtherism lie against Barack Obama in solo interviews when she sat next to Donald Trump. She's among the worst of the worst, so I'm not giving her a bunch of credit. But she doesn't like Donald just as much as we don't like Donald Trump. So,
it's just for different reasons.
It's almost one of those, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, even though I don't buy that bullshit. But yeah, I'm sure she's rolling her eyes a lot. Yeah, they've got to have something in their contract now when they've signed their little contracts allegedly to like have very little touching. Like even when they were at the hate rally at Madison Square Garden, it was a lot of this. Oh, hello, good to meet you, sir. It was a whole bunch of very not intimate moments between a husband and a wife. So.
Amelia Wester, Semper Fi Jesse. So glad I found your channel. Marine for Harris. Very, very nice.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, we need that, especially since there's been an attempt on the part of conservatives to act like you're not a man if you vote for a woman.
Or that you're not patriotic, which is one of the things that I'm so heartened by. So my spirits are buoyed. My confidence is buoyed in the Democratic Party that they're not allowing the Republican Party to just commandeer the American flag, to just take over being patriotic for this country and caring about what's best for this country in a patriotic manner. When we were at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago over the summer, it was wild just how many thousands of American flags. There was a sea of American flags in the audience. And it was a sea change. It was a different attitude of love of country. Just because for so long Republicans have stolen the idea of patriotism, it's fake patriotism on their part. If you don't want to criticize your country, that's not love of country. Lack of criticism means lack of progress and lack of change and making things better. And a love of country inherent in that is to criticize, is to point out the things where there is a shortcoming that we need to change. And I'm very happy to see flags back on the table. Maybe I'll get myself a giant Hank Kuhneman dinner plate size flag pin for my lapel.
Please don't. I don't. I don't want that. Scott Jennings, he's a conservative political commentator.
I thought you were going to say dipshit.
Who often appears on CNN. He apparently recently said that the Trump campaign has Donald Trump calling into radio stations in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin right now, encouraging last minute turnout. So somebody is feeling nervous.
Yeah, if that's where you are, where you're calling into radio station, you're calling the wacky morning zoo or the drive time radio, everybody, traffic and weather together on the 8s, and you're trying to get turnout, you're not in an overwhelming position of victory. That's not what you're facing. Earlier in the night, Charlie Kirk actually was posting about, we're not seeing the turnout we need. You need to get out there. Oh my God, which is going to be in stark juxtaposition from the claim that they're winning overwhelmingly in a landslide. If that was the case, he wouldn't need to be calling in to Jinko and the fart stain or whatever the stupid morning drive time show.
Horrifying.
Yeah, you know how it is.
Oh my God.
Andrew Borth, that's a familiar name. $20 super chat. Thank you very much. A shout out for y'all being one of the few voices who have spoken out that trans rights are human rights. Feel like that has been ground down into the background. To be fair, a lot has happened. Absolutely, it is not in the background of our minds or the topics that we cover. We wholeheartedly believe and state publicly that trans rights are human rights. We have lost support, a great deal of support and listenership of I Doubt It podcasts because we've been so strident on that position. If you're somebody who uses social justice or SJW as a slur, you can I'm really not wanting to say the F word. I'm not going to say the F word tonight.
Yes.
So you know what you can do if you are not in support
Aspirational.
Of trans rights being human rights. But thank you, Andrew. We appreciate the super chat very much. And bringing trans rights back onto the table of conversation.
And it's important because conservatives keep trying to make this an issue, but it's not an issue. They keep talking about how, it's a serious issue that men are playing in women's sports. And it's just, they are using it as red meat for the base, and that's it.
Yeah.
And they're trying to gin up hate. And it's more of the same of what we saw with Madison Square Garden. It's throwing red meat to the worst people in the base to amplify that hatred and get them going on hatred. It's very disturbing.
Let's go back to a point earlier that we were talking about changing your minds when the fact change or when your understanding of those facts change. This is an issue that I would plead with you if you are on the opposite side of it and you're questioning and you don't understand trans rights or what being trans is. All that's okay to not fully understand. I get it. That's fine. I don't fully understand. I'm a straight cis white male who's been just raised in this hammock of privilege, even though I was still raised super poor. It's fine to not understand. What you need to do is do the work to try to understand, to put yourself, just have a modicum of empathy, to put yourself in the position of somebody else and understand what it would be like to be in a marginalized community that has suicide rates that are absolutely astronomical. We need to protect people who are marginalized and abused in our country. If we have any kind of aspiration to be better, that is a goal that we should chase.
Absolutely. I know that you were talking earlier, Jesse, about some of the fears that people may have. And I think, we're hearing a lot from people that are afraid of what's going to happen. And a lot of that is related to the possible violence that we could see in response to whatever happens with the election, quite frankly. Who knows what Donald Trump will try to encourage in his supporters, try to incite in his supporters. But so this is going to be clip 5. And Donald Trump, again, this is him taking questions after he voted in Florida today. And he was asked by the press if he's going to send a message to his supporters. The reason I'm giving you the question is you may struggle to hear it because it's not super clear. He's asked if he is going to send a message to his supporters to not be violent.
I don't have to tell them that. I don't have to tell them that there'll be no violence. Of course there'll be no violence. My supporters are not violent people. I don't have to tell them that. And I certainly don't want any violence, but I certainly don't have to tell. These are great people. These are people that believe in no violence. Unlike your question, you believe in violence.
So Donald Trump is a words or violence guy. Who would have thought? He said the question is violence. Turning it around on the reporter.
Brittany, you need to listen to Donald Trump, what he says, because it's important. His supporters are not violent, Brittany. When you look at Caesar Sayoc, the guy with the MAGA van with the stickers all over it, who's now in federal prison for the bombs he sent to the media and prominent Democrats, he wasn't one of Donald Trump's supporters, even though he was a Donald Trump supporter. When you look at what took place on January 6th, with police being beaten with American flags and them spreading feces on the walls of our Capitol, traipsing through with Confederate flags, the flags of traitors to our country. No. They're not violent. I don't need to ask them not to be violent. They're not violent. Your question is violent.
Yeah, he's a words or violence guy. I'm shocked to hear this from Donald Trump. But, I mean, this is, again, not someone that you want to have in a position of power. He cannot respond to criticism. It's not even criticism. He's being asked a question about his objectively violent supporters.
Well,
and he denies it.
Well, this is going to be clip 6 for our producer, but going in the same vein, this is, I believe, the same interview where he gets angry and frustrated when he's asked questions that are absolutely germane to this particular election, specifically the position of abortion that this country is now placed in based on the actions of Donald Trump.
And just to say, he's asked a question specifically how he voted on the amendment in Florida to
Amendment 4, I believe,
enshrine abortion rights into the state constitution.
Have to call a winner. They should. And they should call a winner, yes. Just stop talking about that. Go ahead.
Stop talking about that.
I mean, sure. Yeah. Like I want women across the country to hear that, because for women across the country, this is a motivating issue, the issue of abortion, because so much is wrapped up in it. People think, oh, you're a one issue voter. Abortion is your main issue. Well, abortion is an economic issue, right? Whether or not a woman can control her reproduction, whether she can decide when and how she wants to have another child, whether she wants to wait to see if she can take care of a kid, right? That's an economic issue. If you're in poverty and you can't support a kid, that's important, relevant information. It's obviously a healthcare issue. You should be able to access healthcare in this country. There's many things that are wrapped up into it. And so for Donald Trump to say, stop talking about abortion, it's because the Republicans are afraid. They know that their positions are unpopular. They know that they're liars. They have to lie about their actual positions that they hold about abortion because they're not going to get elected. So important for him to lie.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
So we are at that time in the broadcast for our first guest. Before we get to that, though, we'll answer that question that you just put up there, Chris. Andre, I'm a dipshit when it comes to the name, so I'll just call you Andre. I think we're on first name basis at this point, right? Can I just say you guys are just adorable? Why, thank you. Talking about me.
Oh, okay. It says you guys. How dare you?
I'm multiple people.
No.
Jesse, you keep me optimistic and in tears with laughter on a daily basis. Dipshit is now my favorite word. We'll celebrate Kamala's victory over why.
You, Andre, and Tim Walz all love the word.
That's a handsome profile picture, too.
That is. Yes, very much so.
Thank you very much, Andre. Appreciate it very much. So now I want to welcome the illustrious, talented, brilliant Steve Shives to the program. Steve, how are you this election evening?
Lay it on a little thicker, would you? Lay it on a little. I'm okay. I have avoided the news for about the last 3 or 4 hours because I figured, well, polls aren't closing for a while anyway. I'm going to give myself a break and order dinner and fold laundry and watch old episodes of Mythbusters. So at the moment, I'm doing great. We'll see how it goes from here on.
You made a public prediction. I don't know if I've seen one from you about how things are going to go with this election.
You know, it's the baseball fan in me makes me very reluctant to do that. I don't want to jinx it, and because it's like,
are you an Orioles fan too?
I am an Orioles fan.
Yes, you definitely don't want to jinx it.
Yeah, no, because that hasn't worked out for us for the last 40 years. But like, well, because when you're, I feel like things are going pretty well for us. I feel like Harris is in a really good position. But there's an old baseball superstition that says when your team is doing really well, you're not supposed to talk about it because that'll jinx it, and then things will turn around. And so I mean, and obviously as a sophisticated, skeptical rationalist, I know that there's no validity to that, but I'm playing it safe.
But
so
you
I'm
haven't
not
washed your underwear in 6 months.
yeah, just, I mean, it can't hurt. It doesn't hurt, right?
So
they just called the race for West Virginia for Donald Trump. That's 4 electoral votes. We already knew that was going to happen. No surprise there.
Yeah, not a shocker.
No need to worry, guys.
There's going to be a lot of disappointment from West Virginia this evening. The Senate race is not going to go our way, obviously. We're going to lose, even though he was not. On paper, Joe Manchin was a Democrat. In spirit, he is not. So we're losing the spiritual element, or we're not losing the spiritual element of a Democrat in the Senate, but we're losing on paper. And that is a bummer. That's something we could talk about a little later. What I do want to ask you about, Steve, is how has this election cycle been for you with content creation? I watched your video, I woke up to your wake up, go brush your teeth, and go vote video today.
Oh, well,
it seems not a complete departure from what you do as a content creator, but you've really leaned in, and I think in good measure this year to help change hearts and minds in your audience.
I have really tried to put out as much content related to the election, especially in the last 2 months or so, as I could. I mean, I didn't want if there wasn't a video, I didn't want to just make one. Like I tried to make videos about things where I actually had something to say and it felt like it was actually an important subject, but I really made an effort and have made an effort to make as many of those as possible. I don't know if it makes a difference or not, but I feel like, when the stakes are as high as this one is, and I mean, and I know people get sick of us saying that, but it's been true for the last 3 presidential election cycles. So it's like, it's not our fault, guys. We're not the ones who decided,
Also,
that it's going to be.
We have the luxury and the benefit of knowing what we know after Donald Trump's first administration. So
yes.
If someone said, "Oh, this is the most important," I can see someone not buying it then, even though the writing was clearly on the wall or on the page or wherever the writing was. It was there and we read it.
Yeah.
But, in 2020, it absolutely was the most important. And this one, doubly as important because of Project 2025 and so many other variables. Yeah.
Well, and you've also, Steve, been talking to leftists, right? Some of your videos have been directed at leftists who have taken a position that maybe they are going to vote third party or they weren't going to vote over the issue of Gaza. I'm wondering how the response has been to those videos.
Well, mostly positive. I have gotten the odd comment here and there of, "Oh, so you support genocide," that kind of thing. People that it feels like there are some people that there's just no talking to. And I mean, it's frustrating when it's someone who is mostly on our side, but they just can't. It's like, look, I'm not happy about the Gaza situation either. And my mantra has been, look, it's going to be 1 or 2 people. Okay. The election's going to come. It's going to be one. You can talk about how much you hate the situation in Gaza and how much you hate the Biden administration's role in it. I hear you. I agree with you. It's going to be 1 or 2 people. Yeah,
Right.
it's going to be one of two people, and there's a difference.
And one of
Right?
them has said Netanyahu finished the job, right?
Yes, exactly. I mean, and I feel like,
And it's Trump. Just
yeah, and it's Trump. Trump is worse. Like,
Right.
well,
Yeah.
if Gaza is your number one issue, you should vote for Harris because Trump is way worse.
And we're going to be able to more likely to push Kamala Harris than we are a Donald Trump, right?
I've said, I've been saying and prepping the audience to just be ready for it, that when we hit the ground running tomorrow and the next day going forward, once Kamala Harris has been named the president-elect of the United States, there's going to be criticism coming from me and others. There's going to be pressure and trying to rally the troops to call the White House, to write letters, to organize, to get active about pressuring this White House, incoming White House, if it is indeed Kamala Harris, to do the right thing by the Palestinian people and pull our support from Israel, pull our funding from those weapons to stop the genocide. Bar none. But right now, the most important thing is ensuring that Donald Trump doesn't get elected.
Absolutely right. And I mean,
no question, just a filibuster.
Well, no,
Tell
but
us,
I
tell
mean,
us how right we are, Steve.
yeah, no, it just so happens we agree on this issue, and I think you're completely right. Yeah, I mean, and not just on Palestine. I mean, obviously, Palestine is a very important issue, but on everything, like we're not a cult, right?
Yeah.
Like just because we vote for her and really want her to win this election, and I was the vote I cast for her was an incredibly proud vote. I have absolutely no misgivings about voting for her whatsoever. I hope she wins. I will be incredibly happy and proud if she wins. But, you know, she's not a cult leader. She's not the queen. She's the president. And if she does something that we don't like, or she's a little slow in pushing for a particular thing that we think is really important, we should let her know and let her whole administration know and let our representatives in Congress know. Like, that's how this is supposed to work. You're not just supposed to elect the one you like and then stand back and approve of everything they do and defend them no matter what, like Trump's people do. Like, that's not the way this is. We're supposed to be critical. We're supposed to be thoughtful and skeptical, and yes, supportive, but supportive in a critical and intelligent way. If she starts going off and doing something where we're like, whoa, hey, hang on a sec, we didn't vote for this, then we need to let her know about it, you know. Or if she starts taking too long to do something that we thought she was going to do and that she could have done within a reasonable time, and it's not happening, we need to let her know that too.
Speaking of West Virginia bumming us all out, CNN has just called the race for Jim Justice to be senator to replace Joe Manchin in West Virginia. The only good thing about Jim Justice is Baby Dog.
Yes. Well, Baby Dog, of course, is his beautiful English bulldog. But Baby Dog, I think Jim is feeding Baby Dog too much. I think it's not healthy for her. I want her to have a long life. But she does look like she is not doing well. Like, it's hard on her joints, you know.
She is rotund, as they say.
And we have a bulldog, and you got to watch it because they love snacks. They love snacks. Everyone loves snacks, but they really love snacks.
This is just typical of the left, you know, always telling people how to live their lives. Now you're telling people how to feed their dogs. You can't help but try to insert yourselves into everybody's life. It's big government, you know. You want to now you're gonna make it illegal for Jim Justice to feed his dog snacks. It's just outrageous.
So
I'm going to call Kamala Harris about that as soon as she wins.
I mean, we're going to organize and get active.
There's going to be a special prosecutor. There's going to be a special prosecutor appointed.
Absolutely.
So what are you, if you don't want to answer, don't answer, Steve. Please tell me, Pound Sand. But what do you get? Since I am one of your viewers, I am a subscriber and I enjoy your content. I mean, I'm not a space trek nerd guy, but
to your credit,
Space
my friend, to your credit.
He gets what I'm doing.
Okay.
To your credit.
Do you have plans to continue some of the political stuff? Maybe not at the exact pace that you're creating it now, but are you you make some bang up stuff, man.
Oh, like I would like
if Republicans said the truth or whatever the titles of those are great.
Yeah. I mean, depending on how if the election goes our way tonight, I would really like to retire that. Not because I don't like doing it, because I do. I mean, some people watch those videos and they say, "Oh man, this must be so rough for you to know." I love doing those videos.
Yeah.
They're so much fun to do, and they're so much fun to write and do because it's cathartic. But I would really like to not do them anymore, just because I would like to think, well, at least for a little while, I'm not really gonna feel like they're necessary.
Yeah.
But no, I would like to keep doing political stuff. I mean, I've done political stuff all along. It's just not at this pace. So yeah, like you mentioned, I might slow it down a little bit. Maybe between now and New Year's, just maybe slack off on the political stuff a little bit, and then ramp it up again once we get to January and there's hopefully a new Harris administration coming in.
Well, listen, if there's a role. If there's a role that you write in one of your sketchy bit sketches, I am volunteering as tribute to appear as a character in one of them. We don't live far from one another, Steve.
Yeah, that's true. We could shoot a sketch. That's true. We could come up with something.
Yeah.
That's true.
The audience,
I would love that.
People are clicking off as we. Oh, they actually.
Yeah, like, oh no, because I know, like, people. My audience is very kind, and my audience is very tolerant of my eccentricities and my occasional, just sort of going off into right field and doing something that maybe five of them will think is funny, and everybody else is like, I thought he just did Star Trek videos. What's he doing? But yeah, I know there are people who really, when I do like a comedy video, I do a little skit. There are some people who really like it, and there are some people who are like, oh, okay, it's one of these. So if we did one of those things, I'm sure both of our audiences would be like, oh, they're doing one of these. Okay, I guess I'll watch it.
We definitely wanted to have you on. I think that you're brilliant. I think you're talented and funny. I think that I'm still very appreciative of you filling in just a few weeks ago when we were out of town, and I'm glad that this election looks like it's going our way. We appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you for being here, Steve.
You are both too kind. Thank you very much for having me, and go Kamala.
Go Kamala. Let's hope for the best.
Go Kamala. All right, Steve. Have a great night.
You too.
Bye,
guys.
Thank you.
So this is going to lead us to our very first full break. We're going to come back in 5 minutes, just before the next set of polls close, so we can get to some calling of different states. We can talk about some Senate races. They're very, very important.
So set your timer on your phone for 5 minutes.
Go race and go pee. Get a snack. Get a drink. Don't break the champagne out yet. That'll be a couple hours away.
I mean, everyone's carrying us on their phone to the bathroom, right?
Yikes.
Like, that's probably a thing that's happening. Someone is probably pissing right now watching this. And you know what? I love you for that. Thank you. Keep pissing. You're doing a great job.
It's probably not just pissing.
Whatever you're doing in there.
There's
good job.
So we will be back in 5 minutes.
Dun, dun, dun. You know what is a strong suit? Selling sneakers and watches. And we'll explain why that is true but stupid. While we waited for month upon month upon month upon month, and light fixtures and vodka upon month upon month upon month, and water and wine upon month upon month upon month, and Trump universities upon month upon month upon month. Follow me on social media if you'd like to increase your quotient of sorrow. Until then, upon month upon month upon month. Cha-cha-cha. Bye.
I'm a never Trump guy.
I never liked him.
It makes you think that at a fundamental level, this is sort of a he said, she said, right? And at the end of the day, do you believe Donald Trump, who always tells the truth? Just kidding. Or do you believe that woman on that tape?
I cannot stand Trump because I think he's a fraud. Well, I think he's a total fraud that is exploiting these people, who is a total fraud.
Like you said, I agree with you on Trump because I don't think that he's the person. I don't think he actually cares about folks.
Definitely, there is definitely an element of Donald Trump support that has its basis in racism or xenophobia. I think there's a chance, if I feel like Trump has a really good chance of winning, that I might have to hold my nose and vote for Hillary Clinton. I think that I'm going to vote third party because I can't stomach Trump. I think that he's noxious and is leading the white working class to a very dark place.
I'll tell you, if everything works out, if everybody gets out and votes on January 5th or before. Also, we have many Azerasians in our room. Anyway, go ahead, please.
Yep. Well, sir, do you want to play your song and then greet a few people, or do you want to? Well, you had said you wanted to close with a specific song.
Okay, let's do a couple of
more fast questions.
So, Justin, how about a couple of really beauties, and we'll sit down, relax. We've endorsed JP, right? J.D. Mandel. Joe Biden won against Barack Hussein Obama. Has anyone ever heard of him? Barack Hussein Obama. Or think of it, a new branch of the United States military, United States Armed Forces, called Air Force. I never talked about that. We appreciate it very much, Tim Apple. The worst president by far, Jimmy Connors, is...
We appreciate it, sir. Thanks a lot.
You have a deal. Thanks a lot. Bye. I may ask Marilyn Lockheed. I'd like to maybe have Matt Blum speak next. And what we saw at Pleasure, what a name right now. But what we just saw, we just left Pleasure. Does everyone know Ronnie Johnson, congressman from Texas? We would be in World War II. Secretary of State, Mike Bolton. We may, it's being discussed right now, Mike Bolton, as you know, is in Russia.
I look forward to solving it.
Thank you, Steve. Steve, please. It was Trump's fault. It's always Trump's fault. Can it ever be like Rick Gates' fault? I mean, it's fantastic. Works so hard, so smart. Has a great wife. A great wife. Viktor Orban. Did anyone ever hear of him? He's probably like one of the strongest leaders anywhere in the world, and he's the leader of. Right, he's the leader of Turkey. Fronts on both Russia, but I did it, and Israel therefore became the capital. Bob McGuire, you're going to have a great race. You're going to win. And by the way, they never report the crowd on January 6th. You know, Nikki Haley, because of lots of things, like Nikki Haley is in charge of security. Thank you very much, and a very big hello to a place where we've done very well, Sioux Falls. Thank you very much, Sioux Falls. And thank you.
I want to say how worthless it is to be watching CNN right now and have them do the key race alert. And then it's like they show 3 races that are too close to call. Like that's not an alert.
It's like after 9/11, Fox News and other news outlets, but really Fox News did it heavy, was like, dun, 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 Fox News alert. And it was like, oh my God, what's happening? It's another crazy, insane thing. And it's the same thing with election. It's breaking news. We're going to make an alert right now. And it's like, oh, too close to call.
Right.
Well, that's not what that is.
Well, we're approaching 8 and there's going to be many polls closing at 8. 8 is a big time. There's going to be 16 states and here in DC are going to be closing at 8. And we are, like we said, we have not gotten anything that we weren't already expecting yet in terms of election results. So here's the map. Jesse has it up. 8 p.m. We got all these states coming in. Alabama, Connecticut.
Florida's a big one. Pennsylvania, of course, very pivotal. I would caution everybody against being too. Here's the deal. If the race is close, Pennsylvania could not be called for a while. There's 19 electoral votes in Pennsylvania. Under state law, election workers cannot process any ballots, including early and mail-in votes, until the polls close at 8 p.m. So we will have no idea right at 8 how things have gone. Other votes from across the state will come in. Traditionally, Republican voters have been reticent to take advantage of both early voting, but also specifically mail-in voting, absentee ballots, because of the conspiracy theory net that Donald Trump has cast wide in his rhetoric. So Pennsylvania, I don't believe will be close, but it could be. And if that's the case, they're not really going to have the ability to make a call because there's too many outstanding ballots that need to be counted.
Yeah, and I think the important thing here is we need to be patient. We need to understand that this is going to take a while. You have Donald Trump who says it's unacceptable that things are going to take a while.
Right.
We need to be the party that is patient, that understands that this is a process, that is respectful to poll workers who are giving of their time, who are dedicated to the prospect of democracy, who are out there just trying to do their jobs, and in some cases needing to be escorted from their cars to work because of the security threat and threat to their safety and well-being. So it's important to be patient. And that's why we're planning to be here with you for a while. We're happy that you're joining us. Thank you for carrying us to the toilet again, if that's what you're doing. And we are looking forward to the poll closing soon.
So the other thing that I want to talk about is really, again, assuaging any anxiety you may be having when you see that the results are coming in for Republicans overwhelmingly, is look at this particular on 8 o'clock here on this map, this 8 o'clock. You've got Oklahoma, you've got Missouri, you've got Illinois is going to go blue, but Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, these are states that are traditionally Republican states. So it shouldn't come as a surprise when the electoral college count gets run up for Republicans initially. I would just, again, bring the temperature down. We need to be calm and understand how this is going to work. It's likely going to be a long night, and we're all here together to celebrate what will end up being a fantastic night with the Kamala Harris win.
And put some questions in the chat. Oh, look, we have one right there. Daniel M. Earlier, I asked if Trump's mass deportation plan should be recognized as ethnic cleansing. I'm a Navy veteran from Illinois. Absolutely, it should, because it's rooted in an attack and a belief that non-white people in this country are a threat to our well-being, a threat to our economic prospects, a threat to our safety. And it doesn't just apply to, undocumented immigrants that Donald Trump wants to round up and deport. He wants to end birthright citizenship. He has talked about that. And yeah, I mean, this is part of a broader scheme of Donald Trump's lifelong racism and him surrounding himself with white supremacists and white nationalists. There was some article that was just in Politico saying that a reporter had contacted the Trump campaign because a racist was working for the campaign. And after they contacted the campaign, he was fired or let go from the campaign. And they're like, if we had known this, if we had known he was a racist, we wouldn't have hired him. And it's like, well, where is the line on that? Because you associate with Jack Posobiec, you associate with Tucker Carlson, who says that immigrants make our country dirtier
and poorer.
Yeah. So they're surrounded by white nationalists. They're surrounded by racists, and Donald Trump is, of course, a racist.
And they're led by a white supremacist and a racist. I mean, I don't know how many times I've said that the Republican Party is the largest, most organized, effective white supremacy organization on the planet. I don't say that with hyperbole in my mouth. That's a fact. That is an undisputable indisputable characteristic of the Republican Party, and their policies prove it.
And a lot of people have talked about the mass deportation plan that Donald Trump has in economic terms, right? That it would devastate the economy.
Right.
And that is certainly true. But I think the primary concern that we should have is the human aspect and what this would do to families, what this would do to people who are working very hard, who are trying to make a better life for themselves here, and that are not violent, that are not stealing from you, that are not taking away from your economic prospects. And I think we need to challenge this, every step of the way. Unfortunately, I think in some ways the Democratic Party doesn't do enough of that to challenge it, and kind of leans into some of the conservative rhetoric related to immigration. But like Jesse said, or like we were talking about with Steve, those are things that we plan to push the party on once we win. We're not going to worry about that yet. We're not going to get ahead of ourselves. We're going to wait for the win before we start doing that.
Richard Wilson gifted 10 memberships. That's
amazing.
Thank you so much.
So kind.
I still, because I'm on this end of the live stream, I have no idea how people gift channel memberships. So thank you so much. That it is doing what we do. There is a cost to it. There is a lot of overhead that comes in with it. I wish it was just, keeping me in white sport coats. But you supporting this work is it does not go unnoticed. It does not go unappreciated. Thank you. Matching Blazers, looking clean, y'all.
You're adding things to it. Rockin' Blazers. Yes, we are wearing white to support reproductive justice. This was the theme of one of the nights at the DNC. Everyone was encouraged to wear white for reproductive justice. And so we decided to do that tonight too, because abortion rights are on the line. And we want to make sure that we support abortion rights and continue to talk about it. So thank you for noticing our attire.
Fredneck Teddy says, man, I'm so ashamed of being in West Virginia, a tiny blue dot in a sea of red. Listen, Fredneck Teddy, we of any people in this or any other room, we commiserate with you. We're both from Idaho, and it is absolutely probably a more bananas state relative to republicanism and white nationalism and Christo-fascism than West Virginia. So it's not a competition, but Idaho's worse.
Also, Fredneck Teddy, I wonder what your thoughts are on Baby Dog and what Baby Dog should or should not be eating. Let us know what you think about Baby Dog.
There should have been a write-in campaign to make Baby Dog senator.
It's probably the only reason that anyone likes Jim Justice is because he has a cool, amazing dog, right?
Yeah, he is a dipshit. It's not great.
Yeah, I think he's in poor health, by the way. Like, they're worried about...
Yeah, he disappeared for a while, didn't he?
Yeah, they're worried about whether or not he's going to be able to carry out his duties now that he's won the election.
Planet Mars 2030. Hey, go Kamala. When do we find out the president? It probably
we
will
would love
be,
to know.
Yeah, it'll probably be tomorrow sometime, maybe the next day. But it very well could be, if things go the way that I hope, and indeed in some aspects believe they will go, we could find out tonight. I mean, if the margin of victory in some of these states comes in the way that we hope it does, we're going to know. We're going to know tonight. Now, that doesn't take into account the myriad legal challenges that Donald Trump is going to bring. It doesn't bring the chaos, doesn't talk about the chaos that the Republican Party is going to bring to calling into question the results of the election. But we will know who won and ultimately who's going to end up being president, despite all of the chicanery and nonsense.
Absolutely. And like we said, it's almost 8 and we're waiting for 8 o'clock because there's going to be 16 states. Polls are closing in 16 states. And here in DC, polls are closing. I have my voted sticker. Oh, it's my voted sticker is right here. And my ballot hasn't been confirmed as received yet. So
Get on it, DC.
I'm a little stressed out about that. I dropped it at the same time that you did. Yours got recorded. Mine is still pending. They told me that if I dropped it in the ballot box, they can guarantee that it will at some point be confirmed. So I'm trusting that.
And living in DC, being residents of Washington, DC, we live in the city proper, not Northern Virginia or Maryland. Voting for president is really, it's just about all we got because we don't have a member of Congress who has a vote. We don't have representation in Congress. They take our money when they take whatever portion of donations that you give. When we did give that in taxes, it doesn't equate into representation in Congress. So we fought a revolution over that, but apparently not important enough for the citizens of America who live in the District of Columbia.
That is correct.
Hendrik Lubin, can you guys explain the latest ruling of Georgia's Supreme Court? Are they allowed to make changes so late? Because I'm not a lawyer, I'm not going to opine, but I will say this: that some of the challenges that have made it to the United States Supreme Court relative to some of these matters, election and who can be counted and when ballots can be counted and when they can't be counted, Donald Trump's fascist Supreme Court have actually ruled against him in some of these cases. So I don't know specifically. I can't speak at length or really with any authority at all. So I would rather not. But very serious, some of the things that are happening right now with challenges to ballot. Because listen, the Republican Party fundamentally doesn't have any adherence or respect for democracy, whether that be the idiots who say, we're not a democracy, we're a constitutional republic. And when people say that to you, probably with more clarity than what I mumbled it out, you need to remind them, or at least ask the question of them, yes, we are a constitutional republic, but how is it that our representatives get to be representatives? Is it through democracy?
So they just called Florida, Tennessee, for Trump. They just called Florida, Tennessee, and Missouri.
Okay.
For Trump, with the polls closing at 8 p.m. They are also calling, CNN is calling Alabama for Donald Trump. That's 9 electoral votes, and Oklahoma for Donald Trump, which is 7 electoral votes.
So what we will do,
we got some for Kamala, though. Don't worry, okay? We got 11 electoral votes. Massachusetts, Kamala Harris declared the winner. Maryland, 10 electoral votes. Kamala Harris, the winner. District of Columbia, that's right. 3 electoral votes. Kamala Harris. Okay, so see, it gets a little scary here, you guys, because we start seeing a lot of red on the map, right, and not as much blue, and so we start getting a little nervous. That we start getting a little more fearful. But we expected many of these states, right? Some people were hopeful that Florida would not go red. That was kind of a pipe dream, right?
I believe that.
Mississippi, gonna go red.
It's gonna go red.
Alabama, gonna go red. West Virginia, Indiana, Kentucky, gonna go red. Tennessee, gonna go red.
There's no surprises here. In fact, this evening, there likely will be no surprises relative to which states go for Donald Trump. Currently, the Electoral College count. And like I said earlier, don't let anxiety run away. This is what I called when we first started the live stream at 6:30. I probably was talking about it about 6:35. Don't worry. We expect this. This is the way it works. And as we move west, as the polls close in the west, that number is going to start to come back into balance. None of these states are a shocker. Also, a lot of these states, with the exception of Florida and possibly Indiana, not a lot of population there. So these aren't, it's not a massive ripe win. It's not a basket of electoral votes. It is a basket of deplorables, but deplorable electoral votes to go for Donald Trump. As we go, listen, once California hits, you're getting like, what is it, 54, 55?
54, 55, yeah.
The balance is gonna switch.
Yeah. So again, we don't want to get too worried right now. And I think it's a good time to take a breath. At least that's a reminder for me. 54 votes in electoral votes in California. I just checked.
Yeah.
By the way, there's 12 polling places in Georgia that are having their hours extended due to the Russian
bomb
threats that came in, according to Brad Raffensperger. And of course, Brad Raffensperger, the Secretary of State in Georgia, because that was the one that Donald Trump had the perfect phone call with.
That's right.
The perfect phone call.
He says, just find me 11,781 votes. That's all I need is just 11,780 votes.
Right. Yes.
Perfect.
For a moment, CNN had Texas blue. And I was about to faint. I was like, wait a minute, why is that blue right now?
This would be over.
Yeah, let's not get excited. All right. Well, I don't know. I kind of want to see predictions maybe from people of putting predictions in the chat of, what do you expect related to some of the states that Kamala Harris might pick up? But I know, Jesse, you also wanted to talk about some of the Senate races and maybe what you think in terms of where some of the prominent Senate races are likely to go. I know a lot of people are concerned about in Texas, speaking of Texas, Colin Allred and Ted Cruz. And boy, wouldn't it be great to get rid of Ted Cruz?
Yeah, the problem with the what we face right now, because this election obviously isn't just a presidential election. It's not just a Kamala Harris, Donald Trump, and that's it. We go home. We still have to regain the House, currently controlled by Republicans. Also, relative to the presidential election, we need the House to turn blue because the House changes hands on the 3rd of January, and then the vote is certified on the 6th. So we need a Democratic House. That's looking like it's going to be the case. We'll follow that as the night goes. But the Senate, on the other hand, is actually more in jeopardy. It looks like we're going to lose, Democrats are going to lose our majority in the Senate. And that'll be a bummer. That'll be a bummer and an impediment to a Kamala Harris presidency as far as judicial nominees is concerned, as far as who she can place in her cabinet. It is a problem. So let's go through some of these races.
Can I, before you do that,
Absolutely.
I just want to say that
Please.
Oftentimes we hear from people frustration about the Democratic Party, and they'll say, well, the Democratic Party didn't do this, they didn't do that. And I think it's important to talk about what the balance of power looks like, right? Because we're even seeing this where Kamala Harris will be asked, well, why didn't you implement these policies that you support, when you were vice president for the past 4 years, which again, that's not how things work.
Yeah.
But it especially doesn't work like that when you have, Democrats like Joe Manchin that you talked about earlier. Sorry, we're so close together. We're smacking each other. A very professional operation. When you have senators like Joe Manchin from West Virginia or Kristen Sinema from Arizona, who are not progressives, who say, you know what, I don't know if I'm going to support an expanded child tax credit because
raising the minimum wage.
Right. I actually think that people need to just work harder. And I'm worried that they're going to spend this money on drugs, like Joe Manchin said. So it becomes a problem when not only we don't have enough Democrats in the House and the Senate and the presidency, when we don't have all three, we can't, get this legislation put through, but also when you don't have the right type of Democrats in place.
Yeah.
And we just lost several great members of the House. We lost a progressive Jamal Bowman. We lost a progressive Cori Bush, who, by the way, wanted to repeal the Comstock Act, which I was just talking about earlier. And if you're just joining us, it's going to be used by the Trump administration to ban abortion across the country.
A prospective Trump administration.
And the Democrat who won against Cori Bush was asked if how he feels about the Comstock Act, because Cori Bush, was leading the effort to repeal it. He didn't know what it was.
Yeah.
The Democrat. So this is why it matters the types of Democrats that we also elect to House and Senate positions. And that happens in the primary. It should be the most progressive candidate that we can.
Which is, it puts us in a tough spot because you want the majority. So you'll take any kind of Democrat to get that majority. And then when you start fine tuning the knobs, you realize that a Joe Manchin is an obstruction to progress. A Kyrsten Sinema is an obstruction to actual progress and getting things done to make people's lives better and easier and less miserable. So let's talk about some of these races. I'm curious as to which one we should go to first here. We did talk about Texas. We can throw Texas back up. Colin Allred is a current congressman from Texas. He's running for Senate against Ted Cruz, the maniacal and devilish Ted Cruz. This race is absolutely neck and neck. This is one that I believe is certainly within the margin of error. Unlike the presidential polls, I don't believe it's a toss-up, or the presidential polls say that there is a toss-up between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. I don't believe that's the case. But in this race in Texas, I do believe it's the case. And when the polls close, I believe they said at 8 o'clock, or let me look here.
For Texas, it's going to be 9.
9 o'clock when the polls close. It's gonna be some hopefully good news. I think it's unlikely that Colin Allred is going to win. I would prepare yourself for that, but it very much is in the realm of possibility for him to win, and it will be a great. I mean, to get rid of Ted Cruz. I mean, it's celebration time if that's the case. But
even aside from the fact of how dangerous he is and how soulless and spineless and lacking in principles, but just like as a person, right? Like you just don't want to see that guy anymore. I don't want to see his face. I don't want to hear him talk. Like, you know, he can go and vacation in Cancun for the rest of his life for all I care.
Move there. Let's go to Pennsylvania's Senate race. This is Bob Casey and Dave McCormick. My prediction would be that Bob Casey's going to win this, and we'll maintain this blue seat. It's important. Pennsylvania is a pivotal state, and when you have a senator like Bob Casey, it doesn't just go to secure the Senate. It also helps in other races around the state for him to campaign and help fundraise and really build the party apparatus in a state that is so crucially important that Pennsylvania is. We can go to Ohio, another very critical race. We need to have Sherrod Brown remain in office as the senator there. Bernie Moreno is a maniac, an absolute Trump bootlicking, lapdog sycophant for Donald Trump. And he is dangerous on abortion and a host of other issues. We need this to remain in the blue category, the blue column.
JD Vance was just, covered in eyeliner, singing Bernie Moreno's praises. So
that's right.
That's all you need to know.
Nevada. I don't know if we have Nevada to pull up, but Jackie Rosen is the current sitting United States Senator for Nevada. Sam Brown is a veteran who was wounded in combat. He carries with him the cachet of that with Republican voters. My prediction would be that Jackie Rosen is going to win this pretty handily. Sam Brown is a radical, another bootlicking, ass kiss Donald Trump sycophant that we don't need. But I think when the polls do close in this Western state, it's going to be good for our team.
Well, and that's the thing about Republicans in this Republican Party is you have to kiss the ring. And if you don't kiss the ring, then you are an outcast. You're cast aside. You lose your seat. You're not supported within the party infrastructure, like we've seen with Adam Kinzinger, Liz Cheney, all these Republicans who decided to be critical of Donald Trump. And that's why you see so many of these Republican candidates choosing to become radical, right? Whether or not they actually believe these things, who knows? It doesn't matter. The damage is still done. They are saying that they believe these things. They are amplifying Trump's racist rhetoric, his misogynistic rhetoric, and they are choosing to ally with a, predator. I mean, I don't know how much more strongly I can speak in negative terms about Donald Trump. I cannot believe he's right now getting millions and millions of votes across the country. It's a real problem.
Let's go to Michigan, a very critical state, not just for the presidential race, but also this particular Senate race, where you got Mike Rogers, who's another one of these carpetbaggers, used to be from there, now lives in Florida, moved away. He's kind of like a Tommy Tuberville. The house he's claiming is his residence is actually just like a concrete slab. There's no house there anymore. So I don't even know how he's allowed to remain on the ballot, but he is a former Republican congressman. I believe he was the chairman of the Intelligence Committee, a high-ranking Republican. And Alyssa Slotkin is a current representative in the House of Representatives, and she would be fantastic for the state of Michigan. She would be fantastic for the Democratic Party, but moreover, she would be fantastic for the United States of America. And we need her voice in the Senate. The polls don't close there until very late, so we won't know.
They had a great debate, by the way. Alyssa Slotkin was amazing in the debate that they had. And you have so many talented, intelligent Democrats, and they're just going up against these radicals who believe the most ridiculous things. They are steeped in conspiracy theories. They are, propagating disinformation. And it seems like it would be a very straightforward choice, but so much of the fellow citizens that we share this country with are being indoctrinated with this disinformation and conspiracy theories, conspiracy thinking. And it's scary to think like someone as talented and deserving of being in the Senate as Alyssa Slotkin could not be there.
Now, I'm looking right now. I'm switching over to I'll share it with the group, not just on my own secret little screen here.
And we are going to be sharing something. I don't even know what it is. We're going to be surprised by what it is.
So it's the Washington Post. We're going to look at the Maryland Senate race. We don't have to put up the image yet, Chris, but this is the Maryland Senate race. The polls haven't closed yet, and there's no results. But we can put the image up. Let me stop sharing here. This is an interesting race because of the fact that Larry Hogan was he's not the governor now, but he was their most recent governor before Wes. What's his name?
Moreland?
Wes something. Anyway, it's escaping me.
Who is Westmoreland?
Westmoreland is a general. General Westmoreland, I believe.
It's the only name I could think of.
World War II. And maybe Vietnam era. But Larry Hogan's a Republican. He's not a Trump Republican, but he's still a dangerous enough character and unmoored from positions that he needs to be correct on that he would be terrible. Also, he's one step away from us securing or maintaining our majority in the Senate. But Angela Alsobrooks would be fantastic. My prediction here is going to be that she's going to win handily, beating Larry Hogan in that race. So.
Well, this is some good news. We're seeing that Chris Murphy won in Connecticut, Senate seat. Elizabeth Warren won in Massachusetts, Senate seat. It was such a moving moment at the DNC when Elizabeth Warren came out to give her speech. Sheldon Whitehouse in Rhode Island, winner of the Senate race. And the crowd went wild for Elizabeth Warren.
An extended period of standing ovation for Elizabeth Warren.
Yeah, it was amazing to be there. Bernie Sanders, the winner of Vermont in the Senate. So, it was interesting. We were actually just in Connecticut, and this kind of goes to what Steve Shives, our guest previously, just a few minutes ago, was talking about. And about Democrats not being in a cult, right? And when you would see Harris Walz signs in Connecticut, they would just be the regular political sign in the yard, no additional accoutrement, just the regular little sign. And when you saw a Trump sign in the yard, it would be accompanied by a banner, like banners that they had printed, and stop the border invasion.
Yeah.
You live in Connecticut. Like, what are you talking about? It was wild.
It is
small little town in Connecticut, by the way. Like, you live across the street from an antique store. Like, what are you worried about with stop the invasion?
CNN right now with 18% of the vote in has the race 49.4% for Colin Allred and 48.7% for Ted Cruz. It is tight. Again, only 18% in. And the full, when you look at those numbers, what you should really be paying attention to is what counties those are coming from, what cities that vote is coming in from around. Because if it's coming from Houston, if most of the vote is in from I believe it's Harris County in Texas, then it's kind of over for that race. But if the vote is coming in from your suburbs and your outer areas in West Texas and North Texas, then it's still a possibility. They haven't called it yet, so still a big deal. Alyssa Slotkin right now, only 3% of the vote in Michigan, has a commanding lead, like 66% of the vote. Very, very good things. We really have to wait until the next polls close to kind of get a better, more fulsome understanding of where we are, though.
And we have 26 seats remaining in the Senate yet to be called. So as the polls continue to close and we continue to follow those races, we will see what's happening there.
We can go to some questions and take some comments and interact with the audience.
We would love to do that, in fact.
Victor, not sweating yet. The red mirage, then historically always the blue shift. Yeah, that's a great way to put it. That's exactly what happens. The problem with it is that we have such a large contingent of dum-dums in this country who vote for Donald Trump and support Donald Trump and vote for Republicans overwhelmingly, that they get carried away with the red team is winning. It must be fraud that Democrats have won, even though they're just not looking at when the certain polls close. It's very clear what takes place. So,
yeah. I mean, it's good that people are feeling hopeful because I think we need to stay in that mindset, certainly. Breakdown, knockout forever. I'm watching everyone melting down with incredulity. Some polls offices aren't even closed yet. Calm down.
Or calm down.
Yeah.
Typing like me.
Maybe they were taking a piss and they had their phone in one hand. It's kind of the theme of the night. We're going to keep going with it. So yeah, I think that we definitely need to calm down. That needs to be the theme. I remember doing a live stream when Donald Trump was elected the first time. We were doing a live stream and there was a moment where
in 2016.
Yeah. When the whole time we were like positive and hopeful and we're like, stay positive. It's, this can't happen. We can't allow this to happen in our country. And then at a certain point it was happening and we had to admit that it was happening and it was a struggle. So I think maybe some of us are still traumatized from that time because we remember what that felt like. And we're trying not to let ourselves get to that place. And we're trying to stay not in denial, right? We're not trying to fool ourselves,
right.
But we also have to function, right? I mean, we have to be on here for hours. We have to be able to function and we want to be hopeful and stay that way for you guys too.
Well, I am at my core an optimist. So that night especially, it was hard for me because I wasn't accepting what was taking place. And I was like, no, there's still a chance. There's still a chance. And I think I even broke into territory that when there was not a chance and I was still like, no, still something could happen. And I've since course corrected and, I do better. I'm still an optimist though. Gene Anthony, if I'm messing up your name, I'm so sorry. Thank you very much for the super chat. That is beautifully generous of you. Utah Liberal here. There's a lot of you. Salt Lake City is actually pretty blue-ish in the scope of, Utah. Utah Liberal here. I'm very nervous for another Trump administration. Kamala isn't my first choice either, but she's the better option. Do you know much of the Utah governor candidates? Love you guys.
Spencer Cox, right, is the Republican governor.
A turncoat traitor, a guy who came out and said, I want to be loving and accepting and decent to trans people, and has since endorsed Donald Trump and gone full bore with bigotry and dissension and hatred. That's a problem. The other candidates in the race, I don't know, likely because of the fact that they just don't really have a chance to win in the state of Utah.
Well, and again, with Spencer Cox, I think there was actually a time when on I Doubt It podcast, we have a segment where we try to highlight good news or things that people are doing well. It's called Taking Care of Biz.
You should subscribe to I Doubt It podcast wherever you get podcasts.
Yes.
It's something very different than what we do on YouTube.
And oftentimes we try to end on a positive note because if you're talking about the news constantly, as we all know, as you all know that you follow the news, it can be depressing. It can be upsetting. And so we try to end on a positive note with our segment, Taking Care of Biz. And I think we actually recognized Spencer Cox in that segment one time for his, at the time, being supportive of trans athletes and seeking to protect them. And like Jesse said, he has betrayed those previous stances,
Right.
which is incredibly disappointing.
Not surprising from a Utah politician, though. Jason
Of course.
Chaffetz did the same sickening thing when the Access Hollywood tape came out in 2016, days before the election, hours before the election. And he said, I'm not going to support Donald Trump. How can I look at my teenage daughters? How can I vote for Donald Trump and look them in the eye and explain to them what I did? And look where he is now, an active participant in supporting Donald Trump on Fox News constantly. Just a turncoat, a traitor to his daughters, a traitor to humanity. Disgusting.
Yeah. So Nathan DeLong, as a Christian, I find it deeply offensive that so many pastors and professing believers worship Trump like a deity.
Perfectly said. Nothing to add. Absolutely. It is a cult. And they have lifted him up as though he is given to us, granted to us from Jesus himself, as though Jesus called on the bat phone and appointed Donald Trump our savior. They literally wheel out golden statues to him that they make jokes like they're worshiping, or make jokes like they're worshiping. It's a bummer, especially when you come from that faith tradition like I do, that these people are absolutely no dedication or adherence to the actual teachings of Christ in the Bible, from the red words of the red letters in the New Testament, which were Jesus's words. It's bizarre.
Well, and Nathan, you may be interested in an interview that we did recently. He's been on the show a few times, been on I Doubt It podcast a few times. It's Robert P. Jones, and he's the CEO of the Public Religion Research Institute. And he writes a Substack called White Too Long, which is the name of one of his books. And he researches and writes extensively about the problem of white Christian nationalism. And we recently had him on because he has a new book that came out. I'm trying to see if it's somewhere for me to read it. I can't remember the name of it. It's okay. Yeah. But it's good. Robert P. Jones, Google his name.
Hidden Roots.
Hidden Roots of White Supremacy, and I don't know, something. So his Substack is great. But if you are a Christian and you are upset about white Christian nationalism, you are upset about the way that Christians treat Donald Trump, you would absolutely love his Substack. You would love reading his books. And you would love watching the interviews that we've done with him.
Yeah, and also to put this back on, not to attack the audience and attack the messenger here, but when Islamism and Muslim terrorism was and Christians would say, where are the good Muslims? Why are they not speaking out? I don't think that's an inappropriate ask when your religion, members of your religion, are acting radical and insane and dangerous. I would say the same charge is on liberal Christians, right-minded, decent Christians, to get active and organized against white Christian nationalism, against Christo-fascism, raising its ugly head, trying to poison our politics, trying to meld their particular interpretation of the Bible with government. It's on you too. It can't just be on secular folks, non-religious folks. I'm not giving you homework, but I hope you're passionate enough to actually maybe stir things up in your community.
Yeah, absolutely. Lucky Dude 1229. I'm a teacher in Florida. Not sure what my life will look like if Florida education gets even worse and more controlled by insane government policies. Yeah, I mean, how difficult to be a teacher in Florida and have Ron DeSantis at the helm, who, Republicans, they claim to be for small government, and yet Ron DeSantis really wants to be involved in everyone's decision making, from what books you read to what is taught in schools to whether or not you can have abortion on the ballot.
Right. Threatening with legal prosecution, criminal prosecution, television stations from running political commercials.
When there were, I think, 1 million valid signatures that were collected to have abortion on the ballot in Florida. So he wants to, disenfranchise people that actually want to vote on this issue. But yeah, I mean, it's such a difficult position to be a teacher in Florida and have them trying to control what you're teaching when it comes to race, when it comes to sexual orientation, gender identity. You're not able to talk about things that kids actually bring into the classroom and need to talk about. I mean, that's the disturbing thing about book bans is, I was raised as a poor kid and I didn't have, my dad was in prison and my mom was a single mom and she worked 2 jobs. So I didn't have a lot of, time and attention or parental supervision. And a lot of my learning came from reading books and, figuring out the world that way. And if I didn't have books that had like adult themes in them, I would have felt really alone and really left behind. And I think that, people like Ron DeSantis who want to take that kind of material away from kids, it's really valuable for kids to learn about themselves because they may not have those opportunities elsewhere. So I find it disturbing in numerous ways, but that's probably the primary one.
Apple a Day, $5 super chat. Thank you so much for the support. Every single dollar goes a long way. I say it all the time. It doesn't get any less true. I appreciate every contribution to the show. It is meaningful and appreciated.
Absolutely.
Apple a Day says, Jesse, love the show. Hi, Brittany.
Hello.
I'm from Louisiana, so no shot Kamala wins it, but I am hopeful she takes this thing home. Keep us hopeful, friends. Listen, there's a lot to be hopeful for. This isn't just grandstanding, trying to make everybody feel good about things. The saying that I use, I've ripped off from Brittany when I talk about dealing with reality on reality's terms. We want to shoot you straight. I don't want to, if I'm going to make a prediction, I don't want to be wrong. I want to be able to toot my own horn. And I'm not just going to make a prediction that I know is going to be incorrect just to make everybody feel good. We're going to talk about reality here. We're going to talk about the things that we actually think are going to take place so we can move forward tomorrow and into next week and after January 20th, 2025, with a Kamala Harris president and a Tim Walz vice president to push them to push their policies farther in a progressive direction to make all of our lives better. Thank you again for the support. We appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you, Apple a Day. So we have another question. Michael, I loved the General Milley pushback by describing Trump, who he is and who he wants to be. I salute him for standing up for what's right. No one is above the law. The America stands for democracy. Donald Trump was just declared the winner of Arkansas, by the way. 6 electoral votes. We were expecting that. Do not panic.
Yeah.
Do you want to speak to Michael's comment here about General Milley?
Yeah, listen, we're going to talk about some themes tonight repeatedly. One of the themes is to be open to changing your mind, to admitting when you were wrong. And that is absolutely one of the times that I called it wrong. I think that let me just spit it out rather than just ramble here. General Milley was one of the gentlemen who accompanied Donald Trump across the park when Donald Trump held up a Bible after having gassed peaceful protesters in the street blocks from where we sit right now. And I called for, in that moment, in the days leading after that, I said he should resign. He walked with Donald Trump in uniform as a 4-star general, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He did the wrong thing. And at this magnitude, when you make a mistake like that, you need to go. In retrospect, he did the right thing by staying because he served as a buttress against Donald Trump's fascistic instincts in the White House. So I'm very happy that he's now in a position to really push back and say exactly what he thinks about Donald Trump. What's the quote that he used? He's all the way fascist or full on fascist. We need people who have worked closely with Donald Trump. We need people who are in high positions of authority, or at least they were, to talk about their experiences with Donald Trump, to talk about how unfit for office that he is, unfit to be the commander-in-chief of the armed forces of the United States, the most powerful, impactful, effective military on the planet. Love it or hate it, that's a fact. The U.S. Department of Defense budget is larger than the next 8 countries combined. We need someone who has integrity in that office. So I'm with you. I also am very happy that he's speaking out and has pushed back against Donald Trump.
Absolutely. So Mark Robinson lost his race in North Carolina. That's a great one.
Huh?
Governor Josh Stein. Mark Robinson, he's the one who had the issues with
his porn chats got public.
Yes. And
the anti-trans bigot was very turned on by trans porn. What did he say? That it was like, I love trans porn because there's
it's like
multiple dicks involved.
There's a guy in it, but it takes the guy out of it or something. It was something convoluted and only something that someone who writes on like porn forums would write.
And look, I don't want to yuck your yum. If that's your deal, do your deal. But you can't be a bigot in public and then a freak in the sheets.
That's the key. That's the key.
So sayonara, dickhole. See you later.
I loved too Donald Trump being asked what his thoughts were on Mark Robinson. He's like, I haven't heard anything about that.
I'm not following that race. Who's? I endorsed who? What's it? What's that?
We're supposed to believe that Donald Trump wasn't reading those chats extensively. By the
so
way,
here's another in advance. I'll make a prediction that I've been making over the course of the last few weeks since the controversy arose, and he's suing CNN for $100 million and then dropped that amount to 25,000. And if you watched my show on YouTube with any regularity, you know that I've predicted that lawsuit's going to go away as soon as the election's over, because he doesn't want to go through the discovery process with CNN where they're like, okay, yeah, sue us. We want access to your chats. We want access to things germane to this case. He doesn't want that. This was just for political hay. And now that he's lost, mark my words, that's going away. That suit's going to be dropped.
all right. If you see my face and I'm like kind of cringing,
It's right here. See the face?
It's only because I'm like looking at some of the pending results and I'm getting stressed out, but I'm not going to put that on you. I'm not going to put that on you because we don't know yet, right? Like I'm looking at 55% of the count is in Georgia. And Donald Trump is leading, right?
But it depends upon the counties that have been that the vote is finalized in, that they've submitted to the
absolutely. And we know that Georgia's going to take a while.
Yeah.
So it's I'm not too worried about that.
Yeah.
And again, we're not going to get ahead of ourselves.
Do we have any other questions for ye old humble hosts?
Well, we can also do clip 7 here because you were talking about earlier the dangers of Donald Trump, because we talk a lot about how dangerous Donald Trump is, but there's so many ways that he's dangerous. And one of them is he keeps floating this idea of putting RFK Jr. into a position of power. And if you don't know RFK Jr., he is another conspiracy theorist. He, I think, was angling for any kind of position of power, I think is what he wanted. That was the true goal.
His first call was actually to the Kamala Harris campaign.
Right.
And they did not return his call. So he called Donald Trump to give the endorsement, and Donald Trump promised him control. What did Donald Trump say? I'm going to let him go wild on health. I'm going to let him go wild on vaccines.
Right. And
he promised to take fluoride out of our water. And
exactly. He's like, make cavities great again.
It's like brain worms for everyone. Dead bear cubs in Central Park for everyone.
I know. How does this guy have a stranglehold on people when you have the dead bear cub, you have the brain worm?
He like took a chainsaw to a dead beached whale.
And by the way,
he's a maniac.
I don't want to tell the viewers to go and watch something different on YouTube because I, of course, want you to stay here. But if you are going to go watch something else on YouTube and you want to laugh, anything Sarah Sherman does on SNL makes me happy. But one of her best segments is when she is RFK Jr.'s brainworm during Weekend Update. And she comes out dressed as RFK Jr.'s brainworm. And it's an amazing bit.
Yes.
So definitely go check that out. But related to how dangerous Donald Trump is. So he has talked about giving RFK Jr. the position of power over health. And we're going to play clip 7 now, where Donald Trump was just this week talking about other ways that he would expand RFK Jr.'s power should Donald Trump win this election.
And I told a great guy, RFK Jr., Bobby, I said, Bobby, you work on women's health, you work on health, you work on what we eat, you work on pesticides, you work on everything.
Isn't that the Proud Boys color, by the way? The hat, the gold and the black is the Proud Boys.
Yeah, I like to be pretty skeptical about different conspiracy theories or theories that come out, like he's just breaking this out right before Madison Square Garden. But it's hard to argue that those aren't just straight up racist Proud Boy colors.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, how often is Donald Trump going to be given the benefit of the doubt? And when do we at some point start believing what he tells us?
Not
right?
with us.
So RFK, this is going to be clip 8. RFK, when he was running for president, this is who Donald Trump would want in a position of power. This is who Donald Trump would want tasked with controlling women's health. This is what RFK Jr. said when he was asked about what limits he would support when it comes to abortion.
So you would cap it at 15 weeks?
Yes.
Or 21
Yes.
weeks?
Yeah, for 3 months.
So 3 months. You would sign a federal cap on that?
Yes, I would.
Okay.
So that's a federal abortion ban. And they keep trying to deny it, right? Republicans, they keep saying, no, the issue is back to the states. This isn't a federal issue. It's back to the states, even though women are dying. OBGYNs are fleeing red states. Medical schools can't recruit medical students in red states because no one wants to practice there, which is further exacerbating the problem of maternal healthcare deserts that exist. You have labor and maternity wards that are closing down in hospitals in red states. It's a significant problem, but it's left to the states now. But no, we keep hearing about J.D. Vance during his vice presidential debate against Tim Walz said that he would support a national minimum standard. That is an abortion ban, a federal abortion ban.
Yeah, they don't use the language, but that is absolutely what it is. They get very squirrely with language. But look, you can dress it up and make it look fancy, but it's still what it is. It's an abortion ban.
Absolutely.
We have any? We do. We have $10 super chat. Stamina for days. Thank you very much. It is very much appreciated. Florida voter here, disappointed Trump won Florida, but to be expected. Absolutely. It's a bummer. Every single state that he continues to progressively win, it's a bummer, but it is what it is. But at least we might get to blaze up while we wait for the authoritarianism to kick in. Did it pass yet? Yeah, listen, you in Florida are living in a relatively unique situation where it truly is an authoritarian wet dream for a Ron DeSantis to threaten when it's like a bait and switch entrapment situation where he's arresting people who vote, even though they had their voting rights restored. He's arresting them and charging them with felonies. He's challenging television stations, threatening them with criminal prosecution if they play political ads in support of a ballot measure surrounding abortion this year. It's a nightmare. We earlier we had someone who was a teacher in Florida talking about how scary it is and how shitty it is. And look, of all the states that could be on the table for us to move to someday, Florida's not on the table. Texas, not on the table. My home turf of Idaho, not on the table because of the fascists who have supported Donald Trump so strongly and who run their states with an oppressive eye. I mean, some of the maternal healthcare deserts that Brittany was just talking about exist in Idaho, and it's coming to a state near you. Maybe not in Florida because of the ballot measure that's there now, but Texas and others. OBGYNs, when they have the choice to move somewhere, they're not moving where they might be criminally prosecuted for practicing medicine.
Right. And even in Florida with Amendment 4, it is still going to be a viability protection. So that is not a complete that's not a complete support of abortion rights. And that's something that I hope we can eventually get to, because I know the anti-abortion side has been able to kind of win the argument here, where a lot of people, even on the left, will say that like abortion should be safe, legal, and rare, which is like still stigmatizing abortion care as though it's not healthcare. So I'm hoping that we can eventually get to a place where universally we trust that women are making healthcare decisions that are right for them, that we understand that even what Republicans try to call late term abortion is a tragic thing that is due to fetal abnormalities.
Right.
It is a serious health condition. It is very expensive. It is a wanted baby.
And it is wildly rare.
Right. And
not
so
common.
it's just not something that the government should be involved in at all.
Goochman 1969. Howdy, Devil Dog and Brittany. Love your... Is the voice okay? Should I keep doing the voice? Love your show. My wife and I are both longtime watchers. I hope democracy has a win today because I don't want to see my 23 years of service thrown away by a traitor. I couldn't agree more. Are you also a Marine? We have to put that in the chat.
Well, it's I don't know, Devil Dog. They're using the language.
The nomenclature.
Yeah.
Listen, it is one of the most perplexing thing. I just read a story on NPR about a Marine who was involved with the insurrection. He was there and he was getting a position at the NSA or something, and he had to come clean about having been in the Capitol on that day. And then he was court-martialed and he was brought before a board and they let him off the hook. And one of the colonels, the lieutenant colonel in the case, said I'm real sick and tired of hearing about January 6th. And that's alarming to me that we have such radicals in my service. My brothers in arms would be so short-sighted, so stupid to have the opinion that January 6th is something that you can get sick and tired of hearing about, when it was an attempt to overthrow the United States government, an attempt to end democracy in the United States of America. These same people who raise their right hand and swear an oath, affirm an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and they're at the level of lieutenant colonel. That's a problem.
Well, and there's the other aspect of this where I think that a lot of the violent rhetoric has been somewhat normalized. I mean, you think about, there's been a lot of attention on Gen Z just discovering the Access Hollywood tape. And, because they were very young when that came out, and now they're hearing it for the first time and they're like, wow, people are voting for this guy after hearing this tape, right? It's shocking to the younger generation. But also for that younger generation, our elections weren't always like this. I mean, here in DC, they just erected riot fences all around the White House and the Capitol, and businesses are boarded up downtown. Like it's not a good situation. And this is not normal. This is not how elections have been in this country. This is because of Donald Trump. This is because of Donald Trump's violent rhetoric. He can continue to claim, as we talked about earlier after he voted today, that his supporters are not violent, but they are. We have evidence that they are.
Objectively true.
Right. So it's disturbing.
Inarguable.
Yeah.
Shaking my head. That's a familiar face. Back again. $5 super chat. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So Trump will be calling the race pretty soon now.
What time did you say?
I said 11, maybe 11:30, in the 11 o'clock hour. That would be my guess. So we got 2 hours and 15 minutes at least before he starts calling the race.
I think shaking my head is just eager to hear you toot your own horn.
It's going to happen.
I think that's what's happening here.
Is that? I wish I had a sound effect thing. I could just be playing sounds.
It's not the ideal horn, but I think that you can come up with something better maybe in the future.
Better?
That's better, yeah.
Little jazzy number.
Yeah, I like that one.
Henry Wallace's ghost, only 35 million counted out of 150 million.
That's another good check, actually. Right? On our hope, on our...
Yeah, I don't have that. It doesn't have vote count, does it?
No.
Yeah. Do we have any questions?
Any questions? All right.
Somebody out there has a question. I know it's churning and yearning inside of you just to come out.
And you should just keep them coming, by the way, because let's repeat some stuff that we said up front. We're going to be here for a while. You should put your questions in the chat because we have a very amazing person here helping us named Chris. Be sure to give Chris some love in the chat. And as you put questions in the chat, they're going to be starred and we're going to come back to them. And so if it doesn't get answered right away, do not get discouraged. We are going to be saving them for a later time. But
Let
also,
not your heart be troubled.
But also, hi, this is Jessie Dollemore. Hi, I'm Brittany Page. I have a YouTube channel. You can subscribe to my YouTube channel.
It should be the first order of business to subscribe to Brittany's channel. She does amazing, well-researched videos about topics that often fall through the cracks and don't get the attention that they rightly deserve. Oftentimes when you do what we do, if you talk about climate, if you talk about healthcare, if you talk about abortion, if you talk about homelessness and poverty, the reason we talk about fighting poverty, not the poor, is because it is so critically important. It might not impact your life directly, but that's what a democracy is about. And that's what Brittany covers a lot about. Amazing stuff. And it's criminally underappreciated as far as I'm concerned.
Well, thank you, Jessie. I appreciate that. We have, it looks like a question from Bob. Yes, I would like to know how a felon can get a security clearance. I know that was one of the questions when I was in the service.
Yeah, so those rules do not, like many rules that we learned when Donald Trump became president of the United States of America, that's one rule that doesn't apply. When the people en masse elect a person to be president of the United States, the people have chosen, democracy has worked, and they circumvent a lot of the requirements of the SF-86 and all of the other security-related functions of security clearances. So that's shitty, but that's the answer.
By the way, briefly, before we get to JT Jr. here, I just want to say that CNN interviewed a voter in North Carolina who told CNN that he wasn't going to vote, but he decided to vote when his girlfriend told him if he didn't vote for Harris, she would break up with him. So whatever it takes.
Listen,
right?
Not all heroes wear capes. Am I right?
Under the threat of a breakup, absolutely. Do what you need to do.
JT Jr., we wouldn't want to besmirch your father. JT Jr., do you think Colin Allred will unseat Ted Cruz? I think it is possible, but I think it is unlikely. If I'm given percentage basis here, I think we're looking at about if I'm guessing where the race will end up, man, I hope I'm wrong. I really hope I'm wrong.
It's pretty close right now.
I think it'll end up like a
52% of the
49-51 kind of a situation. It's going to be very, very close.
Yeah, and it's been close this whole time. I've been watching it. 52% of the vote is in Texas, and it has stayed very.
Is that right?
Very close.
That's great.
Yeah. And abortion has been a big issue in Texas as well. And Ted Cruz has really been hiding on that issue. He has not wanted to answer questions about that issue. He has tried to say, in fact, when asked questions, that abortion is something the press cares about. They're trying to put that out there. It's something that the media is concerned about. Well, no, it's actually something that, Kate Cox is concerned about. A pregnant woman who had to leave the state of Texas and get care elsewhere because she was not able to get it in her home state.
Yeah.
The two women who died that ProPublica just uncovered their deaths, including one 18-year-old who desperately wanted her baby, who went to 3 different emergency rooms trying to get care, and instead they let her die in her hospital bed because they were more concerned about a non-viable fetus in her body than they were with the human adult woman that they were treating. So Ted Cruz should be more concerned about that. And I wouldn't be surprised if he lost, simply because abortion is such a mobilizing issue, and Texas has been hit really hard because of their restrictions that they have in place.
Yeah. Living Heart Oasis asks, will Steve Bannon be able to vote? And the answer is yes. Steve Bannon is not a felon. Steve Bannon was convicted of a misdemeanor. Contempt of Congress is not a felony. He went to prison for that. He was, or would have been, a felon hadn't he been preemptively pardoned by Donald Trump for his participation in the scam of bilking Donald Trump supporters out of money to build a wall with a private company. And that did not, Donald Trump saved him from being a felon. So yeah, he definitely voted.
Yes.
Tinker's Trade. Okay, question. Considering the giddy state Jesse is in, can the contents of that cup, of that black cup, oh, it's water, it was tea. We have a bottle of champagne.
I
We're
think
going to
it's
crack.
probably technically still tea, given that there's a tea bag in it and you're pouring water into it. I
Yeah,
think it's just
still
maybe
tea.
disgusting tea at this point.
It's just cold.
It's like
It's cold minty water.
It has a vague flavoring.
How dare you?
Yeah,
How effing dare you?
Listen, we deal with facts on this show, and I'm just trying to not misrepresent things to the people. And if you're curious about my drink, this is not sponsored.
We're not advertising for anybody
No,
until
well, I'm trying to get a sponsor. Topo Chico. We love these
blueberry
drinks.
hibiscus.
Yeah, I really only like this flavor though, so don't send me the other ones. All right, we have a question. Accessible Globe TV. Please know Australians are nervous also. This election affects us all. I wish we could vote. Good luck.
Thank you for the $30 Australian super chat. That is fantastic. And look,
we hear a lot from international listeners.
People all across the globe have a lot to be nervous about. There's a saying that when America catches a cold, the rest of the world, or when we sneeze, the rest of the world catches a cold, or some other. Look, I'm not good with sayings. I'm not good, but I'm giving you the flavor of what the saying is. And it's true. The American policy reverberates across the globe, whether that be trade, whether that be military, whether that be a host of different areas. And what we do here does have a ripple effect across the planet. And whether you're in Europe, whether you're in Asia, whether you're in Africa, whether you're in Australia, or one of the other couple of continents, there's a lot to be scared about. But rest assured, I think good things are happening tonight. My prediction stands strong. I'm standing by it. Kamala Harris is going to win in grand fashion this evening, despite what the current results are saying, because of the fact of the polls closing in the hours that they do.
We should also say that we were recently in Scotland, and every time we went somewhere, someone said, "What is wrong with Americans?"
Yes.
What is going on over there? Please make it stop. And given that we've done I Doubt It podcast for 10 years, we've heard from international listeners since the beginning, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Nikki in the Netherlands, a listener that we had a long time ago that we still think of fondly, who passed. We hear all the time from people that you just wouldn't expect that are very invested in our politics, very invested in what's going on. So thank you for that question. We have Eliza Thompson. What do you think will be the reaction from mainstream pundits when Trump tries to call it early? This is a very, very good question. I think it's probably going to depend, right? Fox News is going to have a different response than CNN probably. I don't know, right? I feel like there have been some mainstream anchors who have started to get more realistic about what we're facing. Jake Tapper is one. He hasn't
kind of woken up a little bit.
Yeah, he hasn't been great on everything, but I think he has gone harder than other prominent news anchors talking about Donald Trump's proclivity for fascism.
Yeah.
And those things are important. And if Donald Trump does try to call the race and say that he's the winner and start causing all of these problems, we need to have honest brokers that are leading the conversation. We need to have honesty on these programs. So I would hope that they would use their prominent positions, their positions of influence, to speak honestly about what we're facing and what the realities would be. But I don't know.
What I would hope to hear from an anchor, whether that be on MSNBC or CNN or a host of other, maybe not cable news, CBS or NBC, I would hope that the anchor would announce, as expected, as predicted, Donald Trump has prematurely declared himself the victor. That's all they need to do. They don't need to go into any more detail than that. It's just, look, we knew he was going to do it, and now he's done it. And furthermore, he is not the victor. He has not won. This election is not over by any sense. That's what they need to say. 7 demons, not 6, not 8. The perfect number of demons, 7. Love you both. With only a low percentage of votes counted, can an electoral vote flip if the opposite candidates gain enough votes?
I think this means like if more votes come in, will a race that's already been called, will that then be flipped?
So when a race gets called, it's not officially called until the Secretary of State of that particular state actually certifies it as done. When we say that CNN is calling a race, what we're meaning is they have a decision desk that is packed full of egghead nerds who know the down and dirty details of those particular states and how many counties they have and how many votes are outstanding. And then they do a statistical analysis to say, we're calling this race because the votes that are left to count don't equal an amount that would allow the other candidate to win, whether that be the presidential candidate or a House race or a Senate race. So I hope that answers the question.
Yeah.
Do you think it does?
I think so. And I also want to say we're starting to see some of these results where like the New York Times is rating the race at this point. So like we were just talking about Georgia earlier, and 67% of the votes are counted in Georgia. And so that still leaves a lot of votes that haven't yet been counted, but they're giving it a lean R right now. Now, lean R is different than what they have Texas at right now, which is very likely R.
Yeah.
So we're starting to get some of those predictions too. And I think that's in line with how you answered that question, because there's people who know where the trends are headed based on especially the counties, like you've been talking about all night, Jesse, which counties are reporting their votes, which counties remain. What do those counties typically look like? You know, it's above my pay grade, certainly. So
Andy Hendry, question, what happens if the Speaker of the House does not certify the election?
Oof.
Okay, well, the Speaker of the House does not certify the election. The Speaker of the House has no role whatsoever in election certification on January 6th whatsoever, at all, bar none. It's the Vice President that plays a role. 2, if the House goes blue this election, we don't got to worry about it, because the House, under constitutional mandate, switches over on January 3rd, and then the certification of the presidential election takes place on January 6th. So if the House goes blue and we are looking at a Jeffries as this new speaker,
Hakeem
Jeffries, we don't have to worry about that. But again, even if that does happen, Hakeem Jeffries will have nothing to do with the certification.
So I'm a little confused about what you said, that the Speaker of the House has nothing to do with certifying the election results, because Hakeem Jeffries and Mike Johnson have been going back and forth battling over this issue. And they've been, you know, Mike Johnson has been using that phrase, if it's free, fair, and safe, that there will be no issue if the election follows the Constitution related to certifying a win. So,
well, just the Constitution, the Speaker of the House doesn't have a role. It's not in the purview of the Speaker of the House to certify or not certify. Just if I had my little pocket Constitution, we could look it up. But
what about Jesus? What does he think?
Let me see. Sorry, we can't pipe the call in. It's a security thing with
he might be busy. He's getting a lot of prayers right now.
It's a busy signal.
Is he gonna intervene in the election? We have to wait to see. Shaking my head back. I work in a federally funded health center in Illinois. If Trump is president, how do you think Project 2025 policies would impact my job? Another good and important question. We have seen Project 2025 going after civil servants, certainly. And so Vivek Ramaswamy was recently talking about how he supports Donald Trump talking about giving Elon Musk a position in the government where he would some sort of government efficiency organization where he would cut fraud, waste, and abuse. And basically what that means is that Elon Musk would then control all of the investigations and contracts that he is given by the federal government through SpaceX and Tesla.
Yeah.
But one of the things that Vivek Ramaswamy said is that the way that Elon Musk ran his Twitter takeover when he fired 80% of the Twitter workforce, that is something that should be modeled in federal positions. So Vivek Ramaswamy was saying Elon Musk should get rid of 80% of federal jobs, basically. And so this is scary stuff, right? This is, you're dealing with rich people who believe that working people are disposable, that their jobs are disposable, and that whatever rich person is in a position of power can treat the working person as though they are disposable. So I don't know, to be honest with you, shaking my head about what specifically would happen for you in terms of your federally funded health center in Illinois. I do know that Project 2025 is dangerous. Having billionaires like Elon Musk in a position of power is dangerous. Having people like Donald Trump who are more concerned about corporations and billionaires in a position of power is dangerous. And this is why one of the themes I think tonight has been a lot of class solidarity talk, and how poor and working class people need to band together to fight against this takeover of billionaires and rich people in our government.
Yeah. Thank you again.
Did that answer the question?
For the super chat. Wow, $100.
Oh my gosh.
Dave Marvin, unbelievable. Hey, you two. This is the single dad with the teenage son that wrote your podcast about public education, raising a progressive son and his amazing librarians.
That was a beautiful email.
Hopefully you remember.
I absolutely remember.
Keep up the great work. This is a celebratory drink money for you. This is celebratory drink money for you. Thank you very much. This is not taking the $100 of drink money, but
more watered down tea for you.
I will cheers that. That is
here
amazing.
We go. So it's 9:04. Polls closed, right? I mean, did we miss some states getting announced? I think that we did.
I've been trying to keep
yeah, they called states. So Wyoming, North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska.
Here,
Donald Trump.
Let me share.
So Donald Trump now has 120 electoral votes.
Don't panic, everyone.
Don't panic, but I'm just telling you where things are. 120 electoral votes to Kamala Harris's 99 electoral votes. And Texas, by the way, some of their polls closed at 8:30. That's why some of the votes were coming in.
Yeah, that's when they show the when I show you the map of when polls close. If it has lines through it, it's some of the polls close in some, because of the fact that some states are so large, they cover different time zones and just state laws.
Right. So
this is how the map looks right now.
Yeah.
And again, no surprises here. No, not a single surprise. We expected North Dakota to go red. We expected South Dakota to go red. The good news is nobody, I almost said F, nobody freaking lives there. So who cares? That's like 6, maybe 8 electoral votes. Nebraska, we expected. Wyoming, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida. Florida, we kind of were hoping, hope against hope, having our fingers crossed, but it's not a surprise that it went to Donald Trump. We're waiting for swing states. We're waiting for those middle of the country states. Minnesota is going to go blue. Wisconsin is going to go blue. Michigan is hopefully going to go blue. Pennsylvania, Virginia, North Carolina has a great shot. Stay the course. Don't get disheartened. Don't get bummed out.
I think that's, again, going to be an ongoing theme tonight.
I'm assuming people are bummed that, we've got thousands of people watching. I'm just assuming some people are like, oh, shit. Don't worry. Just don't worry.
Yeah.
Don't worry until I start worrying. If I start worrying,
And don't start worrying because I'm worried. I'm already worried, but don't start worrying about that, because I am prone to anxiety. And I am not, like Jesse is the optimist. I am not the optimist. I'm a realist. I'm not going to say I'm a pessimist. I'm a realist. I'm realistic.
You're pragmatic.
I'm pragmatic. And, sometimes that means that you are overwhelmed with anxiety, because that's the way that goes. So we're still feeling good about things. And
Lady G120, we get you. We get you. It is okay, but don't let it consume you. I don't want to have Brittany break into marriage and family therapist here.
Yeah, well, maybe we should talk about that, because we both deal with having to follow the news constantly. And that can be very stressful and difficult. And we are in tuned to everything that's going on. And I'm sure many of you watching this are in the same boat. And especially when you have Trump supporters that, threaten to rape and kill you, like that happens as well.
That happened in April.
So, and we did
with us.
We did report it. So don't tell us to report it. We already did. Whether or not anything's going to happen with it, we continue to say we'll let you know. We keep asking. I don't want to get into it. So anyway, what do you do? What do you do to stay positive and optimistic and take care of yourself in the midst of
dread,
whatever all this is?
Yeah, listen, this last weekend, if you noticed, if you were like a regular watcher who's waiting for content, you noticed that there were no videos this last weekend. And Brittany and I, we took Sweepy, our beautiful bulldog. We don't have an image to throw up, but she has an Instagram at Bully Sweepy, SWEEPEA.
And yes, we do have an Instagram.
Yeah,
for our dog.
we're one of those people. And we went up to Connecticut, to Mystic, Connecticut, and went to Rhode Island and just did some sightseeing. And I used to be stationed at Newport, Rhode Island at the naval base there for a while. And we checked out, and I was detached from politics for the entire weekend. And sometimes I have to do that because I get overwhelmed. And with this election cycle and the way it's been, of just going every single day, creating content, working on Saturday, working on Sunday, Monday through Friday, just 7 days a week, I can't do it. And I know that it takes its toll on folks who don't have a content creation tempo like I have. And you got to unplug. You have to take care of yourself and be kind to yourself. It may create anxiety to unplug, but it's the anxiety that you're fostering by staying connected sometimes is it's not greater than, or when you disconnect, that's not a greater anxiety than the anxiety you're leaving behind. So you need to be kind to yourself.
Yeah, and I think it's also difficult and complicated for many different reasons, but there may be people that are a part of marginalized communities that feel like they can't really tune out because then they're going to be losing out on valuable information that kind of tells them whether or not they are safe, right?
Yeah, for sure.
And so there's very important, relevant reasons that people would struggle to check out. And so it's a privilege to be able to check out, in some ways. Delaware was just called for Kamala Harris.
3 electoral votes added to the tally for Kamala Harris, winning the great state of Delaware. Currently, it's sitting at 154 electoral votes for Donald Trump and 30 for Kamala Harris.
More blue, though.
Don't stress out.
More blue. So it's good news. Of course. See, they do this to us with the key race alert. We're both looking. We're like, what is it? And they're like, everything's too close to call. Don't worry about it.
Too early to call.
Hendrick, I love Brittany's approach toward homelessness and mental health. She is a real ambassador in this field. That is so nice. Thank you so much. As Jesse has said, I'm a therapist, and I talk a lot about those issues on my YouTube channel, homelessness and poverty and things that I have seen impact the people that I work with and that have also impacted me in my personal life too. But, when you are a therapist and you sit in rooms with people and you hear about some of the most difficult and darkest things that humans can go through, it's difficult to walk out of that room and then be a person who isn't advocating for progressive policies that would make life easier for Americans. So that's something that I think is really important. And I think sometimes that politics can become like entertainment for people.
Like sport.
Yeah. And it's just not that for me. I think that politicians serve a purpose, and I think that we exist to push them to that greater purpose. And I think that we try to use our platforms to talk about policy and to ensure that the people that we're electing are implementing those policies that really make a difference. So I think that that's definitely important. And I really appreciate that very kind comment. So thank you so much for that. You want to take this one?
PC Wyndham Paranormal Romance Sci-Fi Fantasy.
I got intimidated by the name, I'm going to admit. Okay.
I need a YouTube channel that has like 45 characters in it. Do you think Donald Trump It went away. Oh my God.
You don't remember it from memory?
I didn't read it yet.
All right.
Do you think that Donald Trump knows that he is RFK Jr.'s rebound guy after Kamala Harris snubbed him? You know, I don't think Donald Trump gives a shit about that at all. I think he's looking for power. He's looking for the endorsement, and he doesn't care. Because also, when you're going to go as far and do something as maniacal as put Robert Kennedy Jr., brainworm extraordinaire, to go wild on health, that it means you don't really care about the health and well-being of Americans. You don't care to put here's the most bananas thing about this. Donald Trump takes credit for Operation, what was the Overlord or Fast Pace? Warp Speed, the development of the COVID vaccines. Donald Trump took credit for that for a long time until he had to shut his mouth about it because MAGA world and conspiracy world went crazy.
New York Times just called Texas for Trump.
Well, that's again expected. We were hoping it might go the other way, but you know, it's what it is. So when Donald Trump talks about Operation Warp Speed, he's responsible for the vaccine, and then moves to put Robert Kennedy Jr., someone who still believes the lies and the conspiracies put forth and promulgated by Andrew Wakefield, the disgraced doctor who lost his medical license for promoting the lie that autism and vaccines are somehow connected, to put that guy, not Andrew Wakefield, but RFK Jr. in charge of health and vaccines and wellness of the country is just a sickening joke. So all that to say, I don't think Donald Trump cares about being the rebound guy.
Yeah, I think there's been a term coined called like humiliation ritual, and it describes this what we see with RFK, right? He was going around trying to find his place. And he may have been somewhat critical of Trump in the past. In fact, he may not be the best example. Someone like Mitt Romney is an example of this, right?
Yeah, who went to Trump Tower.
Or Marco Rubio, or J.D. Vance. Dear God, J.D. Vance, his vice president, who called him America's Hitler and is now his vice president. So there's all these different figures who were very, very critical of Donald Trump. And then at a certain point, once they see the writing on the wall and how they're going to ally themselves with power, they know that they need to kiss the ring. And so that's kind of been called the humiliation ritual. And there's been discussion over whether Donald Trump likes this humiliation ritual. Does he like humiliating people and kind of having the people that used to criticize him or say bad things about him, take a photo at dinner with him like Mitt Romney did, or become his vice president and then have to do all of these interviews where he's like, hey, you called Trump America's Hitler. Why are you his vice president? And then he has to be like, my eyeliner's in my eye. I can't think. And
that couch looks real fine.
Yeah. And so I don't think Donald Trump cares about that. Like Jesse said, I don't think that he particularly cares about the humiliation ritual, if that's what we're going to go with. I think Donald Trump is a very simple man. I think if you compliment him and you say nice things about him, even if you said bad things about him in the past, he will forgive you. As long as you are currently someone that he can use to get where he needs to be, then that's all that he needs.
Yeah.
That's my read of him. Who knows if it's accurate? I'll say it's more accurate than Jordan B. Peterson's read of Donald Trump, though. So just going to put that out there.
So here's what we're going to do, everybody. I need to pee. So we're going to take a 5-minute break. Set your stopwatches or stay for the break and watch the fantastic little bit of fun that you're going to see. We will be back to cover the polls that are going to be closing in the next few minutes. We have a guest coming up in another few minutes, the wonderful and talented Mike McLaughlan. You will love him. He is fantastic. He was instrumental in unseating a man named Dana Rohrabacher, who was a terrible congressman from California, and he had been there for 40 years or some insane amount of time.
Putin's favorite.
Kevin McCarthy called Dana Rohrabacher Putin's favorite congressman. Anyway, we will return in 5 minutes, and we'll see you then. One more time for the people in the back of the room. Got the phone? Follow me on social media if
You like Misery?
Statement by Donald J. Trump.
Yeah. God. Yeah. Oh, you got some news on the case? Okay. Yeah, great. Come on. Fat, hard, violent air quotes.
45th President of the United States.
It's real. It's plugged in the way that it needs to contact the Almighty.
Of America.
Blah, blah, blah. I will shut my mouth.
Where we invite and receive respected world leaders. And this...
What's your favorite curse word?
I can't say it. It starts with an M and it ends with a. Former president.
Do I think that she will be able to rattle him in any way? No, I would argue right now the chance is 0.001%. Do I think he will be respectful? I do.
A few moments later.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. But I do get credit for having been an originator of the term. I mean, a lot of times I have a very fertile mind. I come up with very good names for people.
You're very creative.
Pocahontas,
yes.
Lots of good names.
The call for Joe Biden is it? Who was it called by? Oh my goodness, all the networks. Wow. All the networks.
Let's have trial by combat.
It's a race-baiting, xenophobic, religious bigot.
This man is a pathological liar.
The most vulgar person to ever aspire to the presidency.
I don't think he has a clue about anything.
Ends treasure. And today in Wisconsin, take a look at that. This may go down as an iconic, epic moment that we will remember for a long time.
But we're close to World War II because we have people in the White House that World War III. Thank you. Thank you. I don't sleep that much.
Donald Trump has recently, we've seen he has canceled some interviews. A Trump advisor told the Shade Room producers that Trump was, quote, exhausted and refusing some interviews.
Can I ask you what really...
Hey, Dan, I got to get going.
Oh, I'm sorry.
They're going crazy.
All right.
Reports that he's falling asleep.
I see my people are going crazy over there.
Oh, that's it?
Time to go, right? Okay. In other words, to make you feel a little guilty, we would only have you to blame. But we put ourselves in an unusual position. We're definitely very far left, and people wanted to start meeting. There was a whole thing, this country was coming together, and then we got hit with something that...
As it turns out, 5 minutes is not very long.
It's not very long at all.
To take breaks on an hours-long live stream. But let me tell you what I did with my 5-minute break, right? Since we have a few minutes. No, we don't have any time. Illinois just called for Kamala Harris, 19 electoral votes. We were expecting that. So
great.
It's good news, though, to see blue.
Yeah.
Rhode Island, 4 electoral votes for Kamala Harris. Again, we were expecting this as well, but it's good news because we want to see more blue on this map. It can be a little scary to take a look at the map right now and see all that red. So Kamala Harris, 53 electoral votes right now. Donald Trump, 154 votes, electoral votes right now.
Here we go. Actually, 177 and 99.
Yeah. So again, we don't need to be scared. We're going to remain hopeful. We're still getting results in. Pennsylvania is still too early to call, although Kamala Harris is ahead with only 23% of the vote in. Kamala Harris is ahead in Michigan, still too early to call. 12% of the vote is in right now. That will be 15 electoral votes. Remember that earlier in the live stream, I said that based on the internals, Kamala Harris's campaign was feeling good about their odds to win Michigan and Wisconsin. Donald Trump is leading in North Carolina. It's too close to call. 51% of the vote is now in. That's 16 electoral votes. Georgia, also 16 electoral votes. Donald Trump is leading with 71% of the vote in right now.
But keep in mind, even though a significant portion or percentage of the vote in Georgia is in, and Donald Trump has a sizable lead, it depends on if it's Fulton County, some of these other DeKalb County, some of these counties that have more reliably Democratic populations. There's a large contingent of Black voters in Georgia. When these votes come in, depending on the counties that are outstanding, it very well could go the correct way. So don't stress out. There's no need to stress out until there's a need to stress out, and we're not there yet.
Yes. So don't stress out. And those are also reminders to us. Ohio is still too close to call, by the way, 58% of the vote in. That's 17 electoral votes. Right now, Donald Trump is leading.
The New York Times has called Ohio for Donald Trump.
Okay, well, it looks like, some of these news outlets, they're a little conservative in their approach to calling the state.
Yeah.
And so CNN hasn't called it yet. As they just had it up on the screen, Donald Trump was about 300,000 votes ahead of Kamala Harris. So again, that was a question that we had earlier. How do they make these calls? And it's different, mathematical analysis where they look at the different counties that have voted, what percentage of the vote is in, what counties remain, how do those counties typically go? So that it's all in process, it's all in flux, and we are staying hopeful. That's the message.
So let's do this. I've said that we have guests tonight. We have another guest I'm getting ready to introduce. He's a personal friend of ours. He ran the campaign of a man named Harley Ruda, who beat Dana Rohrabacher, one of the absolute worst congressmen in the Congress at the time, a Republican, someone who Kevin McCarthy and Paul Ryan joked about being the only people who take money from Putin, and Dana Rohrabacher was one of them. This is Mike McLaughlan. We want to welcome him to the program.
Hi, Mike.
Hello. How are you?
How are you feeling tonight about everything you're watching on the TV?
Well, before we dive into that, I just want to say I saw your Twitter feed earlier. I want to make a big announcement that I am doing this barefoot for your viewers.
Oh, very nice. Yeah, somebody commented before the stream even started about how much super chat they would have to kick in to get feet pics of JD here.
Yeah. So
this JD.
Mike, are you going to be showing feet, or are you going to? You're building suspense.
Yeah, building suspense. Haven't committed yet.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right. We'll see how things go.
So listen, I've talked about you a couple times over the course of the stream. We've been going now for 2 hours and 57 minutes and 3 seconds. You are in a unique company, or you're creating unique company for yourself of being someone who is responsible, I believe, solely for unseating Dana Rohrabacher. So you have a far more fulsome understanding of politics and electoral matters than we do. What's your gut feeling right now about the presidential side of this?
Yeah, I mean, I think I still feel optimistic, cautiously optimistic on what's left. I think that when you look at what's still outstanding in Pennsylvania, I think there's reason to be optimistic. I think what we've seen in turnout throughout the day in Nevada, in Clark County, is reason to be optimistic. I spoke to folks in Iowa this morning, and I think that the Seltzer poll does show a trend in the Midwest. I don't know if it. We'll see. I mean, she's obviously a very reliable pollster.
Can you talk for those who might not be as drawn in on the Seltzer poll that was kind of a earth-shattering news over the last couple of days?
Yeah. So Ann Seltzer, a pollster who does a poll for the Des Moines Register in Iowa, showed Kamala Harris up 3 points in Iowa, which is not a state that I think most people had on their radar as a state that was in play. But I think that poll, if you look into the crosstabs, shows a lot of movement with white women, especially older white women, moving in our direction. I think, Iowa has one of the harshest anti-abortion bills that passed last year, a 6-week abortion ban. The governor's also done some really shitty things on schools and taking money out of public schools. So, the folks that I was talking to this morning, said that those two issues combined, obviously abortion kind of the biggest issue, but a lot of folks who are also just pissed off about the schools issue and have had enough of Republican rule there. So they felt confident that the poll was real, and that we could see some movement in Iowa, which I think would also translate to movement in Wisconsin, Michigan, and other Midwest states. So
do you think that there's kind of a unifying culture among Midwest folks that kind of permeates borders?
Yeah, I think that's totally right.
So, like, what could happen in Iowa? It's a bleed in from some of what people are feeling in Minnesota and around those more rural, different interest focused states.
Yeah, I think that's totally right.
Well, and Mike, you've been, I don't want to make assumptions, but you are historically someone who is on the ground, door knocking, interfacing with voters. Is that how you've been spending the past few days, past few weeks?
Yeah, having races all across the country that we're involved in, again, to talk to folks. So I think that I've heard great things from folks who've been on the ground knocking doors in Pennsylvania over the weekend.
What have you heard?
Just excitement. I think also, Puerto Ricans in Reading, Puerto Ricans in Philadelphia, who are just pissed off. And I think that, based on the comments that were made last week, and turnout seems to be high there, right? I think that some analysis that I saw yesterday said that Philadelphia turnout had to be over 500,000 on election day. And, I think we haven't gotten those numbers yet, but anecdotal report seems like it's probably headed that direction.
You think that was a unique moment in electoral politics where that gaffe of having that moron say those things at Madison Square Garden? You think that it would be an unusual thing that would animate people to actually either change their vote or animate them to vote if they hadn't already previously decided?
Yeah, I think that's certainly the anecdotal stuff that we've heard, right? I think that people who are from Puerto Rico are very proud of their heritage, and to hear their community called a floating island of garbage, I think animates them. I think there was a report on NBC this morning of an older woman from Puerto Rico who's never voted before, who came out to vote for the first time for Kamala Harris. And, I think that also has trickled down to younger men. So, still, obviously it's close and we're not going to know anything tonight, but, I think there's as bad as it looks on the map right now. I don't think that's true.
Yeah,
And,
we've been talking about that all night, to just not stress out. This is what we expected. This was the predicted trajectory of this, that Donald Trump's going to run it up early. And then as the polls close in more pivotal states for Kamala Harris, it's going to turn.
Well, one of the things that I saw earlier today, I think it was David Axelrod, he was talking about how he doesn't know if the excitement on the ground is basically going to translate into people showing up at the polls. What would you say about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that has been one of my concerns for the last 100 days, right? Is that, there's your vote doesn't count more if you're excited when you fill it out. But I do think that, but I think that when you see the volunteer numbers over the weekend, like that enthusiasm, I know you were talking about the Harley Ruta race before I came on, which I appreciate. But I think that speaks to enthusiasm, right? When people are enthusiastic about something like that, they end up talking to more of their friends and more of their neighbors. They stand in line with a T-shirt on, and it sparks conversation. And so the enthusiasm does translate in that way. And so, can you pull someone over who wasn't enthusiastic because 4 enthusiastic people talk to them? I think that history shows that you can, and so we'll see as the night goes on.
How tapped in? I know in the past you've been pretty tapped into Virginia politics. How are you personally feeling about the race there, the presidential race in Virginia?
Yeah, I mean, I think a few hours ago people were really concerned about those Loudoun County numbers. It sounds like that's a data error, and we'll see how that unravels itself. I don't know. I assume it's a bank error in Donald Trump's favor, and that as it gets fixed, that number will come further back in line with what we expected. But obviously it's a state that we're going to win, that Kamala Harris is going to win. But I think that it's interesting to look at the suburbs and see, just like this we were talking about with the Seltzer poll, like what does that mean for other suburban areas? I think that obviously the Northern Virginia suburbs are very different than the Midwest suburbs. So I don't think you can extrapolate that. I think that in 2018, the district that most mimicked our district in Southern California was the Virginia 2nd, right? Which I don't think has been called yet. Obviously a toss-up race with Jen Kiggins and Missy Cotter Smalls. So I think that's something to look at. It's a educated, upper income, traditionally Republican area. But yeah, I think that, Virginia hasn't been on the map as a battleground, and isn't tonight. Kamala Harris feels comfortable there.
That's good. I specifically wanted to ask about Virginia because I know your intimacy with your familiarity with it. I don't want to act like Virginia is a couch, and you're intimate with it, but you're certainly familiar with the lay of the land, and it's definitely an important state. And I would hate to see it go back into a column of swing, in play for Republicans.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, obviously Tim Kaine ran a great race, and look, the Republicans there just have a history over the last few years of nominating batshit crazy idiots. Hung Cao, Corey Stewart, E.W. Jackson. Just if you're a weirdo in Virginia and you want to run for office as a Republican, like, get in line. There's an opening for you.
Yeah. Well, listen, no, wiser words have never been spoken. We appreciate you taking time out of
Well, we don't have a verdict yet on the feet, actually. So what's the
boy.
vibe in terms of are you going to show feet? The people want to know.
I think you guys are promoting my Twitter account, which I appreciate. Folks can follow along there, and you never know what's going to be in the feed.
While you're talking about your whether or not you're going to show feet and whether or not I will show feet, we will throw up your social media placard here. If you want to follow, we forgot to do this for Steve Shives, but certainly here we are with Mike McLaughlan.
The feet are not as hairy as the face.
The irascible Mike McLaughlan. You can follow him on Twitter. He is an absolute resource, a good friend, and a reliable Democrat. Brilliant mind for politics.
I also want to say a genuinely hilarious person. I think that I definitely laugh out loud many, many times when I am around you. So good job with that as well.
Thank you so much. Good to see you guys. Hope to see you in person soon.
We appreciate you joining us. Thanks.
Thank you. Bye, Mike.
So that is the great and mighty Mike McLaughlan. I feel very happy to have introduced my audience to him. He's fantastic. He's been on a guest on the podcast a couple of times, and we love that guy.
Yeah.
He is awesome. So,
yes. So while that was happening, by the way, they called New York for Kamala Harris, which is, again, we were expecting that. That's not a surprise. And so why do they keep doing this? Look at how blue that map looks.
Yeah.
It just must be a prediction.
Also, the New York Times has a little different take on the numbers than CNN does. So,
yeah, but speaking to what Mike was just talking about with Virginia, that is currently rated likely D. They haven't called it yet, but 62% of the vote is in there, and they're rating it likely D. So we'll see what happens. Again, Georgia is still lean R right now with 77% of the vote in.
Yep.
So we are staying hopeful and we are staying positive. And
well, since we did forget the Steve Shives social media page, we'll throw that up, and I will talk about Steve a little bit. We are lucky in a million different ways. There are several points of luck in our life, and one of the others is being connected to people like Steve Shives and Mike McLaughlan. I would encourage everybody to follow him across his socials. If you're there, like I say every day in my videos, don't go signing up for social media to follow these people. But if you're already there and you want to follow some people who are doing good work, this is where to do so. So.
And if you want to follow us on social media, you can do that too. Jesse is at Dollemore, and I am at Brittany E. Page, and we would definitely appreciate that.
So the other thing that I want to talk about very quickly before we get back to these races, when we're going to have some races called with polls closing, is if you remember a few months ago when I was in Scotland, we were on vacation in Scotland with my best friend and his wife. And then they're from Washington State. I grew up with him, went to high school with him. And he fell ill and was in a hospital, and I had to rush back to Scotland and be there for an extended time. Well, he has written a children's book, and it is on the verge of being published. There's a link there's a QR code that we're going to put on screen. And if you want information about buying an amazing, beautiful, tear-jerky type of a book, for your grandkids or your kids or for your parents as a gift, it is an amazing piece of work, and it's getting ready to be released. And you can find out information right here on how to get it. And I get emotional talking about it because it is a beautiful poem that has been put to illustration. A member of this audience actually illustrated the book. It is just tremendous and fantastic. And I don't want to use too many Donald Trump keywords, but if you want to check it out, link below in the description to find out information about it. We would appreciate it very much.
It's one of those things I feel like we need right now, just like a positive, uplifting message. So I think it's going to be a great gift. It's going to be really exciting when it's released.
Absolutely.
So, yeah. And so we need positivity. I feel like Mike is definitely also a realist, I think. I don't think Mike is an optimist. We should like psychoanalyze our guests once they leave. I think that might be a good use of our time
without them here.
And we should have everyone vote in the chat as well. Do you think? No.
I kind of wanted to have each guest stick around a little bit and maybe have the audience pepper them with questions.
Oh, yes. We could harass them and have them come back on.
And we didn't think about that.
We did not think about that. So When is the next poll closing? Do you know?
Let's pull it up on the map here.
Because I think it would be, I think maybe it's at 10. But I closed out my tab and I have probably 50 tabs open right now and I can't get back to it. So just so you know.
Here we are.
Okay.
Next polls are closed, let's see, I don't even know what time it is. 9:43 right now. So at 10 o'clock, we're going to get Montana, Utah, and Nevada. Nevada is going to be pivotal. That is a state we're going to need to really pay attention to. Montana has a great Senate race that we'll talk about in a minute once I drop this screen. Utah is a surefire Donald Trump state. Not as big a deal because there are a few electoral votes there. Probably 6 electoral votes, I would suspect. I don't know the exact number. But Nevada is going to have a lot. And that's a state we really do need to go for Kamala Harris. It is what is considered a swing state here in this race. And we can throw up this Nevada Senate race again with Jackie Rosen, who my prediction would be is going to maintain that seat. And Sam Brown, the Trump sycophant, is going to lose. We need that to take place. A couple of different reasons. One is to stave off whatever damage is going to take place electorally in the Senate, losing our majority there. But also, it is a sign of things to come because typically people vote in a block. So if the Democrat wins for the Senate, it looks good for the presidential election as well. And those are all metrics we need to be paying attention to. The other Senate race is Montana, and that is John Tester, who is the incumbent, and this Tim Sheehy, this Chucky garbage pail kid lookalike here.
He does kind of look like a Cabbage Patch Kid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a beady-eyed little wonderkin there.
You know what one of my favorite jokes is? It's Amy Schumer who said it about herself. She said she looked like a Tanya Harding Cabbage Patch doll. And it's so true.
Yeah.
And he looks like a Cabbage Patch doll too.
Yeah. So
Cabbage Patch? That's right?
Yeah, Cabbage Patch.
Yes.
Like a patch of cabbage.
Yeah.
So Tim Sheehy is embroiled in all kinds of controversies, lied about being shot in combat when he was actually stateside when it happened. And he was a self-inflicted gunshot wound. He's just a dipshit extraordinaire. And John Tester is in the political fight of his life because of the fact that MAGA has encroached and the irrationality of so many voters in Montana. I mean, they put Greg Gianforte in as governor, a guy who assaulted Ben Jacobs, a journalist, on the campaign trail, and they still elected him. It is a nightmare in Montana too often. So this is a pivotal race. John Tester absolutely needs to win. My guess would be, if I'm making predictions, he's going to end up taking the win. So, do we have any questions or comments or channel memberships to call out or super chats to talk about? I dream a genie. I can't
Love
watch
the picture of the dog.
Kornicki anymore. His facial expressions are stressing me out. That's MSNBC, right?
Yes.
Is that
Steve Kornacki? Is it Kornicki?
I think it's Kornacki. Is he? We're not watching it, so we don't know. But I don't watch a lot of MSNBC, but
Nor do I.
But well, good. We're happy that you're joining us. I dream a genie, and Dave Martin, $50 super chat. That's a name we've already seen before too. I think that's wow.
Thank you, Dave.
Off topic for a moment of levity and fun. We love off topic moments of levity and fun, Dave. Brittany, my son is getting good at bass guitar. Please suggest a good funky song for him to learn.
I don't know. What
Brittany
about
is the maven of funk and disco and soul and
maybe like Strawberry Letter 23 by Brothers Johnson or I'll Be Good to You by Brothers Johnson? Those are the first two that came to mind. I think those would be good.
Strawberry 23?
Strawberry Letter 23.
All right.
Brothers Johnson. And
are you getting this, Dave?
Yeah, those are the first ones that come to mind. I could probably name more, although
it's a bummer though if his son is getting good at bass guitar, not just learning. So that's good because that would be an advanced. That would be advanced. But any song that you're really digging is going to be an advanced tune.
I don't know. I don't know that that's true. Let's not go crazy. Thank you, Dave.
Go ahead.
You go ahead.
With my voice that's shattering before our ears.
I'm just nervous about the name.
Lisa Renee P.
Okay. How in the world did it take 4 years to indict Trump for asking for more votes in Georgia? This is coming back to Brad Raffensperger, which we talked about Brad Raffensperger earlier because of the numerous bomb threats that came into the various voting centers in Georgia, and they were going to stay open later to accommodate the disruption that those bomb threats caused. But yeah, I mean, Donald Trump, he is above the law. The rules do not apply to him. We have seen that consistently. And that's pretty much how things operate when you are a rich person in America, when you have money. And it's been an ongoing frustration, honestly, that we've talked about a lot on I Doubt It podcast, because you'll hear the argument that, like, you know, the Department of Justice, Merrick Garland, doesn't want to bring charges against Donald Trump because he doesn't want to politicize the issue so close to an election, or whatever the excuse is, right? And that amounts to special treatment. That's what that is. That's special treatment for Donald Trump. And if the law is to be applied equally for everyone, then it doesn't matter, you know, your position in society. You are still held responsible for what you did.
Yeah, and often, you know, just to add on here, part of the problem with why the delay takes so long is the gears, the wheels of justice do move slowly, and the grand jury process is long and arduous. And I can't speak so much to the Fonnie Willis case in Fulton County, but I've had my criticisms, and I continue to have criticisms from Merrick Garland and the slow pace at which they actually initiated the official investigation into Donald Trump's criminality. So you just need good people, and fortunately, the people of Fulton County do have somebody good. Fortunately, the people of Manhattan do have somebody good who actually did take up the mantle of justice and consequence for Donald Trump. Fritos 314 question: has anyone investigated how many abortions Orange Puke has paid for during his life? Love you guys from Idaho. I don't know. This ends up being like political gossip, and it matters because it points to hypocrisy. But even if he did, he should have the right, and the woman should have the right to participate with a sexual partner to pay for an abortion. So I don't, I mean, Donald Trump is an absolute piece of shit, and Donald Trump is a lot of things, and he's a hypocrite, and he's a danger. But these are things that I'm only for the source of talking about hypocrisy would I even want to talk about it, but because these are fundamental rights people should have. So,
well, and I would also say, though, that a lot of what we see from people, especially in the past year, I would say the past 2 years, maybe since Roe was overturned, a lot of people find their way to supporting abortion rights after they have been personally impacted. And I think there was recently an article, I think maybe in Washington Post, specifically highlighting a lot of men that changed their mind about the issue of abortion. They were previously, anti-abortion, and then they became supportive of abortion rights after their partners were in life-threatening situations and couldn't get access to care because they lived in Idaho, speaking of Idaho. And so I think it's unfortunate if Donald Trump has paid for abortions, whatever, that he would then betray the cause, right? Because I think a lot of times we see, especially with Republican politicians, this happens with their support for gay marriage, and then they end up being gay. And,
right. Speaking of Idaho, Larry Craig.
Yeah, I mean, it really just comes down to if they were in a situation where they needed their partner to have an abortion, they needed to save their partner's life, they would want that to happen.
Yeah.
And in the ProPublica article that I've referenced several times now, specifically the most recent one that came out about the 2 women who died in Texas due to the abortion ban, the 18-year-old, she was anti-abortion, that 18-year-old that died due to the abortion ban. Her mom was anti-abortion. And her mom is quoted in the article as saying that I think she says, like, I know it sounds bad, but I wished that they had saved my daughter over the fetus. And it's like, that doesn't sound bad. That's what we should be doing, right? Your daughter went to 3 different ERs, was begging for help, and died in a hospital bed when she could have been saved. We shouldn't be allowing that to happen in this country. So I guess we kind of got away from the question, but abortion is very important in this election, and I'm happy that we keep talking about it because we need to. We need to talk about it.
And you in Idaho as well. Thank you for your activism and concern about these matters. It's a hellscape that you live in, and you know I'm a 6th generation Idahoan. It's a bummer. Lady Q, very few dollars, but thanks for the work you do, Lady Q. Every single bit goes a long way. That's not just lip service. If we're able to marshal the size of this audience and everybody was either become a channel member or give super chats like this, we could fundamentally change this operation into something so much greater with a much greater reach. And you are a huge part of that. So thank you very much.
Look at this dog loving happening here in this photo as well. Look at that. Look at that dog.
So thank you very much, Lady Q. We appreciate you. So your $2 is absolutely as appreciated as any other contribution.
Thank you.
Eternal E-Club? EC Love?
I was really hoping we could take Georgia again. And
No, I want to talk about the name more.
I was really hoping that we could take Georgia again and take North Carolina. I know there is a lot to count, but can't help to be mildly concerned. All right, so people are starting to feel concerned.
That is okay. A little mild concern is okay. Like Mike McLaughlan just said, he is cautiously optimistic, guarded optimism. That's fine. But you need to fundamentally understand how the electoral map works and how the poll closings work. We knew it was going to get run up before. This is the same thing that happened, by the way, in 2020 when Joe Biden won. And Joe Biden won with 306 electoral votes. I predict this, and you can take it for what it's worth. I think it's worth a little bit. I think she's going to have upwards of about 360 electoral votes. So we're in good shape. We're exactly where we thought we would be. Nothing has gone red that we didn't think was going to go red. So be okay. Just don't stress yourself out. Store Baki or Boki. So far, states are voting like they did in 2020. Nothing out of the ordinary so far. Maybe Store should be hosting a live stream and convincing voters of this. Thank you very much for echoing or continuing to set people at ease. Decora Dahl, a channel member who's also giving a super chat. Here in Montana, you are so right about Sheehy. Being a leftist here is indeed a nightmare. It's wild out here in the Big Sky State. Montana is one of the most beautiful states. Here's the problem. Here's the rub for me is you have these states like Idaho and Wyoming and Montana that are just endless bounty of beauty and natural resources and that are just filled with ignorant hicks. The place I grew up is just a nightmare of a county of just these Trump worshiping sycophants, racist pieces of garbage, and they live in just a gem of geography. It's a bummer.
So I want to talk briefly, just really quick, about Amendment 4 in Florida. So this was what Donald Trump was asked about after he voted, and he said, stop asking that. He didn't want to talk about it. So this, the Amendment 4 on the ballot, this is what it said. No law shall prohibit, penalize, delay, or restrict abortion before viability or when necessary to protect the patient's health as determined by the patient's healthcare provider. This amendment does not change the legislature's constitutional authority to require notification to a parent or guardian before the minor has an abortion. Basically, voting yes on this means that you are adding the right to abortion in Florida's constitution. A no means that you oppose changing the constitution and you want to keep Florida's current 6-week abortion ban. So a no is a bad thing. And no won in Florida.
No did win.
Yeah. And that is because this amendment required 60% of the vote to pass. And this is something that Republicans have tried to do in a few different states.
They tried to do it in Iowa or Ohio.
That in order to amend the Constitution, it needs to be, an amendment needs to pass by 60% of the vote. And this amendment in Florida, the yes vote got 57%. It currently has more than 1 million votes than the no, and it still failed.
57% of Floridians, as of the vote count right now, wanted the Constitution of the state of Florida amended to allow for abortion.
So
healthcare.
Again, they keep saying states' rights, right? That's what Republicans keep saying. 57% of voters wanted to enshrine abortion rights in the Constitution up to viability.
And only 43% said no, and they were victorious in this ballot measure.
What are we doing here?
Yeah.
What are we doing here?
It's anti-democratic.
So that's definitely a setback. I mean, sorry to be a downer about it, but again,
well, it's reality.
Yeah, and I think it's important to know when you see Republicans scheming and getting up to these tricks where they're trying to pass voter thresholds where they require 60% of the vote to pass something, that's not cool. That's not okay.
So we are coming up on 10 o'clock. These are the states. Again, there's a reminder that will be closing. The polls will close as Montana, Utah, Nevada, some precincts in Idaho, which is meaningless because it's going to go Republican anyway. But the state of Idaho is split in half. Part of it is Pacific time. The other part is Mountain time. And then Oregon. Some of the precincts are going to be closing in Oregon, which will also, by the way, when they fully close at 11 o'clock, that's a state that's going to go for Kamala Harris. Washington will be closed at 11. That's going for Kamala Harris. California, all 54 electoral votes are going to go for Kamala Harris. So I'll switch to this other view here, and you will see the thing that we've been talking about. We're just trying to establish more credibility here. The presidential election results by 11 o'clock, by 11:30, you're going to see this particular breakdown, 99 and 178, change dramatically. 54 are going to be added to her 99 right now. Oregon, I don't know how many they have, 16, 8. Washington probably has 12. The balance, that's when it's going to start to happen. So it's going to be early into the morning that we're going to get a more clear picture of what is taking place right now. So again, I feel like I'm on repeat from 2020. Relax.
So they just called Montana for Trump. We expected that. That's 4 electoral votes.
Yep.
They also just called Utah for Trump. That's 6 electoral votes.
No shocker.
We knew that.
Listen, the Idaho polls aren't even closed yet, and we can call Idaho for Donald Trump. We can do that. There are 4 electoral votes we can add to the tally. That's okay. It's what we knew was going to take place.
Yeah. So just to kind of check in with some of the races to see how things are going. In Virginia, 66% of the vote is in. That is likely D, as rated by the New York Times. We also have North Carolina, which is 55% of the vote is in. This is rated lean Republican, according to the New York Times.
Throw the map up here.
We have Georgia right now with 77% of the vote in. And it is currently rated lean Republican. If you click on it, it will pop up. Maybe not. Maybe it doesn't have that feature when you're sharing it. 16 electoral votes.
I think I'm on a different page than you.
Okay. So Pennsylvania right now is rated a toss-up. 44% of the vote is in there. And, I will say Iowa right now is rated likely Republican with 32% of the vote in. I will say it's very disappointing, right? To have it be this close again. I mean, I think that's maybe a takeaway that I'm experiencing, and I have felt this ever since Donald Trump came down the escalator. I I don't know. I don't know how to explain this. I don't know how it's possible. After everything that Donald Trump has said and done, how often he proves how dangerous he is, and
how stupid he is, how feckless he is.
There was this weird thing that happened when all these Republicans, we had that question about General Mark Milley earlier. All these Republicans coming forward to criticize Donald Trump, to tell the truth about Donald Trump, about the truth of their experiences with Donald Trump. And people like Liz Cheney coming out, Dick Cheney coming out and endorsing Kamala Harris. And there were some people on the left who criticized this move as though it meant that Kamala Harris is someone that Dick Cheney values.
You're talking about people like Anna Kasparian,
like shares,
not serious people.
Like someone like Dick Cheney shares Kamala Harris's principles, and that's not the case, right? These Republicans who came forward to say, I'm going to vote for Kamala Harris, Donald Trump is dangerous. They understand the threat to the institutions in the United States. They understand the threat to democracy, even as there are some leftists who act like that is hyperbole, that we are in hysterics. I've been called hysterical, shocking being a woman online. So it's just kind of strange. I mean, look at this map. Even though we were expecting some of this, it's still a little jarring to see
Absolutely.
that after everything, millions of Americans are still filling in a bubble next to Donald Trump's name and saying, yeah, that's the guy that I want to be commander in chief. Yeah, that's the guy that I want to lead the country.
I don't fundamentally understand that you can hear Donald Trump repeat that I want to be a dictator on day one, that this election fraud justifies termination of all rules, regulations, and articles up to and including the Constitution of the United States of America. That you hear him talk about deploying the military to go after his political opponents, to go after Kamala Harris donors. If you've donated to the campaign, he's going to dispatch the National Guard or the military to take you out. And long-term prison sentences is what you have in store. And then we have Texas, Oklahoma, Utah, Wyoming, Montana, North Dakota, South Dakota. I mean, it does, although I think Kamala Harris is going to win, it tells you the fight we have ahead of us. It tells you the uphill battle we have in the war of hearts and minds to convince people to care about their neighbors, to care about their fellow Americans. Republicans talk a long game about how special it is to be an American, yet they don't give a single shit about taking care of Americans.
Yeah. So I'm still remaining hopeful, but it is,
and you should.
Yeah, it is. It's just difficult to look at this map, and because I think a lot of people think when Donald Trump goes away, the problems are solved.
And it's not.
And I just think we need to check ourselves a little bit because there's something deeper going on. And I think it's multiple factors. I don't think it's economic anxiety.
Yeah. Well, it's also, the problem's not going to go away even when Kamala Harris wins tonight or tomorrow or the next day when it's called. There's still the very real threat of violence from these unhinged militia groups and 3%ers and oath keepers and Proud Boys and Donald Trump devotees. We still have a threat to our country, to our very democracy that we need to face down. And we need clear-eyed leaders in this moment. We need people who are men and women of action, not sitting on their hands in their office at the DOJ like Merrick Garland did for the first 2 years. We need people to protect the country. And I hope we have that in storied, experienced prosecutor Kamala Harris.
Yes.
Do we have questions?
Well, and I want to say thank you, everyone, for joining us. Thank you for being here. It helps to process this together. There's plenty of people in the chat that are worried, that are, fearful of what's going to happen. And I think it helps to build community and to talk about that with each other. And so we appreciate you spending your night with us.
I want to make a quick, I'm looking at some of the stats, and although we have about 2,800 people viewing right now over the course of the time that we've been live streaming, which is about 3.5 hours right now, we have had 93,735 people tuning in. So amazing. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. So Tiny Hyena, 1967. I'm in Tampa, and I agree with what you said about Florida's abortion amendment. News places said that Florida voters rejected the amendment, but technically they didn't. At 57/43, DeSantis is a nightmare for us. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. And I mean, it's undemocratic. And they keep saying that we want to have it go back to the states, but then when you interfere with your state's ability to pass it, I mean, it's a majority. The majority voted for it.
It's almost a super majority. It's 57-43. It's insane.
And the damage that Florida's abortion ban did, because all of those southern states, the map that you keep seeing, the red, the sea of red in the south at the bottom there.
Yeah.
Florida was a reprieve for people. They were going there to get abortions. And abortion funds, they're hemorrhaging money right now. Abortion funds are organizations that help pay for the procedure, help pay for travel to the procedure. And these abortion funds were helping women get abortions in Florida. Florida passed a 6-week abortion ban. All of the people that were going to Florida now have to go even further away, further out of the South, because the entire South has banned abortion. So it's a scary situation. Women are dying. It's a fact. That's not hyperbole. Yeah. That's not hysterical. Women are dying.
When you hear that turn of phrase that has become kind of common among people in our jobs about women bleeding out in parking lots, it's because that's what's happening. There are actual cases with actual women, with actual names, with actual families, with actual children who are not around anymore because they were killed by Donald Trump's policies, by Donald Trump's decision to put radicals on the Supreme Court who stripped away 50 years of precedent and stripped away constitutional rights for tens of millions of women in America.
So they just called Colorado for Kamala Harris. Thank you, Tiny Hyena, by the way. They just called Colorado for Kamala Harris. So right now the electoral vote count is 109 Kamala Harris, 198 Donald Trump. So this is another blue state. We want to highlight as much blue as we can because I feel like morale is suffering a bit. And
yeah, so here's what the New York Times has it as: 109 Kamala Harris. I don't remember the exact numbers you just said. 198 for Donald Trump. Again, take a breath. This is exactly what we've been saying for the better part of 4 hours right now. This is what we predicted. Nothing is out of the norm. Nothing's out of the everything's as we expected. As I can't find any words.
Virginia,
that's also expected.
Virginia has also moved from lean Democrat to likely Democrat with 69% of the vote in.
That's good.
So that's good movement.
How many electoral votes there? 17?
13.
13.
Yeah. You've been close every time you've guessed.
You know.
It hasn't been perfect, but you've been close. So that's good.
You know what I'll only do with what I got.
You know, can I tell you, there's so much to remember and there's so much that we need to have in our working memory right now that when I was asked about my favorite topic, which is
Brothers Johnson music.
Yeah. Funky music. I could only think of 2 songs, you know?
Yeah.
Anyway. All right. Another question. Oh, Jamie Pierce. Look at this owl in this photo.
So let me tell you a little story. When we drove to Connecticut last weekend, and I don't know what stretch we were going through, if it was Pennsylvania, where we were, New Jersey, and we came upon 2 separate within like 5 miles dead owls, and Brittany, literally, you got emotional. It was strange to me.
No, I love owls, and I have been wanting to see an owl in real life for a very long time.
There you go. It's a real life picture.
And the first owl that I ever saw in real life was dead on the side of the road. Like, it's horrifying, right? And then we have this election going on. Like, I can't catch a break.
So Jamie Pierce is asking, he says, I thought I just tuned into, here, let me turn this off so I can get a full screenshot of the phone. I thought I just tuned into the God channel. Love you guys. Talking to God on the bat phone to Jesus.
It never gets old. Never gets old.
Just put it right here.
All right. Easy Dash Target. What do you think Juan Merchan will do regarding sentencing Trump if he wins/loses?
Well, I don't think the sentencing is going to. Well, if Donald Trump wins, there's a host of issues that are going to be brought in because he's the sitting president of the United States. But he has been found guilty of 34 felony counts. If he loses, I mean, when's sentencing? What's the date of sentencing? Somebody look that up, put it in the chat or something. I think it's the 11th or the 18th or something. It's real close. Look, I hope they do the right thing, but I have a feeling that it's going to be
November 26th.
26th. I have a feeling it's going to be lackluster, home confinement kind of bullshit, when really what they need to do is just follow sentencing guidelines from previous cases of this type and follow that. The Donald Trump shouldn't be punished any more because he's Donald Trump, and he shouldn't be punished any less because he's Donald Trump. That's not what justice is about. The reason the statue has a blindfold on is because justice is blind to those things. Justice is blind to whether you're a former president or whether you're someone who is just a low-level criminal who got caught up, whatever. We want just justice.
Yes. That would be fantastic. I do want to read something really quick, though, from The Independent. This is maybe a mood booster. So this is reporting in The Independent from earlier, quote, one Republican operative who has worked with the ex-president's campaign in the past said it's clear that Trump is, quote, decompensating in response to the late Harris surge. Quote, he's realizing that he could lose the election, go to prison, and maybe die there, they said.
Wait. We need to hear that sentence one more time. Maybe raise the volume and the timbre of your voice.
He's realizing that he could lose the election, go to prison, and maybe die there.
Now,
is that good?
I don't know if that sounds like good news to you, but that sounds like a real good time to me. I can think of nothing better fate of Donald Trump than him dying in prison. And people look, I've been criticized. That's harsh. Is it? Why don't you talk to one of the 1.5 million people who died of COVID because of his inaction? Why don't you talk to the countless women now who are subjected to draconian, the stripping away of their bodily autonomy? He needs to die in prison.
So they just called Wyoming, I believe, for Donald Trump.
Donald Trump? Oh, I thought for sure that was going to be Kamala.
No, they didn't just call that because the electoral count didn't change. I thought something changed. All right.
I'm looking at his Truth Social right now to see if there's any insanity, but no, it's normal insanity, nothing spectacular.
Okay, did we ignore a question? I think maybe
CNN projection: Kamala Harris wins Colorado, and Donald Trump wins Mississippi.
We already knew that a long time ago. So, is this on a delay again? No, it's not. All right, someone you don't know. Republicans vote against their interests every time they get a chance and then bitch about how bad things are. Dumb as rocks. I'm assuming that's a rock emoji.
Is that a rock? That's kind of cool. I saw a bunch of red phones in the chat. I love the new emojis coming out.
So yeah, let's talk about this though. Republicans vote against their interests every time. This has been something that is remarkable, specifically with Elon Musk joining the ranks and donating millions of dollars to the PAC for Donald Trump.
Tens of millions of dollars.
And then doing a giveaway where he's giving $1 million away to someone who signs up for the PAC. And it's interesting to watch the people walk on stage to get their $1 million check because Elon Musk is supporting Donald Trump for a reason. Donald Trump has promised him a position in his administration to look at government spending and government waste. And Elon Musk is heavily intertwined with the federal government.
Right. Wild conflict of interest.
His companies have federal contracts where they make a lot of money.
Yeah.
And
billions of dollars.
Billions. I think maybe like 15 billion. I can't remember the exact number right now, but all of these different contracts. And he also has many different investigations and regulatory battles with these companies, with these contracts. And so he has motivation, right, to want a powerful position in Donald Trump's administration, because when he can oversee government spending, when he can oversee the way the government works, he can oversee the regulatory battles that he's in with the government. He can oversee the contracts that he has with the government. And then you see like working class folks who will never have the money that Elon Musk has, never have the money that Donald Trump has, never have money. And they're supporting Elon Musk and Donald Trump, who are only concerned about tax breaks for the wealthy and tax breaks for corporations. So it's very disturbing, and I don't know how to get around it, right? Because I was raised poor, and I feel like I can't ever shake it. Like, you know, I'm not poor anymore, but I feel like I can always return there, and I feel very connected to the poor and working class. And I will never shake, like, not, having to count change to put gas in my car, or like waking up in the middle of the night as a kid to turn the heater on and like laying my blanket over the heater so I could be warm enough to fall asleep. Like, I will never be able to relate to someone like Elon Musk and someone like Donald Trump. So I don't understand people that, come from what I come from and think that Donald Trump is going to take up for them. He has never experienced that. He has never experienced those struggles, and he doesn't care about people who do. So this is something that I struggle with related to Republicans voting against their interests. I think it's something that, we can work on, hopefully try to increase the education and actually, get at some of this with some of the poor and working class people. But we need class solidarity. And I think part of that is people acknowledging their own precarious financial state. And sometimes it can be difficult to admit that you're in a precarious financial state. We don't want to think about
also,
that,
I think we need to change the narrative about how we talk about it. Like not to be, I, for a long time, was embarrassed to admit that I was a poor kid, that I was on free lunch the entire time I was in school.
Or even a poor adult.
Yeah, absolutely. And so we need to jettison that. Just get rid of that.
Yeah, there's no shame.
There's absolutely no shame, because being poor or being rich isn't always, or even oftentimes, a metric of how hard you've worked, because it's not like Elon Musk is working billions of times harder than anybody else who works at a car dealership or works in a kitchen or works at a hospital. He's just exceedingly lucky. It's not merit, it is luck. He's a lucky person. It's the luck of his birth into a wealthy family and emerald miners in apartheid South Africa. It's luck of being able to get to America as an illegal immigrant and go to college and then not go to college and then start his software companies. It's the luck of being at the right place at the right time, the moment in time he was born in society where technology was exploding, the luck of buying into Tesla, not inventing anything, not founding anything. There's a lot of luck involved that people don't credit. Anyway, I'm ranting.
Thank you for that question, though. Oh.
Tilly Kerna.
Hello, Tilly.
Hello, Tilly. And $100.
So very kind. Oh
Unbelievable. Daughter, hubs, son, and I all voted blue in South Carolina. That is awesome. Thank you for exemplifying the courage to continue to uncover and share the truth. You are both amazing on every level. And then a word that I don't think is English, and I don't know what Santi.
Maybe it's like Santee in California.
Does anyone know what that is? No. Tilly, I need educated. I'm a dum-dum. I grew up poor in Idaho. I'm a poor, huddled mass yearning to breathe free over here. Tilly is a beautiful, wonderful human being who I've known for many, many years.
Thank you so much, Tilly. We really appreciate it. Thank you for watching.
And thank you, daughter, husband, son, for voting blue in South Carolina, even though it wasn't quite enough. Doing your part is still doing your part.
Apparently, we're seeing that a huge batch of votes is about to be posted in Georgia. So we're waiting to see the direction that is going to go. Right now, it's 91% of the votes are in, and it's saying that it's likely are. Ricky, y'all are the most rational during this election and have made this process much easier. Trust the process.
Trust the process.
Thank you. That is very kind.
Are you from Philly or just an NBA fan? Trust the process.
I think I don't get that.
ULMB, right? What's his name? The Philly guy. What's up?
We are all so consumed by the election right now that we can't think of anything else. That's what's happening.
But it is trust the process. It's the listen. If you're just joining us, you missed out on earlier several times that we've talked about it. The map that I'm getting ready to put back up is what we predicted. People are going to be like, "What? Why is he still talking about this?" We knew there is no surprise here that we are where we are. That Trump has run up the score, and now it's even less because Kamala Harris 112, Donald Trump 198. We knew that at this point in the evening, Donald Trump would be up in the electoral count. We knew that. We know that he's going to continue to run it up a little bit as some of these states come in. But when Minnesota gets called and Wisconsin gets called and California gets called and Oregon gets called, and it's going to balance. And then we're going to be waiting for the results to come in for some of those swing states like Michigan, like Wisconsin, like Pennsylvania. Iowa is even actually in play now for Kamala Harris. So calm down, take a drink, relax. Things are good. I'll put that phone to Jesus away.
I believe Ohio had already been called, so some of this is a little delayed. But this is also part of your prediction that you were just making because you said by 11. Is that what you said, or by 11:30?
That Donald Trump will declare victory in the 11 o'clock hour.
In the 11 o'clock hour. Okay. So we're still waiting. It's still yet to be determined if Jesse will be tooting his own horn or if he will be changing his mind as the evidence changes.
Well, I'll just admit I was wrong.
Changing your mind when the new evidence is presented, which is another theme of the evening. Do we have any other questions? All right.
Santé. Tilly just texted me. Love you both. It's santé, meaning health.
Oh.
All right.
All right. Very nice. So this is a longtime supporter of the show, Paul and Ashley in Houston. Jesse, I need you to send me a jar of that delicious optimism you're making. We are pacing and drinking heavily. Love y'all, Paul and Ashley in Houston. Yeah, so
long time early adopter of I Doubt It podcast, the podcast that Brittany and Paige and I co-host together and have for over 10 years, almost 1,000 episodes of a podcast that is completely different and unrelated to our separate, disparate YouTube shows.
it's actually where we started, you started.
That's right.
Yeah, before even YouTube was a thing. I mean, it was a thing, but it's just you weren't on it yet.
I was not on it yet.
Yeah. So do you want to tell Paul and Ashley how to make your optimism? What's the recipe for it?
I don't know why I am just inherently optimistic in my outlook on things. I think probably it's because I've been super lucky in life. I was born white. I was born straight. I was born with some ability to think. And I wasn't in a marginalized group growing up. I mean, I broke out of poverty. I broke out of Christian nationalism. And all of those things are largely, I think I can chalk up to luck. So I think maybe I'm optimistic just because things generally have worked out for me. But in this case, I'm not just being optimistic. I'm looking at it from the history of how the electoral vote rolls in, knowing that this is not a done deal for Donald Trump. This is a bummer looking map right now, but it's the same thing. It's the bummer map that I told you we were going to be facing 4 hours ago, 3 hours, 57 minutes and 4 seconds ago.
Yeah. So
I'm glad there's a little timer right there.
I'm really trying to stay optimistic as well. So it's getting less and less.
Paul and Ashley, we love you. Dana Reed, thank you both so much for shepherding me through this election cycle. You remind me I'm not crazy. And I don't know you, so maybe you're not, maybe you are, but you're probably not. I think it's likely you're not. And I am just as thankful for listeners of the podcast we just mentioned, and also viewers on YouTube as you guys are for me or for us, because the community that has built up around our particular content creation operation has shepherded us through a lot of hard times and difficult times, both in politics and in our real lives. I mean, look, I almost died of cancer 2 years ago, and it was because of the audience and the love of my partner in life and content creation that I'm here. You guys absolutely played a role in my recovery, and I'm forever grateful for that. So thank you, Dana. Or Dana, I'm not sure. The only Dana I know is Dana Bash, so I'm just assuming it's Dana. Nerd Life Official. Nobody wants to be Nerd Life Unofficial. Nerd Life Official, $2 super chat. Thank you very much, so much for the super chat. We appreciate it. We are longtime viewers. Keep up the good work. Well, listen, as long as there's a fight to be fought and we have the energy, we're here for it. And I don't see us going away anytime soon. So thank you for your support and your listenership and your viewership. It means a lot.
So I am starting to feel stressed, and
why? Let's talk about it.
Okay. So Georgia is very likely R. I think that's what they're kind of getting ready to call is Georgia for Trump.
That's okay.
Michigan right now is lean Republican.
Mm-hmm.
So that's not ideal. Iowa is also very likely R right now. So those are not ideal situations in terms of the map.
But there are still so many other avenues to victory, paths to victory for Kamala Harris. Minnesota hasn't been called. Wisconsin hasn't been called. Michigan, Pennsylvania is a big one. She doesn't need everything to go her way to win this.
Yes.
Not at all.
Yeah, I'm not.
So let's keep that in mind.
I am staying positive, and I think what's helpful about this is it may represent how a lot of people in the audience are feeling, right? Some people are probably a Jesse, and some people are probably a me. And I don't want to put labels on it, but doom and gloom and unchecked optimism, I think.
It's not unchecked optimism.
No evidence
that's
for
so
it.
Negative.
It's kind of no evidence for it. And, a lot of lies, self-soothing.
What's the AC turn to? That's my question right now. Are there any other questions or comments that we should address? Marco L, parenthetically Marco. Brittany?
Brittany, what is the best way to help with anxiety? As I'm currently struggling with my own anxiety, there's many different ways that we can cope with anxiety. What is the best way? I think it really depends on the person and what you feel has worked or hasn't worked for you. For example, I have friends who are really into meditation, right? And I've tried meditation, and I've tried it a lot, many, many different times. And it's not something that's super valuable for me. One thing that
that's a personal thing.
That's a personal thing.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But there's many different things, breathing exercises, focusing on what's in your control, what's not in your control. Exercise is a huge one for me. So I used to be very sedentary, and then I went to the doctor, and they were like, do you move around ever? And I was like, no, not really. I was in cross country for 3 days when I was in middle school. So that was kind of the extent of it. And then I was like, wait a minute, people run long distances for fun. And then I became a therapist, and I was like, what's really helpful for when you're feeling down is exercise and movement and getting outside while I was sedentary. And then when my doctor was like, hey, you need to start moving around, I got a Peloton. And when I would work out afterward, I would feel amazing. And I was like, holy shit, what I've been saying this whole time about how exercise boosts your mood, it's right. So that is definitely one. But also just doing things that you enjoy and, reading, hobbies.
Like we talked about earlier, if your anxiety is politics driven, if it's focused around some of these things, if it's social media triggered, check out.
Right. And
tune out of politics. Give yourself the breathing room to step away from it and recenter yourself.
And also medication, if that's what you need. You know what I mean? No shame. So that's kind of another theme of the night. No shame.
There are lots of pharmacological remedies for you at your disposal if you need that. Dave Martin again. Dave Martin. Thank you for having Steve guest host. I suggested his channel and both of yours to my 83-year-old Trekkie mother. She subbed to it all, or she subbed to all three. Your content helped me convince her to vote for the first time since 76. All blue. That's great. I mean, the super chat is super fantastic. Thank you very much. 83-year-old Trekkie mother. That doesn't compute for me as the demographic of that show of Star Trek. 83-year-old ladies.
So while we're on the
and tell her thank you for the sub.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. So I want to play one of the clips that we have. This is going to be clip 9. We've been talking a lot about abortion, and I've seen in the chat some that people are specifically concerned about the way the map looks and what this is going to mean for women's healthcare. So I want to talk a little bit about why it's dangerous for Republicans to be in control and making these decisions. And we're going to play a 2012 TV appearance from Ohio State Representative Jim Bucci, I think is his name. I was going to look up how to say it and have a notes for myself, but I did not do that. So this is an interview with him on Al Jazeera from 2012. And this is a Republican who had co-sponsored a bill to ban abortion. And in this interview, he's asked a very simple question. You'd think it would be a simple question. And that is, why would a woman want to have an abortion? And I think you're going to be shocked at his response.
What do you think makes a woman want to have an abortion?
Well, there's probably a lot of. I'm not a woman, so I'm thinking now. If I'm a woman, why would I want? Yeah, some of it has to do with economics. A lot of it has to do with economics. I don't know. I've never. It's a question I've never even thought about.
It's a question I haven't really thought about as he's co-sponsoring legislation restricting access to abortion. I mean, there couldn't be a more Republican dipshit if you went to central casting.
And I think this is the case for a lot of Republicans, because in the clip that we played of RFK Jr. when he was running for president and he was asked about the federal abortion ban, you could almost see him like in the moment working through where he would put the ban in terms of the number of weeks in the moment. Like he hadn't thought about it in any thoughtful way. It wasn't based on anything. It wasn't based on evidence. It wasn't based on, who he's talked to, what he's heard, research that he's done. It was just based on vibes. And imagine, being a Republican who's in a position of power to restrict access to healthcare, and you haven't even thought about why someone might need access to that healthcare. And he's not the only Republican, because we have another clip here, clip 10. And this is actually from this year. This is a Idaho Republican, Mark Sauter. And
also remarkable clip.
In this clip, he's State Representative Mark Sauter. And in this clip, he's being interviewed by a fantastic reporter, Sarah Varney with KFF. And this is in response to what has happened in Idaho, specifically related to the abortion ban. And Idaho has been hit really hard by OBGYNs leaving the state, creating maternal health care deserts. This is where some of the labor and delivery wards have shut down, and medical students are not wanting to train there. And this is going to have all kinds of effects down the line that we haven't even seen yet. But given that OBGYNs are fleeing the state because they feel that they can't practice there, they don't want to lose their license for doing their job, they don't want to end up in jail. This Republican who was supportive of abortion bans was asked, did he ever think about how the abortion ban might affect care in women's health when he was supporting the abortion ban?
State Representative Mark Sauter, a Republican, lives in Sandpoint. He says he hadn't thought much about the abortion ban.
It really wasn't up high on my radar other than I'm a pro-life guy and I ran that way, but I didn't see it as having a real big community impact.
Then he started talking with local doctors, including Amelia Huntsberger.
What I'm wondering is, for you personally, did you think about abortion as it relates to obstetric care for pregnant women?
No, I don't think I you know, it's like anything. You get exposed to something, all of a sudden you go, wow, there's a different way to look at this. You know, what are we going to do about all this?
Yeah, so it's pretty typical at this point. I mean, I don't know what else to say. We should have people who are actually interested in the population that they represent, but also interested in looking for the evidence before they support a policy and not just going off of vibes and what they think. And of course, credit to Mark Sauter for acknowledging like how he was wrong and talking about how he was wrong. There are some Republicans that have come out and said that they were wrong and that they regret what they did in supporting abortion bans. But you know, the damage has been done. And so it's difficult to move forward when the damage has been done.
Not a lot that we would expect from Republicans or Republican voters for that matter. That's one of the reasons why I didn't jump on board with the criticism of Joe Biden. I mean, it's a dumb thing for him to have said because it gave fodder to the other side. But if you're voting for Donald Trump after what we've learned about him in 2016, if you voted for Donald Trump in 2020 after knowing that, you're going to vote for him again here in 2024 after knowing everything we know about Donald Trump. What other excuse can we give other than you're garbage? You want bad things for the country. You want to hurt groups that are outside of your own, and you want to lend power to white supremacy. I mean, that's what it is. If you want Project 2025 to have a stranglehold on the country, you're not a good person. You don't have good intent. You have ill intent for your fellow citizens. I just don't I don't understand it. We are coming down here to a big poll closing at 11 o'clock. So stick around with us for 20 minutes. Or longer. Cody on. I'm honestly surprised at the dynamic tonight. I expected Jesse to be less. Jesus. I expected Jesse to be the less than optimistic one. I'm strangely confident myself.
I wonder why, when that is never, ever the dynamic.
That is also never the case with me. I'm always just because I get pissed off doesn't mean I'm not optimistic. So we'll see. Tarot with D Sparta, member for 3 months. Thank you very much. My son says you look like the Jedi Alex Jones. I do get that a lot when I'm banging papers talking about the water's making the frogs gay. But I'm not. I am not in any way, shape, or form Alex Jones. For one, I'm 6'3", and Alex Jones is maybe 5'7". So I'm not Alex Jones.
Did everyone know that Jesse was 6'3"? You should guess how tall I am. Let's create a little game while we're all on this doom scroll. Phil, I'm from New Zealand. God, this is horrific. How can that maniac be so popular? What the F, we're trying not to say F, is wrong with Americans?
A lot, Phil.
Yes.
Look, it is a bummer. When you look at the map, you can be as optimistic as I am, and you can look at the electoral results, even though they were what we expected. Again, still, I believe Kamala Harris is going to win decisively. But
They called Iowa for Trump.
Looking at this map is absolutely depressing because, for one thing, I think the outsized influence of this and the main problem with it is it lets you know that MAGA is not going to die anytime soon. That we are going to have to contend with bad ideas from people who want to drag us back to the 1950s, who want white supremacy to be the order of the day. They want to breathe new life into draconian, regressive policies, these reactionary assholes. And it is depressing that my countrymen and women want bad things for their fellow citizens. Thank you. Tracy B. Gay, or Tracy B. Gay, do you believe Trump would take us out of NATO and ally with the dictators? Trump unilaterally cannot take us out of NATO, but he can certainly weaken our alliance with our allies in NATO. He can certainly not answer the call when a NATO ally is attacked. He can ignore some of the agreements that we have in the treaty, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, which is NATO. He can make it very difficult for our allies in being in agreement with and pallet around with and allying with people like Vladimir Putin or Viktor Orban or a host of other dangerous characters across the globe that he seems to be thick as thieves with. So effectively, he could, but on paper, he could not do that.
So it's right now it's 210 Donald Trump electoral votes to Kamala Harris's 112. And I want to say, for all of the fear,
we're coming back to your question.
Yes, for all of the fear and emotion that is in the chat, I'm seeing it in my social media feeds. The general vibe seems to be a lot of concern right now. And I also want to say, I think some of the very confident takes that we saw from people leading up to election night are maybe contributing to some of that. We knew this was going to be very close.
Mm-hmm.
I think that we had hoped that it wouldn't be, but and maybe that is contradicting your prediction from earlier, but I feel like anyone who was like, this is a done deal, Kamala has this, was not someone that you should have been listening to in the first place, right? Because that's just, where is that coming from? That's unearned confidence. It's not really based on anything.
I agree with that.
And so you should want to follow the evidence, right? So anyone who was acting very sure of things, maybe you can remember who was acting very sure of things leading up to this night, and maybe disregard them in the future. But all that to say, I think that may be playing a role in some of the fear that we're experiencing, is that we believed it wouldn't be this close, or that we, thought it would go otherwise. It's okay. We knew it would be close. We knew it would be a battle. Kamala Harris knew that too, right?
Right. Let's put that question back up, and then I want to talk about the electoral map a little bit more. Decora Dahl, $20 super chat, and a channel member. Thank you so much for your support. It is very much appreciated. Jesse, I was raised by a neo-Nazi father who said terrible things about women, Native Americans, all sorts of marginalized groups. I have grown past him, and I'll never go back. Keep up the wonderful work. Thank you for the support of the channel. Thank you for your contribution to the conversation too. Both Brittany and I have lived experience in that territory. Brittany more than me with that particular level of racism. I'm not one who would ever challenge someone's decision to disconnect from family. The toxicity of racism, the toxicity of fundamentalism in religion, the toxicity of Republican politics sometimes should be avoided at all costs. And if that's what makes you happy and healthy, good for you. Good for you.
Yeah, and Jesse's right. I was raised in a neo-Nazi household. I didn't believe the Holocaust happened until I was in 10th grade, and my parents moved me from Southern California to Idaho to be closer to Aryan nations. So I was raised in the neo-Nazi movement, and it's part of why it's so difficult for me, because I see the racism that I was raised with, that I used to recognize as something that not everyone believed. And it was something that we kind of felt like we needed to hide, right? I see it out in public now, and I see it out in a Madison Square Garden rally with Donald Trump. And people don't seem to be recognizing it for what it is, or they are and they don't care. And I think it's mostly the latter. And that's really disturbing to me, because Decorah Dahl, the work that it takes to get out of that situation and the difficulty that is involved in disconnecting from your family and improving your life. So I don't know. I mean, we have a lot of work to do, and we try to use our platforms here to do some of that work. And I appreciate you watching. I appreciate your support. So thank you.
So Ted Cruz was just declared by CNN the winner of the race in Texas. That is bad news. It is what I predicted, though, that it would be a tight race, but Ted Cruz would ultimately be victorious in that. Texas is a very tough race there. However, the race in Delaware, Blunt Rochester, she won. So Democrat will remain as a senator in Delaware. And Kristen Gillibrand in New York also won. And Angela also Brooks from Maryland beat Larry Hogan. I predicted that as well. So also let's do this. I want to look at this map because I want to assuage everybody's the tension that you're feeling, the anxiety that you're feeling. And I want to show you exactly why I'm not there with you yet. We currently are in the situation still where it's 113 Kamala Harris, 210 Donald Trump, as according to the New York Times and their models or their predictions, or what they've called. So what I want you to, I don't know, we're tiny on the screen here, but California is 54 electoral votes. So you can add 54 automatically to 113. Oregon absolutely is going to Kamala Harris. That is Oregon.
Sorry, I'm on the different map. It is 8.
8. Add 8 to that. Washington, I think you said it was 12.
It is 12.
12. Add to that. That's going to be Kamala Harris as well. New Mexico is probably 5.
5. Mm-hmm.
That's going to go to Kamala Harris. So her account isn't just 113. All of those numbers I just gave you, 54, 12, 5, Oregon, I don't remember. 8. You can add that right now. You can chalk it up as a win in those states for Kamala Harris. Add those numbers to 113, and that's the real number we have right now. And that's not even taking into account some of these that haven't come in yet, like Virginia, which I believe is 12 or 13.
Yeah, it's 13.
You can add that one as well. So it's way, way closer than what you're seeing on the map right now. I know seeing the sea of red is depressing and it's bumming you out, but let's deal with the map. Let's deal with reality on reality's terms. Is there any questions?
So those states that you just called would put Kamala at 205, by the way. So that's
within 5.
Virginia, California, Oregon, Washington, and
New Mexico.
New Mexico, Washington, Oregon, California, and Virginia would put Kamala at 205. Yeah. And Trump is currently at 210.
Virginia, did you say Virginia as well?
I'm counting Virginia.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah. So let's chill out, because the remaining red, Idaho, that's 4 electoral votes. That's nothing.
Minnesota right now is,
what was that?
is also leaning Democratic. And so that would be 10 additional electoral votes. If that continues to lean that way, it's only 9% of the vote in. But
Minnesota's going to go
215
for Kamala.
That would be 215.
Right.
So Nevada is a big one. That's one that we're really hopeful about. And Mike, our previous guest on the live stream, Mike was hopeful about Nevada as well, said that there were some promising signs on the ground in Nevada as well. So Edward, hey guys, I went back to college last year with a goal to gain my poli-sci degree in hopes of being able to fight this radicalism. Feeling kind of down right now, but we'll keep up the fight regardless. That is great. Yeah. Very important. I think that, maybe one positive aspect of Trump is that it has encouraged a lot of people to get involved in politics where otherwise they maybe weren't or hadn't been paying attention.
I think so. I think that's an underappreciated element of this.
Right. And so I think if we were to try to take anything away from that could be the lesson, certainly.
How are we feeling out there? I'm not in the chat right now. I guess I could prop it open here and see what kind of
what was the general vibe for my height? Did everyone?
Oh, did
everyone have
the chat's going insanely too fast, so I can't read. But
5'4".
Nice Marine avatar. Brittany is not 5'4".
Nope.
You're not even within an inch.
I'll just tell you.
No, wait.
Okay, I'll wait. We'll build suspense. It'll be like, will Mike show feet? It'll be how tall is Brittany? Yeah, so I think the next polls are closing at 11, right? So less than 7 minutes now until the next polls close. We still have Arizona too close to call. They haven't called Georgia yet still. And people are tweeting at us and telling us that the New York Times is basically saying that Donald Trump is likely to win. I would not pay attention to that yet, because remember in 2016, when it was basically a fact with all these polls with the New York Times that Hillary Clinton was going to win.
Right.
And so I think we don't want to get ahead of ourselves. And yes, I understand what the New York Times needle is saying, but we still have time, and the next polls are going to close, and we're still counting votes, and states are leaning in a way that is good.
It's not over until it's over, for one thing. And the other thing is, we just went through the math. This race is right now virtually tied. It's virtually an absolute dead heat. So what you need to pay attention to is what's going to take place in the later hours of the evening with Michigan, with Wisconsin, with Pennsylvania, with Arizona, with Nevada. Those swing states, they are critical to this race. It's why Kamala Harris, and not Donald Trump because he's a dumb shit and did some crazy stuff, but that's why they focused the race. They weren't campaigning. Kamala Harris wasn't campaigning out in California. She was campaigning where the most bang for her buck was going to come, and that's from being in those states, in North Carolina, in Pennsylvania, in Michigan. That's why she was there. So let's.
Yeah. So this is a great comment. Pennsylvania and Michigan is what we need to watch. That's definitely true. And Pennsylvania right now, 67% of the vote and it's lean R. Michigan, 28% of the vote is in, and it's lean R. So those are both lean R.
Also, when they say lean, when they say lean or likely Republican, what they're talking about is one, polling data that's been in place for the last week or the last few days, but also exit polls. So they're talking to people who just voted. That's not scientific. That they don't know. They don't know.
Yeah. So let's talk about a little bit of good news for a moment. So abortion rights were also on the ballot in Colorado. So there was Amendment 79. This proposed amendment to Colorado's constitution would create a right to abortion and repeal an existing provision that allows public funds for abortion only if a pregnant woman's life is in danger. This won. They approved the ballot measure to codify abortion rights throughout pregnancy. And it's going to repeal the 1984 edition in the Colorado Constitution that barred the use of public funds for abortions. So a very positive win, pro-choice win. And we definitely love to see that. It's important. And trying to keep with the good news because there's not a ton of good news happening right now. So yes. She Elf Johnson, I'm 5'4". I take umbrage that you were so insulted by that. It's not that I was insulted by that. I just find it interesting that it's so often the case that people think I'm small. I don't know. Maybe it's
or smaller than you are.
Maybe it's just because I'm a lady. Yeah, smaller than I am, right? Because again, that's kind of giving away my height since I said it was small, right? It's kind of implied about what my height would be.
Just tell them.
So I'm 5'10", and
It's the thing everyone said. The first time we ever met David Pakman in person, he was like, "Whoa, you guys are both very tall." People, they see us on a little screen, like right now, you're watching us on a screen, and you think, they're just average height. You know, like average height of a man's 5'9". Average height of a lady's like 5'3" or something.
I don't know.
Yeah, we're just taller than average, and people think they expect to walk up to a average height person, and we're freakish giants.
And let me say too, I love when people come up to me in the grocery store and they say, "Hey, can you get that for me?" I will. So, please. And the person who was up there, that's 5'4", if you ever need help getting something off a shelf, whatever, and you see someone in the store and you're like, I'm nervous to ask them, please do, because we love doing it. And I speak for all tall people, I guess. All right, Cynthia, I'm scared shitless. My state is blue in a sea of red. Jesse and Brittany, I appreciate your reporting. Thank you for what you do. Well, Jesse's optimism should be helping you, right?
Yes.
Right?
Let me go to the map. Let's see where we are.
Yeah, go to the map.
Let me close out this toxic social media and go to the map.
Toxic social media?
Yeah, I was looking at Twitter and Threads and...
You can tell he's petering out.
So, well, my voice is starting to get really fried, man. I mean, maybe we need to take a commercial break after the 11 o'clock. In a few minutes after we get some projections, we'll take a commercial break.
Yeah.
Let me also say this, and this is unrelated to the results, but this is more me looking at how many people are in the stream right now, and the fact that we have over the course of the entire stream had 120,000 people join us. That is fantastic. Your interest in this election, your interest in making this country and by extension the world a better place is what makes me what sustains my optimism. It doesn't make me optimistic, but it certainly helps. And you guys are amazing. Being concerned about which way this election goes and not just checked out and not giving a shit because you got stupid Netflix show to watch. That's important. And if we can parlay this kind of enthusiasm and interest in this election into when Kamala Harris wins, if Kamala Harris wins, we can really make an impact and make a big difference in our neighbors' lives and try to make this country a better place. And I'm buoyed by your involvement and your passion for this. So thank you. Thank you so much.
So the poll, it's 11. So the polls, another round of polls should be closing. And California has been
Washington,
called.
Oregon, California, and Idaho just closed.
And they already called California for Kamala Harris.
So let's go to the map here.
And already called Idaho for Donald Trump.
As I said 20 minutes, an hour ago or whatever.
Washington has already been called for Kamala Harris as well.
Right. So, boom. It was 210, 118, and now it's 179, 214. I mean, like I said, hopefully people are now able to relax a little bit. If you need to dip into grandpa's old cough medicine or grab a glass of whiskey and sip and be judicious in your alcohol consumption tonight and don't go crazy, relax. This is going exactly the way that I talked about when we first started this stream 4 hours, 31 minutes, and 16 seconds ago. We're good. We're in good space. Things aren't looking so great in a couple of the swing states like Georgia, as far as the New York Times and some of these other outlets are concerned. But we don't know until the vote actually comes in. So let me be confident for you. Relax. We've got this. I'm still going to be tooting my horn tomorrow, so relax. Are there questions? I can get this
I thought
off
we were going
the
to take a
break. Because they already called the calls.
Yeah,
let's do that. We're going to take a break. The 3,700 of you that are sticking around, that are here now, please stick around. We've got some stuff for you to watch in the commercial break. It's not just us walking away, and we will be back in 5 or so minutes. One more time for the people in the back of the room. Got the phone? Follow me on social media if you like misery.
Statement by Donald J. Trump.
Yeah. God. Yeah. Oh, you got some news on the case? Okay. Yeah, great. Come on. Fat, hard, violent air quotes.
45th President of the United States.
It's real. It's plugged in the way that it needs to contact the Almighty.
Of America.
Blah, blah, blah. I will shut my mouth.
Where we invite and receive respected world leaders. And this...
What's your favorite curse word?
I can't say it. It starts with an M and it ends with a. Former president.
Do I think that she will be able to rattle him in any way? No, I would argue right now the chance is 0.001%. Do I think he will be respectful? I do.
A few moments later.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
But I do get credit for having been an originator of the term. I mean, a lot of times I have a very fertile mind. I come up with very good names for people.
You're very creative.
Pocahontas,
yes.
Lots of good names.
The call for Joe Biden is it? Who was it called by? Oh my goodness, all the networks. Wow. All the networks.
Let's have trial by combat.
It's a race-baiting, xenophobic, religious bigot.
This man is a pathological liar.
The most vulgar person to ever aspire to the presidency.
I don't think he has a clue about anything.
Ends treasure. And today in Wisconsin, take a look at that. This may go down as an iconic, epic moment that we will remember for a long time.
But we're close to World War II because we have people in the White House that World War III. Thank you. Thank you. I don't sleep that much.
Donald Trump has recently, we've seen he has canceled some interviews. A Trump advisor told the Shade Room producers that Trump was, quote, exhausted and refusing some interviews.
Can I ask you what really... Hey, Dan, I got to get going. Oh, I'm sorry. They're going crazy. All right.
Reports that he's falling asleep.
I see my people are going crazy over there.
Oh, that's it?
Time to go, right? Okay. In other words, to make you feel a little guilty, we would only have you to blame. But we put ourselves in an unusual position. We're definitely very far left, and people wanted to start meeting. There was a whole thing, nothing was coming together, and then we got hit with something that...
So we are back after our little break. Not long enough, unfortunately.
You know what I didn't do this time is go upstairs and visit Sweepy. And, you know, she's gotten to the point where she doesn't even expect that she's going to be able to get out of the room that she is currently shut in. She used to try to escape every time I open the door, and now she just lays in the bed and stares at me and is depressed. So she's also hoping for a good outcome. I think she may be a Trump supporter. We don't know, but we're hoping for the best. So we are back, and we want to give a shout out to our moderators in the live chat, by the way, that are putting in links in there and I guess helping people behave. Oh, this is Sweepy. This is our bulldog. We are the people that have an Instagram for our bulldogs. But look at her. How can you not? She's beautiful.
She does more than sleep, by the way.
She does. Sometimes she wears a dress. Sometimes she's in a pool. So
thank you to the moderator. I did click on a couple people, and they said I was asking to be a moderator, and I clicked a couple. But it moves too quick, and you know we don't do live all the time. So anyway, thank you if you're there. So here we are, 11:09, and some of these states are going to be coming in as the vote comes in more. Some of the votes that are going to be counted right now are mail-in ballots that weren't allowed to be even opened or addressed or dealt with at all until the polls close. So it's going to take poll workers a lot of time to process those votes, and that is what the delay is here. Now, the problem with that is that Donald Trump is going to take full advantage of the fact of the uncertainty of that vote and it's being counted. And I would expect, my prediction would be that within the next 51 minutes, he's going to make a statement saying that he won. And he's already started to declare that there's fraud and that law enforcement is on the way to these places in Philadelphia and others. But we need to all, be calm, like we've been talking about. Don't be so stressed out, and understand that this is the landscape that we've been dealt. And we're in it for the long haul. We don't know until we know. And the outstanding states that are still there to be counted are absolutely put us in a position to, and I'll put them back up on the screen right now. They are absolutely putting us in a position to do well. I mean, obviously California, remember what I said? So right now our count is 179-214 as of the New York Times estimate here. Oregon has not been given up. And that is how many, Brittany?
Oregon is 8.
So you can add 8 to this to 179. New Mexico, 5. You can add that to to whatever that other number would be. I'm not good at the maths. It's these states here. Let me get the whole map on it's Minnesota, which will also be Kamala Harris. You can add that to the tally. But it's Wisconsin, it is Michigan, it is Pennsylvania. Those are the states that we're really waiting with bated breath to find out what the way the vote's going to go. Georgia looks like it's probably going to go for Donald Trump.
It's very likely R. Right
That's a bummer, but it doesn't. There is still an easy path to victory for Kamala Harris.
So let's just say, let's do some of the counts here. So Kamala Harris, they messed with my math because they called different states than I was prepared for them to call. Okay, so she's at 179.
Here,
right.
Let me break out the calculator.
She's at 179 right now. Okay, let's all do math together, guys, because we need to do this.
There we go. 179 plus.
Okay, so let's say she gets Oregon. All right.
She will.
We're gonna add 8.
8 plus.
Okay, so that's 187. Now we're going to add New Hampshire because she's
New Mexico, 5.
Okay, let's do New Mexico first. 5.
That's 192.
Okay.
Well, I'm going west east.
Okay, so now, okay. Let's do what we're most confident with, though. She's going to get Maine and New Hampshire. So that's 6.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so we're at 192 plus 6 because we're confident she's going to get New Hampshire and
So it's
Maine.
198.
Okay, 198.
Minnesota. Confident.
We're confident that she's going to get Minnesota. So we're going to add 10.
So 208.
Okay. Now, let's see.
Virginia, we're also confident about.
We're confident that she's going to get Virginia. Okay. That's 13. 221.
So that puts her ahead of Donald Trump as of right now.
Now, Donald Trump is currently at 214. He's likely to get Georgia, which is 16.
Okay.
Right now, New York Times has very likely to get North Carolina. That's also 16. So 214 plus 16.
230.
Plus 16.
246.
246. Okay. So let's just say he's at 246 with those very likely Republicans. Pennsylvania, 74% of the vote is in, and that's lean R. So there's different ratings here, right? Very likely, likely, and lean. So lean is like, the least certain of the different ratings that they can give. So Pennsylvania is lean R right now with 74% of the vote in. And I believe Pennsylvania has like a unique delay in counting that we had talked about earlier. Or
That's right. Under state law, election workers, they can't process any ballots, including early and mail-in ballots, until the polls close at 8 p.m. Eastern time, which obviously was 3 hours ago. But they can't even process those. What that means is when you have your mail-in ballot, if you voted by mail this year, you sign, you do your ballot, you put it in the envelope, you sign the back of the envelope, you put the flap down. That can't even be opened, can't be processed at all until 8 p.m. So there's a whole bunch of ballots that have not yet been counted at all in Pennsylvania. That's, as far as I'm concerned, that's good news. It's a bummer because Donald Trump's going to take advantage of that and try to act like he's the victor and that there's something afoot because all of the dumps, lots of dumps, it's not dumps, it's just state law.
all right. So we don't want to get bogged down in the math too much. When does the Nevada poll close? Why isn't Nevada closed?
Let me look.
I seemed more angry about that than I intended to come across. So one exit poll finding in Texas right now is that Ted Cruz won Latino voters by 6 points. And this is according to an NBC News exit poll. In his last race in 2018, he lost Latinos by 29 points. So that's a 35-point swing for Ted Cruz.
Wow. Have they given any final counts on votes?
It's not the final counts, but it's
10-point spread.
Yeah, it's
54, 44.
Yeah, it's not looking great with 74% of the vote in.
So Nevada closed at 10. That's when the polls closed in Nevada. Right here, 10 p.m.
Oh.
So right now, really what we're waiting for is just the processing of those votes in those disparate states. Arizona had an unusually long ballot this year. They had a lot of stuff on the ballot. So it's going to take poll workers time to process those and go through those. That's going to add to the delay in the counting there. Michigan, again, one of those states that spans 2 different time zones. So the polls close at different times. That's a problem. And then Nevada, of course, took several days to be called in 2020, leading to a lot of this, the Donald Trump claiming that the election was stolen. And they have a new law in Nevada that allows ballots postmarked by election day to be counted if they're received up to 4 days after the election is over. So it could be even worse because ballots are going to be coming in if they were postmarked by election day. They can be received 4 days after the election and still be accounting, which is a problem if it is a tight race, because they're going to need every one of those votes to be counted in if it's not an overwhelming victory outside of the margin of what those ballots could influence the election on.
So a lot of people are saying it's over, and
they are wrong. It is not over.
Yeah. So I would just I would relax. I would take a breath, and I would again maybe we talked about this a little bit earlier in the stream. We've been going for almost 5 hours. Oh my God! And one of the things that we talked about.
Oregon.
Sorry, I was watching.
Kamala
They were doing a I was waiting to see if it was a real projection or a fake projection, where they keep saying we have a projection, and then it's like, no, everything is still pending. That's our projection. I think that some of us that remember the 2016 election are like traumatized by that, and we have memories of believing that there's just no way that someone like Donald Trump could be elected president of the United States.
I was one of them.
And then it happened.
Yeah.
And we were all like, wait, what is happening right now? And so I think that, you know, there may be some old feelings coming up of this is close. How is this close? Why is this happening? And those are all important questions to ask. And I think there's probably many different reasons. A lot of it is how people hate women. I think that's a significant part of it. And I think misogyny is driving a lot of this.
Absolutely.
And we can get into that more deeply or not more deeply. I don't know. I think it was smart that Kamala Harris didn't lean into it. She didn't often talk about how historic it would be for her to win the election. She didn't talk about being
breaking the glass ceiling, all of that stuff.
right. She didn't talk about any of that. And I think that that was a smart thing to do, because women, you know, women are not immune from hating women as well. I know that. But women know she's a woman, and it's almost like that joke in Veep where Julia Louis-Dreyfus is the vice president in Veep, is like, I can't remind people I'm a woman, or whatever the line is. So I think it's kind of smart to do that, right? Obviously race plays an issue in some of this too. There's no way to deny that. But it shouldn't be this close. And I think everybody watching that saying, I can't believe this, it's over, is probably experiencing just the disbelief that it's close again.
Yeah, I think that does play a role. I think that the fact that it's not a blowout, it's almost like it's a win already, because we wanted a mandate. We wanted America, people who were formerly Trump voters or Trump curious, to just absolutely turn their back on the rhetoric and the hate and the division and the scary nonsense from Trump. And the fact that it hasn't been done in overwhelming fashion might seem like a win, but a win's not a win until it's a win. A win is not a win until at noon on January 20th, 2025, whoever wins this election raises their right hand and swears an oath to support and defend the Constitution. So let's let cooler heads prevail and just wait until these numbers come in.
Yes, I think that's smart. All right. Well,
how are we in the impish songster 333 with the $10 super chat? Thank you very much. Listen, if Donald Trump does win, I don't think he's going to, but if he does, this kind of support is what is absolutely going to be needed, because we're probably going to have to leave DC. Jesse and Brittany, to lighten things. Yes, thank you for that. That's amazing. To lighten things, were either of you at the White House lawn Harris rally the other night? Yes, we both were. We didn't stay for the whole thing. We had a busy schedule ahead of us. And can you please share your favorite Harris campaign moments and Trump gaffe moments? Thank you.
Yes, we went down to the rally briefly in an attempt to do something like with content related, and it didn't go as planned.
And the reason it didn't go as planned is because they were expecting 20,000 and like 75,000 people showed up, and it was just madness down there. The overflow crowd went all the way back to the Washington Monument, and if you're familiar with this area, it was just just wall to wall people, elbow to asshole or whatever the saying is. That's probably not the saying, but we're gonna make it the same. And so we did not stick around. I can tell you my favorite Harris moment was that we were lucky enough to be at the Democratic National Convention, and that night that she spoke when she accepted the nomination was electric.
Yeah.
It was amazing.
Yeah, it was very cool. I feel very lucky to have been there. We also got to see Stevie Wonder and Patti LaBelle. Patti LaBelle came out unannounced. They weren't even like, this is Patti LaBelle, and everyone's like, is that Patti LaBelle? So favorite Trump gaffes / moments.
Fuck him.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so hard to again,
He's just such a dipshit.
There are people who like talk about how funny he is, and I don't like that because I don't
like it. Even when like John Oliver was talking about it on Colbert or whatever he was on the other night.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like he accidentally has a sense of humor. I don't think it's intentional, because in order to have like a comedic sense, you need to be like intelligent and thoughtful, and he can't laugh at himself. And they showed clips of him at the roast. By they, I mean this Jordan B. Peterson video I can't get out of my head. He did a psychoanalysis of Donald Trump, and he like
psychoanalysis.
Anyway, I can't.
The non-licensed psychologist.
I can't. No, he didn't lose his license.
Oh no?
I don't think so.
Huh. I take it back, Jordan. I take it back.
So I don't know. We'll have to fact check that. So Donald Trump laughed at himself at the roast, but that was like a while ago. And before he had the power that he does now, they shut down the White House Correspondents' Dinner for Donald Trump. He couldn't even appear at the White House Correspondents' Dinner to take jokes about himself, and they act like he can. I don't know. Anyway, so yeah, that's a good question. Thank you, Impish Songster 333. Gregory Bobert, stop electing stupid people.
Yeah, I should look up some of those House races.
Yeah, and I think this is a conversation that's coming up on social media right now, is because this is so close. A lot of people are trying to dissect the problem. They're trying to diagnose the problem. What went wrong here? And I think it would be easy to be like, wow, everyone who voted for Trump is stupid. I don't know that that's the case, right? I don't know that we can just chalk it up to stupidity. I think that there's a lot of different things involved. Some people are racists. Some people, like there was a voter that I just saw interviewed who said that they went to vote for Donald Trump because Kamala Harris didn't go on Joe Rogan. Like, who are these people? There's people dying of abortion bans. Like, I don't understand how you are like, she didn't go on Joe Rogan and that made me go vote. I don't understand a lot of these people. And I don't understand. I know that people are busy, right? That we've talked about this. Like, it's difficult to follow the news. It's difficult to follow everything that Donald Trump does and has done wrong. But I don't know, you got to be involved and aware of what's happening. It's disturbing. Are you sharing your screen again? We're going to have a surprise election update.
Not a surprise. It's dumb shit. Lauren Boebert did win her race decisively. I don't know who she was running against here, but it is a depressing state of affairs when someone like Lauren Boebert, an objectively stupid person, can be elected and reelected, just like Marjorie Taylor Greene. It is the cultification of America and the resentment that they have toward intellect or intellectualism or reality, for that matter. It's not great.
Oh, yes. Harris losing to Trump in Arizona by 2K votes. Stein has 7K. Constitutional right to abortion winning by 30%. Ranked choice votes losing 20%. Thoughts?
There needs to be a better information campaign for different types of voting, like a ranked choice It was on the ballot here in Washington, D.C., which we don't even know the results of that, Prop 83 or Measure 83 or whatever it was here in D.C.
Oh, right.
We both voted for it. I think anytime that you give more choice and more options, it's a good thing. We should be
It passed.
good. Yeah, good. I think the party, it's like the party establishment in Washington, D.C. on ranked choice voting didn't want it because it kind of allows other voices in. And I don't see that as a bad thing. I think that when you have one party with an overwhelming majority, like you do in Washington, D.C., like you do in California, oftentimes the worst in people takes hold because they have no challenge to their power. And I'm not a party. I'm a Democrat. I'm a registered Democrat. I'm an active in the party, but I am not a party cheerleader. I want good governance. I want the betterment of people in their lives. And if anybody's going to make that happen, I'm there for it. So I don't know about these specific measures, but it's good to see that some of this stuff is winning.
It was nice knowing you too. I don't expect yous to be in business after January 20th. Leper Lord. Well, again, we've been doing the podcast, I doubt it, for 10 years. And
yeah, we were here before Donald Trump, dipshit.
Yeah, we were here.
We're going to be here
Donald
after
Trump.
Donald Trump.
We get this question a lot. They're like, what are you going to do if Trump is gone? It's like, there are other Republicans that do terrible things. It's
Also,
not just Donald Trump.
Let me say this. If Donald Trump wins, it's good for business for us if Donald Trump wins. We don't want that. It was nice knowing you. Piss off, jackknob.
I don't know if it's good for business in terms of like the retribution, but yeah, I mean, in terms of, everything else. But I just think it's strange when people are like, the only thing propelling what you do is Donald Trump. That's not the case. We also talk about progressive policies. We are amplifying other voices. We do interviews with scholars and politicians.
You almost never talk about Donald Trump on your channel.
Yeah, I almost never talk about him. I try not to. So thank you for that, though. More troll comments. We love the troll comments. I don't mind troll comments. You feed the algorithm. We love feeding the algorithm. We love that.
And unless somebody's if you're a moderator, there's only a few. But if you're a moderator in there, don't be blocking or deleting people unless they're being racist or abusive in that way. If they're just saying stupid shit, or spamming the chat. I am not going to attempt that name. I'm sorry. I am just too American and white and ignorant.
If Harris had said she would end the war in Gaza immediately, would that have helped? I know that woulda, coulda, shoulda, doesn't matter. But yeah, listen, we were wanting a different tack on Gaza, and that unfortunately did not come to fruition.
There's a very defeated tone to the question, like, would have that helped? Like, we don't know where this thing's going yet. I'm still confident Kamala Harris is going to win. But could it have helped stave off the situation we're in?
Could it have benefited Kamala Harris electorally?
All right, we'll amend the question.
And also, would it have been the right thing to do? The answer is yes. Yeah. I believe so. And I also believe that being more progressive is going to lead to more electoral benefits. The Democratic Party hasn't figured this out yet. They always go moderate, and they always court conservatives, and they court moderates. And the thing is, progressive policies are popular with everybody.
Even Republicans.
And so if you are progressive, that is popular with even moderates. So you're going to win those people over by having progressive policies, and you're going to win the leftists. But especially when it comes to the war on Gaza, Kamala Harris would say the right things, and she met with leaders in the uncommitted movement, which was a group that was formed to help put pressure on the Democratic Party to support an arms embargo, stop funding Israel on an unlimited basis. And yeah, I mean, we would have appreciated, I think that Kamala Harris could have benefited from it. It would have been the right thing to do. to be more forceful in speaking out against what Israel is doing in Gaza. So that is unfortunate for sure. And we'll see, right? How many people voted for Jill Stein in Wisconsin? How many people voted for Jill Stein in Michigan, in Pennsylvania? What shakes out here? We don't know yet, but yeah, we'll see.
Curtis Wade.
Hi, Brittany and Jesse. I love your videos on YouTube. I'm so nervous right now, but trying to stay calm. I'm in KS and voted blue in a GOP family. Guess I'm the odd one out here.
Kansas is an interesting state. What was it, a couple of years ago when they had abortion on the ballot there, and it was surprising to some that it passed so easily, that referendum. There are a lot of states that I think within the next 10, 12 years, I know that's a long time out from when we're in the middle of this right now, but I think there are certain states, and Kansas might be among them, that you're going to see a shift, and it will end up being more of a swing state. So stay in there, Curtis. Keep doing the hard work and convincing your family members to join you. And thank you for the super chat. It's important, and we appreciate it. Ernesto Pender, it's disgusting to me that a convicted felon is even on the ballot and cast a vote today, which is supposed to be against the law. WTF. Yeah, so the situation relative to Donald Trump being able to vote, New York follows the rules of the state in which they live, and that's why Donald Trump is able to vote. I don't believe that felons. I don't believe felons shouldn't be able to vote. I think they should have a right to the franchise. If you're a participating member of this society, I think that you should have a vote. You should have a vote. You should have a say in who governs you and in how your community is operating. And just because you committed a crime doesn't mean that you should be, in my opinion, have that right stripped of you. But that's a conversation for another day. It does piss me off that he is doing as well as he's doing, being a convicted felon, trying to be the law and order candidate while actually being a committer of serial criminality in plain view.
Right. I think it's more of an issue of hypocrisy, like you're saying.
Yeah.
And also, so if a Florida resident is convicted of a felony in another state, they lose their voter eligibility only if they would lose their voter eligibility in the state where they were convicted. And New York only restricts people if they are still in prison for the felony conviction. So once they are out, even if they are, on parole or something,
yeah,
they can vote. And
so had he been convicted in Idaho, he wouldn't be able to vote by Florida law.
Yeah. And so I, as a therapist, I've worked with felons. I used to work in a county DUI drug court. And so the felon stuff has always kind of rubbed me the wrong way a little bit, just because I don't feel like someone should be stigmatized for being a felon. There's a lot of people who are felons who did not commit violent crimes. There's people that have felony convictions for drug crimes, right? So I think there's a lot of reasons that someone could be a felon. People go through difficult times. I think people should be able to, overcome those things that they have done in their life, overcome that status and not be forever branded in a way that relegates them to a lower position in society.
That's the root of the word penitentiary, is penance. That you do your penance, you pay for your crime. And unfortunately, we we don't do rehabilitation in this country. We just do incarceration.
But I think it is important in terms of the hypocrisy. And I think that's the important thing, where the Republican Party is the law and order party, right? And so you would think that they would be
heavy air quotes.
Right. You would think that they would be concerned about that, and that they wouldn't want a convicted felon, someone who's been found liable of sexual assault, someone who's been accused of sexual assault by dozens of women over the course of his, long life.
Yeah.
Yeah, you would think that they wouldn't want that person to be the steward, but here we are.
We've already.
It reset.
Oh, it reset.
So thank you for the question. All right, we have another question here. Michael Seacrest. Hey, I am a 20-year vet of 8 countries and 2 combat zones. Am I the only vet that thinks that experience makes you a liberal? This is a better question for you as a veteran, Jesse.
20-year vet of 8 countries and 2 combat. And am I the only vet that thinks experience makes you a liberal? I don't understand the question. I think respecting your experience makes you a liberal. I think that adhering to truth would make you a liberal. Respecting data and science and facts and research, those things will make you a liberal. Clinging to tradition makes you a conservative. Ignoring research and data and science and all that thing, that makes you a conservative, because you're afraid of progress. You want to make America great again. You want to drag us back to the 1950s when black and brown people weren't fully realized citizens. You're attracted to, you're an adherent of tradition, when tradition is, America traditionally has been not a democracy. Women didn't have the right to vote until the 1920s. Blacks couldn't fully realize the franchise of suffrage until the 80s. I mean, come on. But yeah, I agree with, if I understand your question right, I do agree. And it is a bummer that our brothers and sisters so often in military ranks are so short-sighted as to side with someone who wants to terminate the same document they've sworn an oath to support and defend. Thank you for the super chat. We appreciate it very much, Michael. Schooling Diana. Biden didn't win until day 3. Calm down. Listen to Schooling Diana.
Maybe that's why it's Schooling Diana, because we're getting schooled by Diana.
Well, I'm not getting schooled. She's agreeing with me.
Oh, okay. Jesse is not to be schooled.
My ass hurts from this chair.
I believe that the race has been called for Bernie Moreno.
Is that right? That is not great. So that's losing. So that ultimately puts the Senate out of reach.
Two seats have been flipped in the Senate.
Yeah, that puts us out of reach. And it also means we lose Sherrod Brown, who is an absolutely fantastic progressive, truly has a heart for service and for the American citizenry and making their lives better. And Bernie Moreno is just an ass-licking sycophant of Donald Trump.
A champion of the working class losing to, again, another one of these types that we've been talking about all night. These rich people who are not in touch with the reality of the poor and working class, and are going to enact policies that damage the poor and working class.
That's something to be bummed out about, especially if you live in Ohio. I mean, you live in the United States. The Senate is the makeup of the Senate is so important, and that's a bummer. I mean, it's just one more tick in the box of MAGA not dying anytime soon. So we're going to have some fights ahead of us, and this is just more evidence of that. CNN projects Trump wins battleground North Carolina.
Yeah, looks like New York Times just called that too.
Yep.
All right, so we are to 187 Kamala Harris, 230 Donald Trump.
So you can put that back up there, Chris. Justin the Gemini, $10 super chat. Thank you very much, Justin the Gemini. We appreciate it. Also, channel member. That is fantastic. Hey, Jess, I've been watching you for the last 8 years, and I'm scared about what the election could be. Do you think Kamala can pull this out? And do you think she can win Pennsylvania? Yes. There is absolutely a clear path to victory, not an obscured one, not a difficult one. I am getting a little bit of pause kind of driven into me when things like Bernie Moreno winning. That is a bummer. It is a little disheartening. So I know if I'm starting to feel a little bit of those negative feelings, that must be amplified for some of you guys out there. That's a bummer. But it is, I don't want to say, take this with a grain of salt, what I say, and not even the way I say it. It's not impossible for Kamala Harris to win. It's easy for Kamala Harris to win. It's got to go in it. She doesn't even have to run the table. She doesn't need all of Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, and she doesn't need them all. She just needs a few of them to make this happen. It is absolutely just, it's, 200 to 230 right now is the count, according to the New York Times. Here, I'll put it up on screen while I'm telling you.
I'm also doing counting. I'd also be curious to know, people in the chat, what they see the possible pathways are, and how they're seeing the race, just so we can.
So there's a lot of
have other
states out
people
there
helping us get through.
So
it.
even right now with Donald Trump at 230, if he wins Georgia, which is how many did you say?
16.
16. So let's say he's at 246 right now. There's still New Mexico is 5. And all of these states up here along through the Rust Belt, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota. Not everything needs to be won. With 270s, that's the magic number to get into 270. And it's still, we are right now, everybody, we are exactly where we were in 2020. You may not remember it, but we live streamed it, and it was exactly the same tone. It was exactly the same downer, dark mood in the chat. Everybody was convinced that Donald Trump had won, and then it ended up flipping, and Joe Biden won by the same margin of victory in the Electoral College that Trump had won over Hillary Clinton, 306 to whatever the hell the other number was. So let's just deal with this with the terms we have. We said it was going to be a long night, and it's going to be. We're just, keep the faith. It doesn't, your good mood or good attitude doesn't affect the outcome here, but it's going to affect your mood and your mental health and your anxiety. And, again, be kind to yourself.
All right. So they have called Virginia for Kamala Harris. So that's 13 electoral votes. It's now 200, 200.
I called it. Remember when I called it?
200, 230.
I love that this is all recorded. We can all go back. Tomorrow, you can watch this entire hours-long, 6-hour live stream. You're like, yeah, he was right. It did work out that way.
So let's say she's at 200 right now. So she's going to get New Mexico. That's 5. She's going to get Maine. That's 2. She's going to get New Hampshire. That's 4.
I wouldn't say I don't know that she's going to get Maine. I think that's a little.
It's likely
okay.
Democrat. All right, you interrupted my flow.
Sorry.
What am I supposed to do here? All right, let's start over. 200. So, gonna get New Mexico. That's 5. Gonna get Maine. Let's say that's 2. Gonna get New Hampshire. That's 4. Going to get Minnesota. That's 10. Going to get Hawaii. That's 4. Okay, with New Mexico, Maine, New Hampshire, Minnesota, and Hawaii, that puts her at 225. Let's just say, to self-soothe, that she also gets Nevada.
Well, before we self-soothe with Nevada.
That's
so right now that puts us at 225 to 231. it is virtually a toss-up right now, tied. And we're not counting those critical swing states like Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. So this is very much in play, everybody. Very much in play.
So would you say would you give Trump Arizona?
Yeah, we can give Trump Arizona.
Would you give him Alaska?
Yes.
And would you give him Georgia?
I don't know.
Okay, because if he gets those 3, that puts him at 260.
That's fine.
And so then we're waiting for, I'm just trying to give the pathway.
Yeah.
We're
I
talking
got
about the
you. I got you.
pathway. So then we're waiting on Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, right? That's 10, 15, 19.
Which is exactly what we were waiting on in 2020. And it's exactly those critical states that won it for Donald Trump in 2016.
Okay. They all happen to be lean R right now, but it varies in terms of when the vote is coming in. It varies in terms of how much of the vote is in right now. And so there is still a lot up in the air. So we're not defeated yet. And I don't think we need to be acting defeated or getting super concerned. All right.
And that's coming from non-super positive Brittany Page. I'm going to put the Mac down and we can take some questions and see what the vibe is in the chat. Dennis Dragon Soldier Harris, $10 super chat. Thank you very much. Very much. Pennsylvania is the tipping point. Whoever wins Pennsylvania wins the White House. A lot of people think that. I don't think that's an unjustified belief. I think it really does hinge on those three particular states, though: Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania.
Right.
Ciara Rain Cloud, $5 super chat. Thank you very much. As a trans woman in Ohio and a former Navy corpsman, I have no hope left. They won on attacking people like me day in and day out. You can't give up. There are millions of people just like you, Ciara, who are at risk. And I can tell you, I'm not giving up for you. I'm not giving up on this for others in similar situations or in equally marginalized groups. There's still hope here. There's still a lot of hope.
Yeah. And I also think that we've seen a lot of, support for the trans community too. I mean, I know that Donald Trump has ratcheted up the hate and a lot of Republicans join in on that. And the Republican Party sees trans people as an easy target to amplify that hate. But there's many people who are not willing to stand for it and who are, out there advocating. But I can't imagine how scary this is, right? Knowing that policies can be implemented that will, cause irreparable harm. So I think that it is uniquely scary when you are a part of a marginalized community to be looking at these election results. And I think it's important that we remember that in the context of everything that we're experiencing. So
also taking into account that such a wide swath of the country is just bigots, hateful, dangerous bigots driven by Iron Age religious ideologies that are misinterpreted oftentimes. And, while I don't, I can't put myself in your shoes, I'm as empathetic as I can be to understand your position. And I would just try to encourage you to stay in the fight, Thank you. Deacon's Table, the Electoral College is a sham. The Electoral College is among the most ill-conceived, hastily implemented of our founding period. It didn't make any sense then. It was born out of this slipshod, roughshod nonsense that was for placate slaveholders. It's another element of white supremacy from our past that we have not been able to shake. And it's a sham. It's absolutely a sham.
Yeah. Yeah.
Flying spaghetti monster. Go ahead, my voice.
MAGA is feeling confident now, and when they lose, Trump will scream cheaters and it was rigged. His base will go insane. I guess we're, by the way, timing out in Jesse's prediction of Donald Trump calling the election, because you said in the 11 o'clock hour. So we're counting down to see whether or not Jesse will be tooting his.
Maybe not.
Yeah. So thank you for that, Flying Spaghetti Monster. And Alex, mail-in ballots largely haven't been counted yet. Relax.
Yes, Alex. Yes. Where is that? Newport Beach, San Diego? Picture.
Oh, yes.
Donald Trump is uncharacteristically quiet on True Social right now. Go ahead and pronounce that one, Brittany Page.
Teufelhund.
Devil Dog.
19.
Devil Dog.
69.
Devil Dog.
Don't give up, Doc. Semper Fi, Jesse. Thanks to you and Brittany for the coverage.
Teufelhunden. I don't know how to pronounce it in German, but it's how the Marines got the name.
Oh.
I think it was Battle of Bella Wood, World War I. They were called us that we fought like devil dogs or hounds of hell. Or anyway, that's how we got it.
Nice. Little Marine history for us all.
Yeah.
Late hour. Krista, I'm newly type 1 diabetic with an autistic daughter, unmarried with Medicaid. I'm terrified and my family is too, hoping for realism, but it's hard. Yeah, I mean, this is
the consequences.
Yeah, this is another aspect of this, because Donald Trump has made claims that he's not going to cut programs like Medicare and Social Security,
which we know to be lies.
Reporters recently reached out to him and asked if Medicaid would fall into that as well. And there was no response from the campaign. You can't trust what they say anyway. But this is the problem of putting someone like Elon Musk in charge. Again, we keep going back to this, of overseeing government waste. Obviously, Elon Musk isn't going to care about Medicaid. He just has no use for Medicaid. He doesn't care about people who are on Medicaid. And I think this happens sometimes when you have Republican family members or Republicans. They will be like anti-Medicaid while on Medicaid.
Yeah. Well, Sarah Silverman used to have a show on Hulu. What was I Love You, America or something?
I think so, yeah.
And one of the episodes they went down to Louisiana and she was with this Trump family. And they were all, government should stay out of our lives. And then like half of them were on disability and they were getting their medical paid through that. And some of them were on Medicaid. And then some of them were on the Affordable Care Act. But they all talked about Obamacare, which is the Affordable Care Act, as though it was the devil. It was terrible. Just people are so tribalistic in politics that it's remarkable. Anyway, I don't know. The Freckle Puny, £5 super chat. Thank you very much. Watching here at 4:30 a.m. here in Leeds, United Kingdom, after the madness of Brexit, then Trump, and now Trump again. It's not good for my blood pressure. You and us both. You think it's stressful, you being 5 or 6 hours ahead. It is very stressful when you're in it. Thank you very much for the support. Chris Smith, channel member, thank you for your channel membership. We appreciate it. I'm turning my back on friends who voted against my daughter's best interest. As well, you should. You should not feel ashamed about that. If this election doesn't go the way that I still think it's going to go, there's going to be some hard choices in my life about friends who made the wrong choice in this. CNN is calling Nebraska for Donald Trump. Again, not a surprise.
I think that was already, it's already called on New York Times, so it doesn't change the electoral count at all in terms of what we're tracking. The race was officially called in Texas for Ted Cruz, though. So he beat Colin Allred. Ted Cruz will continue to be in a position of power over other people, including in Texas, where women are dying of abortion bans that he supports and calls reasonable.
Not good. On that Senate race, things are still okay.
I think the expectation was also that the Senate would be in Republican control. I think that was the expectation going in. I know Nancy Pelosi, prior to any election results coming out, said that she felt good about Democrats' ability to take the lead in the House.
Yeah.
So,
Chelsea Smarty Cat. Love Smarty Cats. This isn't really about red versus blue. It's about the wealthy class versus you. Realize this. I think you could speak to that. You agree with that?
Yeah, I think we've been talking about that a lot, right? We need class solidarity. And I think some of it comes from people being afraid to acknowledge that they live in financial precarity. But we see it everywhere, right? You can't afford a one-bedroom apartment on minimum wage anywhere in the country. I think everyone looks at how expensive everything is. The cost of living has gone up. Housing is unaffordable. So many of these things, and the Republicans, instead of taking those facts and saying we need to fix the system and make sure that the system works for everyone, they turn you against minority groups, and they say that they're the cause of all of your problems, right? And that's why Donald Trump is so dangerous, is because he ratchets up the hate and puts people's lives in danger, like we saw with the Haitian migrant community. When he said they're eating the dogs and the cats. It's just constant with him. So I think this is so true. And I think part of it comes from just acknowledging that we are in financial precarity, right? And not being afraid to admit that. And also maybe unlearning some stuff about the American dream. We're kind of taught this myth that if we work hard enough, we can become rich enough to buy elections and wield all this power. And that's not the way that it works, right? People make their billions of dollars on the backs of working people. And so, I mean, I could get more radical, but I think we get it.
You haven't said anything that's false.
All right.
Brian, both a channel member and a $10 super chat. Thank you so much. Unlike Hillary, Kamala has a great ground game in the swing states. It's incredible how people have COVID-19 amnesia as well as January 6th amnesia. It's a minority rule in this country. It absolutely is. And those two things, I think that is a poignant statement, COVID-19 amnesia and January 6th amnesia. The problem lies in the fact that the people who do have COVID-19 amnesia, as you're putting it so aptly and appropriately, are people who believed it was a hoax or a manufactured whatever, and cell towers and making keys stick to your face for magnetism or whatever. We're dealing with a deficit of cognition in this country on a mass scale. It's mass psychosis. As far as people who have looked the other way on January 6th, they've been not only given permission, but led like lambs to the slaughter by their Republican leaders who were petrified on that day. Josh Hawley sprinting away like a coward from the same people he just pumped his fist to, and now acting like those people are heroes that deserved some kind of a medal for their patriotism on that day when they attacked our democracy and attempted to overthrow the United States government. It's fucking sick is what it is.
So they just called Hawaii for Kamala. So she's at 204. So 204 to 230 is where things stand right now. Eric Fish, Canadian in Florida, can't believe so many vote.
Member for 44 months.
That is remarkable.
Wow.
Can't believe so many vote Trump. Yes.
Yeah.
We're definitely
in the same boat.
We are definitely
it's
in the same boat.
Depressing.
So I think some polls just closed. What other poll is there? They were counting down a poll closing.
Let's see. Let's go to the.
Is it Alaska?
Let's go to the.
Oh, it's probably Hawaii because they just called Hawaii. Duh. It's midnight and I can't think because I've been talking for 5.5 hours. Yep, there we go.
Alaska at 1 a.m.
And we know where that's going to go. So no surprises.
Yeah.
No surprises there.
So yeah, there's no poll closings left that are going to answer any questions for us anyway. So now we're really just waiting on some of the states that are, bound by state law, their election laws on how they handle ballots, and actually physically processing these ballots with human hands, which takes time. And we're exactly in the position we thought we would be when we started this at 6:30 p.m., which is waiting. And we're probably going to be waiting until tomorrow, maybe the next day, maybe even the next day, until we have a result here. And I would say this, in the waning minutes of this live stream, I don't know how much longer we're going to continue, maybe another 20 minutes or so, only because I'm having a difficult time keeping it together in the voice department. Over the course of the next few days, you need to make sure you're taking care of yourself, and that you remember some of the things that we've been talking about, not from my unbridled optimism and positivity, but just based on the fact that we are where we are, and we're waiting on those particular swing states to come in. That's the linchpin. We knew it was going to be a linchpin. I will admit I was a little optimistic, a little unreasonably optimistic about some of the states that I thought would go the way of Kamala Harris. But there's still an easy path to victory. It's just going to, we need to maintain. Your positive attitude isn't going to change the outcome in those states, but it is going to change the outcome of your mental health over the course of the next few days. And, as I'm want to say tonight, be kind to yourself, be good to yourself, be a friend to yourself. It's not going to help you out at all to be stressed out and freaked out and riddled with anxiety. It doesn't help the election outcome, and it certainly isn't helping your particular situation. Key race alert from CNN. Oh my God, what? Too early to call.
A member for 45 months, another longtime member. I'm not down, but my knees just buckled.
Yeah, I got you. Listen, I'm not quite there yet, but I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed in our countrymen and women who are siding with fascism. I mean, this is a turning point. This is an inflection point in American history where, listen, I don't want to be hyperbolic, but when I'm going to talk about having gone recently, or a year or so ago, to the Holocaust Museum, and I'm not saying there's going to be some kind of a large scale genocide like took place in Nazi Germany, but they outline, and this is before Trump. These are displays that have been on display for years. They outlined when Nazis took over, and they banned books, and they demonized gays, and they demonized disabled people, and all these different groups. It's a playbook that the Republican Party has for decades been following, and it's only when Donald Trump took power and he was able to unleash the worst instincts in our lizard brains in Republicans that should make people take pause. And the fact that it doesn't is a depressing, knee buckling incident in our history, and it's very scary. So thank you for your support over the course of the last almost 4 years. That's remarkable, and I appreciate you very much.
Absolutely. I want to talk about the media a little bit, and I want to blame the media a little bit, because some of this is the media, right?
A lot of this is the media.
And we've talked about, I Doubt It, the podcast that we've done for 10 years, and I consume a lot of media. I consume a lot of news just to plan that show. And sometimes I'll listen to a news package from CBS, NBC, CNN, MSNBC, Fox, just to figure out which news package I want to play or where I want to critique the way that the story was reported. And so it gives us a lot of insight into how these different news stories are covered. And, platforming these pathological liars who have no shame, who will deny the reality of things that they have said in the past, who will dismiss the reality of things that they've said in the past. In fact, I want to play a clip. This will be the last clip that we play.
What number?
It's going to be 13, clip 13. And this was actually it illustrates a moment that I think should be happening constantly, right? If you are going to have someone as soulless and free of principles, not burdened by principles, like Marco Rubio, senator from Florida, who used to be a prominent Trump critic, called him a fraud, right?
Con artist.
A con artist. These very accurate descriptions. He's now a total Trump sycophant.
Bootlicker.
Yeah, and so here's a moment where he was on with Anderson Cooper, and they are basically going back and forth after Anderson Cooper played footage of Donald Trump talking about how Nancy Pelosi is evil, and he like made a joke that he was going to call her a bitch, but he wouldn't say the word, but he wanted to say the word. You know, this after Republicans talked about how Democrats are the ones that are using terrible language and they're amplifying the hatred and they're putting his life in danger. He's calling Nancy Pelosi an evil bitch. And here's Marco Rubio and Anderson Cooper going back and forth about Trump's closing message.
He was actually talking about Nancy Pelosi there. Do you wish, obviously there were a lot of people in his campaign who had a very clear idea of what they wanted his closing argument to be, the economy, the border. Are you concerned about some of the tangents he's been going off on the last couple of days?
Well, this is a guy that's been called, compared to Adolf Hitler. This is a person whose supporters have been called subhuman garbage and worse, compared to Nazis by major media outlets.
Well,
so
you're
going to punch him, he's going to punch back even harder.
You used to call him a fraud. So, the language
people are
has
running
been
campaigns
out that way for a long time.
Yeah, well, let me tell you something. When you keep being compared, after you call somebody Adolf Hitler, there's really nowhere else to go. That's probably the worst thing you could label anybody.
Right. That was his vice president who called him Adolf Hitler.
No. That was not. That was the major outlets in this country on the eve of an election.
J.D. Vance
comparing his rallies
Hitler.
to Nazi rallies, putting up imagery. No, Anderson, you know what it is to put up imagery. Maybe it wasn't your network, although I can point to things in your network that basically just label anything he says as violent rhetoric, including jokes, including things that are clearly off the cuff. But he has a unique communication style, and he's not going to change the day before. But this is a guy that's been subjected to relentless and ruthless attacks against this character, against everything you can imagine. Yeah, he's going to punch back. There's no doubt about it. That's going to happen. So to argue that in the last 24 hours, Kamala Harris hasn't mentioned his name, after you've got Oprah Winfrey last night, I don't really care. Look, celebrities can endorse whoever they want. But last night she said something at a rally about if you don't vote today, you may never get a chance to vote again. Really? Come on. This is silly stuff. Yeah, there's going to be some punchback.
You do know that your
no
candidate has been saying that for weeks now about it's the end of America, it's the last election. This is the rhetoric he's been using. I get it. You say Oprah said it. And it was J.D. Vance who called him America's Hitler.
Well, J.D. Vance has already addressed that, and he addressed.
So again, it's like, what's the point? What's the point of having Marco Rubio on? Because you're at every point, you're like, you're lying. You're a liar. You're lying again. More lies. The lies are happening again. It would almost be more worthwhile to say, like, come on, right? You're Anderson Cooper. You come on and you say, Marco Rubio, senator from Florida, wanted to come on and be a surrogate for Donald Trump today. The reason that we don't want to have Marco Rubio on is because he previously called Donald Trump a fraud and a con artist. And he will try to make statements about how other people are calling Donald Trump Hitler when J.D. Vance is the one who called Trump America's Hitler. It would almost be more instructive, right, to kind of take people through it without having to hear the lies. What's the point of platforming someone like that who's just willing to lie and lie and lie? I don't understand.
Here's what I think we're going to do because my voice is, I'm getting ready to revert back into puberty voice, guy, and nobody wants that. So we're going to end it. I want to thank every single one of you. I'm looking at the numbers here. We currently have 4,200 people currently in with us, but over the course of this 5 hours and 41 minutes, we've had almost 170,000 people join us. You are amazing. It's because of your passion and your love and your fear for what we could lose in this election that has brought you here to, commune with a community of like-minded individuals who want what's best for our country and our fellow Americans, and those who live here who aren't American citizens. So we're gonna end it here. but we will be back. I don't know whether I'm gonna. We'll be back tomorrow doing something, but
yes.
Go ahead.
Let's leave it on a few notes. Thank you so much. Number one, thank you for being here. Thank you for offering support to people in the comments, by the way. I saw a lot of care, concern, compassion for people that were expressing their fears. Thank you for that community. A shout out to Chris. Everyone send Chris some love, who's been navigating, playing the clips for us and putting the comments up, and who has been here just as long as we have doing this. So thank you so much to Chris. You guys shout him out and make sure you give him some love. We appreciate you so much.
Do this. I'm going to put a link in the chat. Don't everybody leave. We lost like 400 people. I'm going to put a link to Brittany's YouTube channel.
Yeah. And also subscribe to me on YouTube. If you appreciated the things that I said about billionaires and wealth and whatever else I said, I don't remember anymore, then you would appreciate the videos that I do there. So definitely subscribe to me. I would really appreciate it. And I'm trying to catch up to Jesse. So I recently started, and hopefully I can be where he is soon.
Listen, if there's anybody who deserves more than 60,000 subscribers or however many she has, it is Brittany Page, who works very diligently and has, like, I love people. Brittany loves, I'm getting emotional. Anyway, we appreciate you. Take care of yourself. Be kind to yourself. Be a friend. If you need to find someone of like mind to talk to and support, do it. Because we're probably not going to have an answer to this over the course of the next 2 days or so, and you're going to need the support. So we love and appreciate you very much. As I always say, we're going to end this with what I say every video.
But stay positive as well before you say that. All right.
Yeah. Be genuine and take care of one another.